Dear colleagues, dear friends, good morning to everyone. I'm delighted to participate in the opening phases of this international conference on the roads of Peristan, bringing to the participants of this important initiative the warmest greetings of ISMEO, the International Association for Mediterranean and Oriental Studies, and the warmest greetings of its entire social body, which currently counts over 350 scholars, including 135 eminent foreign correspondents, in ideal representation of more than 100 universities, research centers, and academic, scientific, and museum institutions from all over the world. The International Association ISMEO, refounded in Rome in November 2012, has intended to reconnect through its name to the Institute for Middle and Far East, also acrostically denominated ISMEO, founded in 1933 by Giuseppe Tucci and Giovanni Gentile as a semi-public institute. Many of the members of Tucci and Gentile's ISMEO and of the Italian African Institute, which merged in 1995 with ISMEO, under the new common denomination of ISIAO, were and are active in the study of those disciplines which have always been at the basis of the interests of these institutions since their foundation. That is, archaeological and linguistic investigations in Eurasia, Africa, and the Mediterranean. ISIAO is no more existent, but its library, incorporating Tucci's, today's, and others' funds, does. And ISMEO is operating it in the premises of the National Library of Rome. In the case of Giuseppe Tucci, how archaeological and linguistic investigations in Eurasia were linked in his thought to scientific research in the part of the world that we are interested in our conference is demonstrated by the theme to which he dedicated his last wide-ranging essay on SWOT, darts, and connected problems, published in 1977 on East and West and republished in 1997 as an autonomous monograph. Our Rome International Conference on the Roots of Peristan takes place a bit more than half a century, 52 years to be precise, after the first Hindu Kush Cultural Conference that was chaired by Georg Morgenstern at Møsgard in November 1970, a conference which saw the participation of all the leading scholars of Kafir cultures of the time, including, among others, Georg Budrus, Lennart Edelberg, and Karl Jettmer. It doesn't take much imagination to realize that for this very reason it had been scheduled for the occasion of the 50th anniversary, and that, like many other initiatives, as in other Italian and European cultural institutions, has been postponed because of the pandemic, which in Italy was particularly acute in 1920 and in 2020 and 2021. Since the beginning of this year, a fairly satisfactory level of security has been achieved. And then only at the end of January 22, we were able to set a certain date for one of the first weeks of autumn 22, a period that in Rome is particularly pleasant for the weather and for the cultural activities that take place in the city, and that we hope that all kind guests will enjoy. I don't think we could start our work without remembering Georg Budrus, who, after our kind insistence, had kindly agreed to act as honorary president of the steering committee of our conference. You will allow me to read a few lines written on July 20, 2019, with his usual modesty, with which he accepted what seemed to him an excessive honor. Dear colleague, it was indeed a great pleasure for me to read your kind email of 26 July 19. I consider it really a great honor to see our names together in the steering committee of the International Conference in Rome. And I'm happy that we can renew our scholarly contacts of former years. Let us hope that the efforts of our friends Augusto and Alberto Cacopardo will have the success they deserve for the progress and benefit of our studies. With best wishes, yours sincerely, Georg Budrus. By scholarly contacts of former years, he was referring to the early ITs of the 20th century when working on the Balochi dialects of Afghanistan. He had ended up taking an interest through my works of that era at the Brahui language, and will lend out several books by international mail, given his preference to work on the original books rather than photocopies, to make which, he argued, one should lose precious time instead to do research. But unfortunately, on August 13, 2021, Professor Budrus has left us without his hopes, I quote, to live to see and read the forthcoming proceedings of the envisaged workshop, as communicated to us from his wife Karine with an email of July 8, 2019, have been able to realize. However, we are pleased and honored to have among our speakers, even if only online, the only participant of the first Hindu-Kush Cultural Conference of Moscow who is still an active scholar in the field, Professor Richard Strand. I would like to add that the great initiator of these studies, Professor Georg Morgenstern, the greatest of my remote masters, through a perfect epistolary relationship for an era when there was no internet, has recently returned to the attention of our ISMEO, an institute of which at the time of Tucci, Morgenstern had been a corresponding foreign member, through an agreement that we have signed with the Norwegian Institute of Philology and its founder, Professor Jens Brarvik, together with which institute we started a reconnaissance of Morgenstern archive at the National Library of Norway in Oslo, joining forces to make available to scholars in the future, of course, the thousands of unpublished pages from its manuscript, especially related to the Dardo-Kafir cultures. After the first 1970 conference Mosgard, three important Hindu-Kush cultural conferences have been held in Chitral in 1990, 1995, and September this year, producing so far two valuable volumes of proceedings. However, these events have not been specifically focused on the pre-Islamic cultures of the area. And this is why it can be said that this is the first time since Mosgard that we can witness an international and interdisciplinary meeting, including all the main scholars in the field, who, from different disciplines and perspectives, are contributing to the endeavor of investigating in a diachronic framework the vicissitudes and characteristics of the pre-Islamic cultures of Peristan. There's still a lot to find out about these cultures, their languages, and their historical developments. With the participation of scholars from 15 different countries and 3 continents, this is a truly international event with which we hope to have put together the forces to inaugurate a new period of progress in Kafirological research. Finally, let me thank the 3 great Italian universities in which there are traditions of studies in our sectors, that is l'Orientale University of Naples, the University of Florence, and Ca' Foscari University of Venice, without whose collaboration our meeting would have been much different, as well as Ismeo's employees and collaborators who have taken on problems less visible but equally essential in every successful international event. To all, welcome to Rome and to the Ismeo headquarters here in Palazzo Baleani, and good work in the next 3 days. Thank you.
Yes, okay. I am sorry to inform you that Professor Stefano Bellò, who was supposed to be the chairman this morning, could not come today. He is very, very interested in the conference, and so he will be here either tomorrow or the day after, and he will be very happy to meet you all. He's working on Peristani matters also right now. So the chairman today will be great Professor Almut Degener from Germany, who will have the task of interrupting you as soon as you reach your 30 minutes, because our program is very intense, so we all have to be very careful.
Okay, can I use? This works apparently. Welcome from my part also. I'm very, very much excited, and Professor Rossi introduced his wonderful talk by saying he was excited. I am so excited, I'm so excited I can't even express that, because we have this fabulous conference now after such a long time of waiting. So I'm excited to be here. I'm very proud to be here. And I was, Professor Cacopardo said what my task is. It is reduced to just saying stop to anybody who takes more than the assigned time. And I will reduce my, work to that, actually not doing with long-winded introductions, and especially also this is not necessary, because everybody who is going to speak today is so famous, we don't need an introduction. And this is especially true for our first speaker, Professor Alberto Cacopardo, without whom we wouldn't be here. So please, that's up to you now.
Yes, actually, as I had announced, I wonder if this one works. Yes, it does. Okay. As I had announced, I will have to take part of the time allotted to me, and this is the reason why I'm speaking first, which is something very unpolite, I would say, for a brief, some brief notes of introduction to the whole meeting. I want to greet some of the scholars who are following us online, particularly, of course, the good friend Richard Strand, who is in Arizona now, and he's online, so hello, Richard. Also, Professor Michael Witzel is following us online, so we are honored of his in absentia participation, and we want to greet him also. I have heard from my brother that Professor Klimberg, who is present here, wrote him that he felt honored to speak after me. That was a big mistake, because I feel very dishonored to speak before him. It is a very unpolite thing, but I want to seize the opportunity. I don't see where Max is, but to inform everybody that Max has had an important event. He celebrated his 90th birthday only a couple of days ago. So let's wish him a happy birthday with a nice hand. Okay. Now, you have all seen from the program that our sessions are very intense, so we have to be synthetic and brief, and what you present here can only be, as we have discussed by email, a synthesis of your papers, where while for the proceedings, which are, after all, the most important long-lasting effect of this event, there is no space limit. So here the limits are very tight, but not for the proceedings. You can be as short or as long as you like. And we have scholars who are not present and cannot, for various reasons, follow us online, who are important scholars of Peristani studies, who will participate in the proceedings. One is Irmtraut Stellrecht, who has sent her title and abstract, as most of you have seen. Another one is Anton Kogan from Moscow, who has studied in particular the substrate, Dardic substrate in Balti languages, and is the person who has a good knowledge of Peristani languages, though not being particularly a specialist of the area. And last but absolutely not least, I'm very pleased to announce that Hermann Kreutzmann, the leading scholar, geographer of the area, has accepted to, he's in Assam right now, so he cannot follow us online, but he has, at the very last minute, provided us with a title and abstract which look very promising, and that I think you will soon find, if you haven't found it already, on the online page of the conference. Okay, now, this is an interdisciplinary conference, as we have even called it, because we believe that we need the convergence of a number of disciplines to throw light on the past. Of course, pre-Islamic cultures of Peristan, sorry, apart from the Kalash exception, belong to the past, so that is what we're talking about. We need a convergence of all the disciplines present here, but I must mention that there is one very important discipline that is not present here, and that is genetic studies, which I think will have great importance in the future. But at present, as far as I could see so far, I know of no genetician who is competent about the history or even the linguistics of Peristan, and therefore the existing researches are only really at the very pioneering stage. We have tried to organize a genetic session in this conference, but it was practically not possible. It will be possible next time we hold our next conference in maybe 10 years or something. Okay, one very quick point about the name Peristan. You all know that we have invented this name some 20 years ago. Some of you have used it, some of you have not used it. I mean, I being the personal inventor of this formula, I don't particularly care for this particular term, but I would like to have a standard denomination for this area that everybody agrees upon. So if maybe we will find time in our last session to discuss this particular point, which is very practical after all, what kind of name can we all agree upon? I think Peristan is a fuzzy concept, as people like to say nowadays, and it has to remain a fuzzy concept, but fuzzy concepts do have names. like man is a fuzzy concept, but we can use the word man nevertheless. Okay, so let's hope we have time to discuss that in our final session. Oh, very good. I thought I would take much more time to say these things. I'm doing quite well. So let's come to the discussion of the content of this conference, okay? Now, some of you who were, for example, at the workshop in Cologne might be aware that I have one of my nicknames or labels. I have invented another label for Peristan, which is the idea of counter-civilization. What is this idea? It means basically that the pre-Islamic cultures of Peristan had 2 points in common with what we call civilizations. I won't discuss here the concept of civilization in anthropology, history, and so on. That would take us very far. But pre-Islamic cultures had 2 points in common. They were a complex of different cultures with different languages, often with no communication between, say, Astor and Nuristan. They didn't even know the existence of each other, but they probably, I say probably because we know so little about the pre-Islamic cultures of Eastern Peristan. So I say probably they had substantial treasury, I would say, of common elements for us to recognize them as variations on a common theme, which is what happens within the great civilizations. I mean, well, the so-called Western civilization, if anything like that ever existed, because David Graeber has written an interesting essay titled "There Never Was a West," claiming that there is no such thing as Western civilization. I don't know if that's true, but there surely is an Islamic civilization or an Indian civilization. Civilizations are macro cultures. So in this sense, the pre-Islamic cultures of Peristan were had enough in common to see them as a macro culture. The second point in common with civilizations, civilizations have an historical depth, some measure of historical depth. A few centuries or millennia, of course, possibly. Well, the Peristan probably, again, I say probably, because we know so little for sure about the past of Peristan, but probably it does have a considerable historical depth. We have ethnonyms dating from the 1300s. Professor Bernardini will enlighten us about Timur's attack on Kafiristan, and we find the name Siaposh, we find the name Katur in the chronicles of Timur. But even before that, we have elements to think that even in the days of Alexander the Great, if they had above ground burials in wooden boxes, well, that sounds so much Kalasha, and that's 2,300 years ago. So there probably is a good measure of historical depth in this civilization, but it is not a civilization. It has no cities, no writing, no markets, no money. One Chinese coin has been found in Chitral, and great publications and celebrations about that. In this sense, it is exactly the opposite of a civilization. It did not have states. It did probably, again, probably no kafir, in inverted commas, culture had hierarchies, had a centralized form of government. So in this sense, they were really the opposite of civilization, and I suspect that this was not by chance. The Peristani cultures seem very much like people who did not want civilization, who were resisting civilization, just like the people that James Scott has so masterfully, I would say, described in his work on Zomia in Southeast Asia, which is called The Art of Not Being Governed. It is quite possible that the people of Peristan were masters in the art of not being governed. But the point I want to emphasize is that all these are hypotheses. Hypotheses. We need to confirm them. And this is one of the points of this conference. We might have new data. I think we have really a lot of new information that will come out of this meeting here, judging by the abstracts and so on. So we might have new data who give a different idea. You see, there have been in the literature about Peristan really two different representations or two tendencies. There has been, with some scholars, a tendency to emphasize Peristan as a crossroad of cultures, that it was a permeable territory that was in relationship with Central Asia to the north, with India to the southeast, with the Iranian civilizations to the southwest, etc. And in this view, it is said sometimes that it was the colonial period that closed the borders that were not closed before, you see? So one question is that true? Was Peristan so open before the colonial period, or was it rather quite isolated and on its own even before that? That's a good question. My impression again is that it was not so open. But this is again a hypothesis. We can have much more data about that because the exploration of the literature from the surrounding areas has really only just started. We have here Wolfgang Holzert, who has been a pioneer in this field. I'm very happy to have him here and to see him back to the studies of Peristan that he has had to set aside for a couple of decades. He has been a pioneer in exploring Persian literature on Peristan. He has just begun. He has done an enormous work, and we hope he will soon publish his Opus Magnum, the Materialien. But there is still very much to do in that field. And on Indian literature, Tucci had started something, but that was very long ago, and with at that time very little information about Kafir cultures. So there are many points that we can learn a lot about. Now, you see, the idea of the long-standing millennial counter-civilization is that the Kafir cultures of Peristan were there before Buddhism. Hypothesis. Might have been there before Buddhism. They entered into a negotiation, a relationship with Buddhism in which they survived Buddhism. Buddhism was the great civilization of the time. Now it would seem that the mountain cultures were bound to lose, any observer would have said, in the 7th century AD. They didn't lose. They survived Buddhism. Buddhism was extinguished, maybe unfortunately, but the Kafir cultures remained there. Then, after 5 centuries, probably again, all this has to be verified, of dominance of the Kafir cultures within Peristan and of great isolation from the rest of the world, Islam showed up. And we have a new confrontation and negotiation between Islam and Kafir cultures. Hidayatur Rahman from Chitral, who will arrive who will arrive soon, I think soon today, will bring some very interesting new data about the relations between Kafirs and Muslims in Chitral. In this encounter, this was an encounter between civilization and counter-civilization from one point of view. It was an encounter between Islam and paganism, for sure. It was also an encounter between state polities and non-state polities. What I have called in the book that for now is only in Italian, that is called Who Invented Democracy, that is out there on the table, I've called paternal model and fraternal model. My hypothesis, because that again is a hypothesis, is that the fraternal model, acephalous political systems, is typical of Kafir communities, while the paternal model, is typical of Kafir communities, but not only, because the Patan to the south also have not all the Patan, but as you all know, very important Patans like the Yusufzai, the Malizai, and so on, are fraternal model, a different fraternal model from Peristan, but they are also resistors to the state. So there has been this encounter between paternal model and fraternal model in the last 500 years in the history of Peristan, which is something entirely distinct from the encounter between Islam and Kafir cultures. Because one would imagine paternal model would go with Islam and fraternal model would go with Kafir cultures, but not so. Because in the north, yes, Islam came with states. It came from states and with states, creating states in the Chitral area, in the Gilgit area, and so on. In the south, Islam came from the Patan. In Indus-Khoistan, it was the Patan who came up all the way up to the Indus and never brought a state until the independence of Pakistan. Until the independence of Pakistan, all the long tract of about 100 miles from south of Chilas all the way down to almost Attock remained independent from the British. And that was a Peristani area that had been invaded by the Patan, who, like Indir, had pushed up north the Peristani people. Now, all these things we are only starting to understand. And now my paper that I have, how much time? Where is the chairman? I have, I think, 10 minutes at this point. 10 minutes. So you see, very briefly, my paper is concerned with that because it is about Gobor. Gobor, it's surprising how many don't know that the Kate, Rich, please forgive me if I use this word the Richard Strand doesn't like, because of course he says it was an invention of Morgenstern, the word Kati. The correct pronunciation, Jakob, help me, must be Kate. Something very similar to that, but let me use as the English word Kati. The Kati having two famous settlements in Chitral, which are the two Shekanande of Rumbur and Bumburet, but they have a third one in Upper Lutko called Gobor, who nobody has ever studied. And I made a brief inquiry, but fruitful inquiry there in 2006 in the company of Hidayatur Rahman. And I found some interesting oral traditions which shed light not only on the history of Gobor, how the people got there, but also on the history of the Kati, and particularly on 2 points. One is the migration of the Kati from Ktiwi, or Kantiwo, in central Nuristan, to the upper Bashgal Valley. Okay, this migration, the Kati of the upper Bashgal came from Tiwi, has been mentioned by many, by Morgenstern even in 1932 in his first report. He mentioned this point, but also the Deutsche Hindukusch expedition Herrlich, Friedrich in his diary, Fusman Angola Mullah, Strand, of course. It was a well-known fact that the fact that Kati is spoken from Ramgal all the way to Bragamatal is the result of this migration, which is one of the great migrations within Peristan, like the one from Chilas that brought, for example, the Palula in Chitral that we call the Chokmachok migration. Okay, I found a text, a myth about this migration, which is the longest version of the tradition of the Kati about this migration. Herrlich had published in Deutschen Hindukusch a very synthetic 5-line version of this myth that is exactly reproduced in my longer version. They say exactly the same things, only his is a very synthetic, an abstract. It's an abstract of the version that I recorded. So what do we learn from that? I will just say very quickly some points. They say that they found 2 different peoples in the Bashgal. The Jashi were living up to Ateti. Ateti is the place, the margin of the area where they have cedar forests. There are several bioregional breaks, of course, in Peristan. One of these breaks is when the cedar forest is finished, which is a matter of both altitude and latitude. Okay, Ateti is the border of the cedar forest. So until Ateti, you will find the classic Nuristani wood and stone buildings. Above, north of Ateti, you will find only stone. La prima photo, the first photo of Gobor, cosa devo fare? This is a photo of Gobor made from 1919, and I must thank Sviatoslav Kavierin, another Russian scholar who is following us, I hope, online. I don't know if he's there now. I must thank him for this photo from 1919. Who made it, you'll find on the published paper. I don't remember now. This style of building is very similar to Upper Bashgal because Gobor is entirely above 3,000 meters of altitude, so in the area without any cedar. Okay, so in this Upper Bashgal area, Ko people were living. The Kati called the Ko Bilon. Bilon is the name of the Kati for the Ko. Below that, it was Jashi. I won't enter in the Jashi. But what about the Ko present? That was mentioned by others, by Herrlich, of course, by Friedrich in his unpublished diary, another great enterprise. There are 900 pages of unpublished Friedrich diary that some German will sooner or later set out to publish. So they mentioned this co-present, but what was this co-present? In what sense? Was it the principality, or was it just some co-people living there? It was the principality. This is certain. This is not a hypothesis. Why do I say this is not a hypothesis? Because there were 3 polo grounds in that area. And these polo grounds were called Bile Meriste Ginali. Bile Meriste Ginali. Ginali is a co-word, and it only means polo ground. Polo ground. The Kati or any other Nuristani have never played a polo, and they would never think, of building a Ginali way up in Ateti, and 3 Ginali. But it's not only Ginali, Meriste Ginali, the Ginali of the Lord of the Ko. Mer is Mir, the Ginali of the Mir of the Ko. Now, this is one of those sources that Jan van Sina calls oral sources that are not concerned with the past and hence testify despite themselves. For this reason, precisely because they are unconscious contributions, they are particularly reliable and particularly precious. You know, when a narrative is told, there are always ideological implications, subtext meanings, okay? When it is a toponym, there is no ideological purpose involved in it. So I think that is enough to say that the Principality of Chitral extended to Upper Bashgal, and in a time, I won't argue this, there's no time, but I suspect it was in the very early time of the Ismaili Principality. Why Ismaili? Because of Ahmad Diwana. You all remember Ahmad Diwana from Robertson. What was this place way up in Upper Bashgal called Ahmad Diwana, a Muslim name? When I asked the people in Gobor who was this Ahmad Diwana, they said nobody knows. We have destroyed it 10 years ago, they said, because they wanted to look, that was, you know, the Wahhabi time. It still is Wahhabi time in Upper Bashgal. So a ziyarat, not particularly welcome. They went to see if there was ziyarat is supposed to be a burial. They opened it, they dug, they didn't have any body, they destroyed it, and there's a school now there, okay? But I found who is this Ahmad Diwana, and he is mentioned in the Guharis, in Silki Guharis, that Holsworth has in part published in the Material, and I couldn't find, there are, I think, 12,000 names in 3 pages in what Volkan published. I couldn't find Ahmad Diwana there, but from another source, another article by Zahida I found that Ahmad Diwana is mentioned among the missionaries, Ismaili missionaries into Chitral, and she published even a photo of another ziyarat of Ahmad Diwana in Garam Chishma in Lutko. Okay, so I conclude that the Muslim Principality of Chitral had taken over Upper Bashgal in Ismaili times. Okay, so there are very interesting other details about this, but I have no time, so I can't get into it. I suspect this happened in the days of Shah Babur, who I think was apparently the founder of the so-called Rais dynasty in Chitral, as Wolfgang Holzwert brought to light almost 30 years ago, I think. Okay, I won't get into further details about this, but I will just mention, because we have finished the time, I will just mention the other point. Once the Kati came, the beginning of the Kati presence was a war against a principality. So it was a confrontation between Muslims and Kafirs, and between fraternal model and paternal model. And the fraternal model and the Kafirs won against the Muslim state in Upper Bashgal. I will just say that, to say this for the Iranis here, that perhaps the Bahr al-Asrar that mentions as ruler of Chitral and Bashkar Shah Babur, maybe this Bashkar was not Bashkar, which is Indus Khoistan and Swat Khoistan, but Bashgal. I have inquired linguistically and graphically if this is possible. I found that it is possible. Elina, where is Elina Bashir? I have extended the inquiry, but it is possible. So that would explain what is this mysterious Bashkar in the Bahr al-Asrar. Maybe it was Upper Bashkal. Okay, the second point, once the Kati get in Upper Bashkal, they are bordering on the Chitral Principality very closely, because, well, so they enter in some kind of relation. The typical relation is that if the Kati divide in two factions, and bifactionalism, of course, is frequent in any kind of fraternal model community, if they divide in two factions, well, one of them, usually the weakest, will ally or try to ally with the strong neighbor state, with the matter of Chitral. This has happened and re-happened. I have recorded a most interesting narrative about this event happening in the history of Bragamatal again and again. Particularly, one of these episodes, which was in the mid-1800s, brought about the foundation of Gobor. The foundation of Gobor, have I changed the photo or not? No, it's still the same. Oh, here we are. Okay. Took place maybe around 1850. This is a photo from the Lockhart expedition, who were in Gobor. They entered the Bashkal Valley from Gobor via the Bagush Pass, and at this time Lockhart met Ishtaluk, who was the leader of, I think, the third migration. It was always the loser in the conflict, the one who was not supported by the matter, who would go into exile, which the Chitrali called Garzik. These exiles went to various places. Gobor was one of these places. So this is the origin of Gobor around the mid-20th centuries, and I am 3 minutes late. I am very sorry, so let's leave room for questions if there are any.
Yeah, thank you very much for your most interesting talk. It was so intense. I think it would have been worthwhile to come to Rome just for this talk. Actually, you gave such a wonderful introduction to the concept of Peristan and addressing so many questions which are worth discussing for hours and hours, and we could spend time on that the whole day, but we don't have the time. You said about civilization and non-civilization, closedness, openness, the position of various religions in this area, and so on and so on. Talking about orality and written sources and all. Well, I won't repeat that because you all heard that. So, are there any questions or contributions? And please have a seat if you like. It was so interesting. Nobody. Ha.
Is a bit too much substantialized. Remember Edmund Leach, Political Systems of Highland Burma, describing roughly the area you now call Somia. And he has exactly described how it can be that a certain society switches from one state of political organization, he calls it Gumsao, Acephalus, to a state organization, Gumlao. On the other hand, you have it in the Pathan environment, this Nang and Kalang. Yeah? And it's possible that the same people, the same genetic stock or tribe, yeah, can have difficult types of political organizations. That's what I wanted to add. I think you did the division a bit too strict, too rigid.
Well, very quickly, I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. The story is very complicated. You know, I think the paternal and fraternal are the two extreme poles of a continuum with many the things in between, and they're not stable. This is the history of Peristan, exactly. That there has been this negotiation about political systems in Peristan, and so many different things have happened, just as you say. So I perfectly agree. The only thing I may add is that a bit, you know, like people say also that even male and female are an essentialization, and you have so many things in between. However, there is a curious tendency for phenomena to concentrate at the two ends of the continuum, either male or female. The purer forms at the two ends are more frequent than something in between. Something like that is perhaps true about the continuum between fraternal model and paternal model.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Well, if that is not the case, then it's much...
You spoke about the migration of, I know about the Gabo, but how many families were migrated there during the Islamization phase of Peristan? So how many people migrated to Gabo from Bashgal?
Now, at present, Gabor, well, at present, I was there in 2006, so that's already 15 years ago. It was a small settlement, but not so small, because altogether there were almost 100 families in 4 villages. Now, the first of these villages was Goborbach. Of course, you know, we don't know how many people
Initially came there.
How many people initially came there? They were the first losers in a conflict between the father of Robertson's Kanmara, Kanmara, you know, Kon Maro, actually in Nuristani. So this father, Kon, was one of 4 brothers who were the children of this Shit. This Shit. Shit had been the foster father of Tajamul Shah. Tajamul Shah of Drosh.
Yeah.
Okay. Shit also had his conflicts to become the foremost headman, almost monocratic. His 4 children first started the conflict between Kon and Carlo against Fazil and Bodur. And Fazil and Bodur were the losers in the conflict. And Bodur left Baragamatal but didn't go very far. He went to Apsai. Fazil is the one who went to Gobor and found it. It's not clear whether it was he himself or his lineage, family, his group, because, you know, there is this habit of calling the descendants of one person in the singular with the name of the ancestor. So if people say Choke went, first he came here and then he came there, often they don't mean that Choke personally went there, but his descendants. So this is obscure. I would guess, since he was one of 4 brothers, that they were not so many people, but they brought the language with them. And I find that usually in migrations, when they bring the language along, they must be a certain number, because if they are just one family, as often happens because the family has been involved, for example, in a homicide case, if it's one family, they will take up the language of the locals.
Yes.
In this case, I would guess they might have been a few dozens, because Fazil surely came with his supporters, not only with his family. And the same was true of Ishtaluk, which was maybe 20. Fazil came as a kafir. Ishtaluk went away from Bragamatal as a kafir. He migrated to the Badakhshan. That was probably Minjan or the Koksha Valley somewhere. There he converted after a long time, and after 20 years, Ishtaluk had rebelled against the Metar, because in those stories. Converted, he came to Gobor, and sorry, that picture who is not there is from Ishtaluk's time, probably Ishtaluk's house.
So it was already a converted migration.
They had converted in Badakhshan.
Okay.
So they had run away as
Thank you.
Kafirs, and
Yeah,
then they
yes.
had converted in Badakhshan. Well, that photo you've seen was a Kafir shrine.
Yes.
So this is from the Fazil component. They were Kafirs, and they converted. I may add that at the time, okay, this is a Kafir shrine. You can see a rare photo. This type of shrine requires an analysis also that we can't get into, but sorry, what I was going to say, they were Kafirs anyway when they came.
I think we one more question, please. Yeah. Yeah.
If there is time.
4 minutes.
4 minutes only. Now, the case of the principalities of Hunza and Gilgit is interesting, no? Because you said in the north the state was brought by Islam, but we know that there are these two exceptions. There are cases of some interest, if you want to say something about that.
About the Kafir principalities, yes, of course. This is one of the things that deserve very much attention that has not been given so far. The so-called Kafir principalities, the one in Gilgit, in Sahir al-Bilat, there is this very curious information that the ruler of Gilgit was Kafir and he had all Kafir subjects. We are in 1790. This is one of the sources on which that I use for the maps I published in Fence of Peristan that many of you probably know. Gilgit was Kafir from the Shandur to Bunji apparently, to Sai and Gor more precisely, he says, the Moghul Bek says in Sahir al-Bilak. The story of this principality of Gilgit is of course very obscure. I think it begins from the Shigarnama's time and probably earlier. I have discussed this in Who Invented Democracy, the book that is only in Italian for now. But it is again a story, I think, probably of originally acephalous communities in relation with a state, which in those cases were the principalities of Baltistan, who evolve into a chiefdom form, which is what happens in the end in Bashkal, because by the time of Robertson, the son of Kon Marot had become the monocratic headman by ousting all his opponents, which are mostly his close relatives. I think something of that kind might have happened in Gilgit, but not in Shiraz. And I think the Chokma migration, I now believe, has something to do with the events of the Shigarnama and with the contrast between father model and brother model. In Shiraz, the father model failed. In Gilgit, I suppose it probably succeeded at that time. I suppose it was Kafir originally until the 1700s. Other possible Kafir principalities is the so-called Jahangiri dynasty of Swat, which is a very interesting story that we don't have the time to discuss. And then, of course, we have the so-called Kalasha kings that are a mystery of history also. So this is a subject that deserves a lot of research.
Yeah, more questions will have to be left for the lunch break. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
And Professor Klimburg, could you please come? Because now we are going to after having had a sort of overview, we are going to the very heart of Peristan, heart in the, oops, what are you going to do? Also, hard in the sense that Nuristan was the very last region to adopt Islam, and within Nuristan, Professor Klimburg will also give you some information, some pictures, I'm sure, some wonderful pictures about the heart of Nuristan, and we'll hear that from himself.
Thank you.
That must
But I have
reichen.
to understand first how to use it.
Alberto, can
So
you tell him? I
there's a
don't know.
pointer on it. Yeah. So, next one. And what is the red one? Back? Back, okay. And that's the pointer. Okay. Now let's see. I see the picture here. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. So I have now half an hour, don't I? Yes. Hopefully. So, dear attendant, dear friends, you know my talk is that okay? My talk is my voice suffers from a cold, a severe cold I had recently. My talk is titled Conflict and Coexistence in Peristan, the past tripartite polytheistic cultures in the Hindu Kush, in present Nuristan. Now I have to watch the time. I take off it. If I can do it, no, I can't. Oh, I see, 10 o'clock. That's easy. Yes. Okay, you will come and help me to cut short. Before addressing that topic, I want to state some personal remarks. Those so-called Kafirs, people you know about, were renamed into Nuristanis after their Islamization by military force towards the end of the 19th century. Those Kafirs have become my academic fate, so to speak. They turned out after Karl Jetmer had invited me in 1971, initially funded by the German Research Foundation, to document and analyze the highly developed Kafir cultures and, of course, the cultures of their Islamized successors, the Nuristanis. That turned out to be a huge project which still occupies me. In 1971, very little was known about the Kafirs, the main exception, of course, of Robertson's observations. And, of course, then there are the findings of scholar Skylar Jones and Leonard Edelberg, and the very important collection of Kafir myths recorded by Georg Budrus, published in an opus magnum recently with the help of Almut Degener. Snow had already published short versions of them in his cultural survey in his PhD thesis of 1962. All this was then published in 1975 in Jetmer's desk research study titled Die Religion des Hindukusch, translated, so much outdated, into English in 2018. So I left. I was funded through again and again, and then most of the time I was on my own. But then I took a total of 19 trips into Nuristan in order to do research, to again on the same topics, to control what I have collected, the data I had collected before. In particular, difficult was the situation to find out about the social organization in Weigel. After presenting that short remarks, I will have to continue. I would like to continue. By the way, I had asked to print out. Is there anybody around it? I had asked to print out my talk, and then it was printed out the wrong talk, the wrong version, as I had given it for the printout, and then I didn't control it, and then on that disk, on that what do you call it? On this, were two versions of this, and the last version I was working on it last night, so I cannot use it because it's not printed out. So to cut short, in order to be in time, I would like to draw attention that I had published a large version of my research. It's a so-called opus magnum on the Weigel and Ashkun Kafirs, which appeared in 1999. And afterwards, I could turn my attention towards Parun. I call Parun and not Prasun, because Prasun was introduced by Morgensterne and it was picked up by academia, but I dislike it because it's a wrong name given to the Paruni. Their local name is Wasse. So if Richard Strand would be here, he would of course very much insist on using the word Wasse. But Parun is much better known. And so I talk about the Parun Valley, and the Paruni as a language. When I have to add, when I started my research, it was on the encouragement, on the invitation by Karl Dietmar, who had picked up the urgency of research already expressed by Heine Geldern. Maybe you know the name Heine Geldern, an very important Austrian, historian actually. And Dietmar had been a student of Heine Geldern in Vienna. And when then Dietmar called on me to undertake research in Nuristan, he found in me somehow a student of his when he was still in Vienna before he moved to Germany. So it's this kind of chain is somewhat culpable for having me now talking to you. And my engagement in Nuristan, due to Dietmar's encouragement, has led to an exhaustive documentation of all of Kafiristan, Nuristan, except those living in the northwestern. We are talking about the Kati, the most important group of the Kafirs and the Nuristanis are the Kati, and they are split into two groups, one in the east, the Bashkal Valley, already mentioned several times, and in the northwest, which is very close to the Panjshir Valley, on the other side of the mountain. So the question is, there's a split between east and west, and there's quite a difference in their cultures, in their conceptions of themselves. Servus, servus. Servus, grüße dich. So I took all these things. I had been encouraged to deal, first of all, with the physical situation, with objects, with artifacts. That was Dietmar's idea. But then I broadened my research. I overextended it in many ways, and which took hell of a time, into all aspects of our culture. And finding out all those differences between those areas I was dealing with, it took much time to do the research. And all this was done in the brink of time, because the situation now has changed dramatically. Nuristan has been very much now influenced by modern times, by getting access to electricity and TV, and I have looked at TV presentations made by Afghans traveling in Nuristan, and they convey a dramatic different picture of Nuristan nowadays. My last time I was there, it was my 19th trip, was in 2002. So if I get back into it, maybe next year, I will be confronted with all those new changes. Now I have to deal with, turn my attention to the topic which was announced, and there's I can see it here. Just to give you an idea of the location of Nuristan and former Kafiristan, if I point this here, yeah, I see that. But that's not a good position to deal with. But anyhow, yeah, no, I have to go. That's not too good, because one really has no way of you get me this one in addition, yeah. No, that's back. This. The location is, of course, quite well known, as that to push this on that point. You have to push for the pointer. Yeah. You know Kabul is here, and Jalalabad. This is Peshawar. This is the border to Pakistan, and here is Nuristan, a large area, of course. Very difficult to cope with as a single person. I wasn't supported by anybody in the fields, and so my concerns are the Weigel and Ashkun culture, which is here in the Page Valley, and the Upper Alingar. Warmer will be mentioned shortly, belongs to the Ashkun culture, and the other important culture is that of Parun. Back. That of Parun, which is in this very short valley. Incredibly important culture, Parun. And of course, the main culture of Nuristan, of Kafiristan, was that of the Kati living in the living in the Bashkal Valley, with Kamdesh as the main village known, where Robertson had stayed for 13 months, by the way, in 1891, about 1891, and the, what is it here? And then, of course, the western Kati living up to here, the upper part of the Ramgul Valley, and including Kantivo. So this area is inhabited by the western Kati. So you have two groups of Kati with the Paruni living here, squeezed in between, really squeezed in between. So I have now a choice between this one and that one. Okay. The fact of different cultures existing side by side was still little known and brought to mind to academia when I started my field research, and so on and so on and so on. The cultural diversity which once existed between those people, and they still exist in many ways, led me to propose in 2004, in an article published in London, to speak of a triad of Kafir cultures. Now, these, as I already mentioned, this triad is consisting of the culture of the Kati. The language of the Kati is the most prominent one in Nuristan, Kafiristan, Nuristan, the culture of the language of Waigali and the Ashkun Kafirs living to the south of Nuristan, Kafiristan, and of course the language, the very strange, very different language of the Paroni, named Prasun by Morgenstierne, and due to that also by Boutros. I prefer to speak of Parun and Paroni language. Now I'm starting with you see the language situation with the West Kati and the Ost Kati and the Waigali and the Ashkun shown in this map. And of course, a short look at the publication by George Scott Robertson, which is of course in many ways the Bible of anybody wanting to deal with the Kafirs. Published in this case, it's a second edition in 1910, whatever is written on it. It was published in 1895 or 96, and I have that book I have with me, and it's falling apart. Used too much. Until, of course, I got hold of reprints. Now, to start, now I have to find out. The Kati in the east, shown here, look at the village of Kandish, are remarkably different in the way they had built up their society of, I'm speaking now freely because I can't find find it in the manuscript, because that manuscript I had wanted to look at, and it is not printed out. Yeah, to cut it short in order time, they have been very much into building up an elitist status with a history of their families, and therefore the ancestor cult has become so important. And let's talk first. Yeah, and elitist also in the way they had their houses built and decorated, like that one you see here in Upper Bashkal Valley, and featuring also a closed veranda, which is very unique to that area. You hardly find it anywhere else. As I had seen here, all those houses with closed verandas. And the ancestor, of course, and the presentation of sitting on chairs of that kind to the left, throne-like chairs, and one sitting on it, and the ancestor cult as known from the collection brought to Kabul by the Afghan army when it had invaded Kafiristan, or other samples of the ancestor cult figures. And then, because we are that, and so this kind of having a high urgency of keeping of reaching a high reputation family-wise, and supporting it by giving huge feasts to keep off other people wanting to get up and rise in the society, which are the Dul, the famous Dul, the famous Mu feasts, and the man who had given several of those Mu had become a particular well-known man, was a Mu Moch. Dul, the name I used just before, was a name given to feasts in the Weigel language. So heroic deeds, highly praised in most other parts of Peristan, played a comparatively minor role, at least among the Eastern Khati, while the little studied Western Khati appear to have been more martial-minded. And as I could point out in this case, the showing of the phallus played a great role in the ancestor figures of the Western Khati, of course chopped off by Muslims. But this kind of phallus representation, you can call it a phallus culture, has become then much more prominent in the other culture, which I would separate very much from those of the Khati, namely those of the Weigel and Ashkun people. Their culture was truly a militant one, based on egalitarian attitudes and strong achievement orientations to become a big man. Also by giving generous feasts and, of course, by homicidal success. So if they had achieved a number of some 7 kills, then they could be honored by the honorary title Batu. That was, of course, typical of the Weigel and the Ashkun. So I had more. Yeah, that picture, of course, is from the Khati had been migrated to Chitral, and they left behind this marvelous collection of ancestor figures in Chitral, photographed by Morgenstern. So I'll show you, this is my area of the other culture. This is Warma, the incredibly located village of Warma, which you can see. Can I do it here as well? Yeah, I can do it. You see it as well if I do it? No, you don't see it now. Okay, to the left you see a green patch, which is the Indra Kuhn garden, already famous since long for its production of wine. Okay, yeah. I cannot turn back. That's a bad thing here in this kind of thing. So then the discovery in all this, the discovery of this is the fantastic location of Warma, which must have changed dramatically. They have moved down to the village, to the river of Pitch, in order because that life is very difficult there. But there are so many things which make life difficult for the Weigeli and the Ashkun because of the narrowness of the valleys, and there are no proper areas to produce agriculture to use for agricultural purposes, to cultivate. It's very different in Parun, which you will see. Now, if you stay in Warma, you can have a fantastic look down on the Page River, looking south. And that's my favorite village in Weigel. That is Dishegram. Another picture. And then you see the difference in the house building between the Weigeli, Ashkun, and the Khati, because they are really small houses and very open to the outside. Not okay. I continue. And this is, of course, the famous wine culture shown in particular by the silver cups or silver goblets, which were discovered in the 1950s by Leonard Edelberg. In the existence of such cups in Weigel, of course, they're large ones, like this. And of course, then the issue of the decoration of the entrances to the houses. See, you see all those to the left. They are very indication, maybe done after Islamization, of having been successful in homicidal aspects. And to the right, this excessive use of horns in their symbolism. And the inside of those houses of the Weigel, in this case Weigel, are incredibly rich in decoration, because these people wanted, of course, to show off in all kinds, also in their decoration of the inside. Look at that. Look, this unbelievable rich material culture of the Weigerli. And this is our two houses in Weigel village. No, left is Nischegran, by the way. Left. This is a famous building in Nischegran. And that, see that one. How much they went in order to beautify and make known their high status to everybody entering those houses. And that is a collection of a dealer who really harvested the posts and pillars from the Weigel for being sold with much profit. And then the very specific ways of chairs of honor for the well-established ones in Weigel. And I have to, of course, point exactly in particular on that chair, which was discovered by Morgenstierne in Kegel, southern part of Weigel. Which you can see here is, of course, an unbelievable image of a couple copulating with a huge phallus connecting them. And see that, which is a topic which is not easily understood, but this is, of course, all the same theme of copulating couples shown. This object was not found in situ, was offered for sale in Kabul, and it's very clearly marked by showing the male and the female of the two. So there's no question what is meant by that presentation, which could mean, of course, the energies of the two sexes, which found out and which brought about this kind of high-level status of the man who is honored in this. What it is for, I can discuss afterwards. And then I, at the last part of that one. So how many minutes are left? None. So one. So can I get another 5 minutes?
Yes.
Yes. This is a house which was destroyed. I discovered it when it was in that state, and a pillar, a post in it, I found out is highly exceptional. Look at that. You see here also represented on that post a copulating couple. And you can see even very clearly, I found out about the phallus in addition. So it was an exciting discovery, because even on pillars you could find that topic represented. And that pillar, that post, I wanted, of course, to save for academia, and I had it then sewn into two pieces, because I couldn't have the whole piece transported. And the exciting upper one was then brought to Peshawar and then brought to Munich, and where it was donated by me to the museum there, to the ethnographic museum. And those incredible concerns of showing off their success in killing brought about the existence of dal, of pillars, showing that way their pillars crowned by figures of themselves. So not ancestor figures, but warrior figures. You see it to the left, one of them, and the pillar had nothing to do with that dal presented to the right. And the dal was provided before, when it was made, dal, also the post, pillar was provided with those holes. For each homicide, then a peg was put in to show off. Thus, a pillar, a phallus was put in, a sign of a phallus. And two pictures of, and this is again the same one. That's a figure I discovered very much early in my research in the southern Weigel, and it's absolutely the top of a dal. And again, you see the concentration on phallus. Again, to the left, it's a piece in the museum, probably from Ashcombe Valley, which had a huge phallus, and the huge scrotum is still there. And then offered for sale in Kabul, that figure to the right, again with a phallus, and so on and so on, which doesn't exactly that kind of hole you saw before on that pillar standing somewhere in the neighborhood of the village to be as a marking as a field. Now, having all said, very quickly into this very peaceful and beautiful valley of Parun, and that beautiful culture, it's essentially a much nicer culture, of course, because this is a very religious culture of the Parun. They had been very much into building up their valley as a sacred one, as a pure one. And that reputation had of course, some impacts for saving, of keeping away invaders and robbers from the outside. Now, the valley bottom is a wide one, and you can imagine how easy it is for them to cultivate and to have a good harvest available. Another picture. This is the picture on Pashki in the early times of a year, also in spring. And then that's Pashki again. And that is my very, very important village of Deva, because there I discovered, this is Ishtabi, with still a tower of defense standing. It has been torn down in the meantime. And the pictures of the deities which were then taken, found by the Afghan army and brought as trophies to Kabul. And they are now in the Kabul Museum, still having survived the Taliban. And this was my discovery, which is by far the most important I ever did in my life, the discovery of the Amul, enticed by seeing that pillar standing in the open in Deva. That made me, of course, look around and ask whether this and that. And I discovered Amul. These are clan temples, so used for worshipping clan deities. For each of the clan had such a Amul. And in 8 of them, in the 2 villages of Deva and Prunz, I discovered as 8 of those Amul still with their original deity figures carved into the posts. So I won't get into it, what they represent. That, for instance, represents the main deity of Parun, known as Mara, sitting on a horseback with a whip in his hand. And quickly I show you into this incredible field of Amul, and a large figure of Givish, of that war deity Givish, in one of them, with these huge, huge heads.
Well, I'm very sorry, but I'm in this awkward position to having to stop people from talking and showing us their treasures. Thank you very much. I'm really very, very sorry that I have to stop you. I was privileged to have been able to see some of your pictures in when was it, April? And to anybody who does not know it, I can assure you he has innumerable, wonderful, incredible pictures, and we would all be very happy to be able to see more, but we have other people who want to talk, and I think we may have some questions, not only on this contribution, but maybe also on Zoom for the last speaker and also for this one, and I'm not able to see that from here, but maybe you can take care of that, yeah.
I can answer Fakhruddin's question later. If nobody has questions for Max, maybe he wants to finish.
He can have another 5 minutes.
You have 4 minutes.
Okay.
Or do you prefer questions?
Please
up
look
to you.
if there is a... Here's Professor Zoller wants to say something.
If you allow me... Because there are only some pictures I would like to show you. Very few pictures, the last ones. If you put me back to where I had stopped.
And what about the Zoom? Is there any question there? Can you just have a look, please?
Now, if you look at that picture here, I have made, of course, a photo album. It's a large one, where I combine all the pictures, important pictures of certain Amul. So this is one of the pages, or the 2 pages, showing one of the Amul in Deva. And another one of those documentations, photographic documentation. I mean, I have to, of course, to remark that I'm very much on the lookout of somebody who will take care of all my data and my pictures after my death. That this has not been decided yet. It's still all with me. I have no idea where all this will end up.
We don't know. Professor Zoller wanted to say something.
Yeah. Yes, I have a question or a comment on one of the very last remarks by you. I found it very interesting when you mentioned that God Mara is carrying a whip, because this is quite unknown from Hinduism as much as I know. However, I know of this motive that deities are wearing whips. This is quite common in Western, I think in Greek and Roman religion, but from Hinduism there are very few traces. One which I know is the Bhil people in Maharashtra. They have an oral Mahabharata, and I'm working on Mahabharata traditions, and there is a story about Draupadi, the wife of the Pandavas, and Vasuki Naga, the king of the underworld, and he seduces Draupadi, and he comes on a horse, and he's wearing and swinging a whip.
Not bad.
So
that must be impressive picture. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, I just would like to finish my talk quickly. Though you have seen those. Yeah, and the last picture you see here is exactly, that is my last picture, by the way.
Okay, thank you.
But I like to point out, this picture shows you an Amul which had been, so to speak, Islamized, with all the ancestry, with all the deity figures torn out. So all the pillars there and all the decoration is Islamic, and of course staying away from all human figures, which is a clear cut. But showing, of course, what is so important: horns. The horn motif, that way or that way, intercrossed, is the major symbol in all of Peristan, and has remained in Nuristan as well. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
So our next talk will take us from Kalashim, that's the Vaigal Valley, to Kalasha culture in Pakistan. Would you please come forward, Tajran Sab? We have need this. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please take your seats? Nee, was ist das? Das ist a Muharram oder what? Yeah. Well, that's over. It's,
Ja, was ist? Jetzt geht's? Super.
Okay, also because we're short, not only short in time, we're late already. That's why I can just say that our next speaker, as you all know from your programs, is the very famous Karl Wood, and he will tell us something about, well, I also don't have to explain, because you all have the programs, I hope, about, we're going back to Gandhara. Gandhara, we have heard about Buddhism before. Gandhara is a very big name in Buddhism, and of course the Pasha culture. So please,
Okay,
Professor Wood.
dear visitors of this Hindu Cultural Conference. My name is Karl Wood, and I first came to this Peristan area in 1973, together with the two brothers Kakopardo. And then we participated in Chomos. You in Urgmu, and I in Mumuret. And next year I came back. That was 1974. And after participating in Chomos again, I went to Afghanistan, and just a fortnight after I had participated Chamos, I went to the Pashtun people in Afghanistan, because they are very close culturally to the Kalasha people or to the Nuristani people. And these Pashtun people, they have an area which is quite similar in size than Nuristan.
No, much smaller.
Even more.
No.
Not? So, but they are estimated, when at my time, when I was there first in Dar es Nur, some 100,000, and now they are estimated for 200,000 or 300,000. But anyway, I went to Dar es Nur, and it was suddenly coming out of the Kalasha culture to the Pashtun culture. That was the adventure. And new mysterious name came up there. For example, the name Pashtun, nobody was knowing there, because it is a pure linguistic name, and from a linguistic survey of the famous linguist Georg Morgenstern. But when I came to Dar es Nur, they said there were two rival groups there, called Safi and Tajik. And that was very strange, because it's Tajik is a name for non-Pashtun, Persian-speaking people in Afghanistan. And the Safi, they are the hereditary foes of the Pashtun people. So it was very strange for me. Then the riddle was solved. That was January. They had only three, and Max Klimburg told me to go there even. Yes, that was just the situation. But I was ready, because after Chamos, I was keen to see the Pashtun people, but I was very tired. After Chamos, you're very exhausted also. But thanks God, I went to Dar es Nur. And thanks God that I looked for this Safi and Tajik, Tajik people, because it turned out, and then I wrote an article about the architecture of Dar es Nur in Afghanistan journal. That was 1977, and I'm very glad that I have discovered 3 words in Dar es Nur. First word is Shinganek, second word is Sial, and third word is let's do okay. Shinganek is the point, because it turned out. Well, no, when 1976 I went to the Pashtun, and then I did not visit only Dar es Nur, but many other villages there. And when I came to Lahman, to the valley of Nur Lam, and I was a guest in such a house of a so-called Safi people. Yes? Of Malik Suleiman was the name. And then we talked this and that, and at one moment I heard something like Shagane, and that is you must be very quickly. And then it was sounding like me like Shing. And Shing is a very famous word in Kafir culture. Then I asked this man, my Gushingwala housemate, so a so-called Safi, so you people, you have horns? Yes, we have horns, he answered me. And so it turned out that the name Shinganek. And it is proof that I'm in this article about the architecture of the Dar es Nur. It's first time written down the name Shinganek for the so-called Safi people. And then I have a written version of my lecture, so I can be short speech now. I am not a trained ethnologist at all. I have studied architecture. So and it's also not so bad if you are coming to fully unprepared to a culture, to deal first with the material culture, because it's clear to do that. So I made this article in the Afghanistan journal, but I want to say that the main authority concerning Bashai culture is of the Danish social anthropologist Jan Ovesen. Jan Ovesen, and then all the time we had a contact. I had written contact. I never had seen him, but when he wrote an article, sent it me, and vice versa, and so. And about concerning Shinganek, he has written. I has been there among the Bashai people in 1976, and Ovesen started made his field research 78. It's just 2 years later, and then he wrote so many articles, inspiring articles about the Bashai culture, and one which I liked most is called "The Position of Goats in Bashai Society." The position of goats in Bashai society. And there he writes, explains one more, this, because I know these Shinganek names and so on, because if I have told you that the Safis are Shinganek, which means little horns, then the Sum, the so-called Tajik, calling themselves, the Tajik call themselves Sum, and Sum means hoof of a goat. And that's the point of the story. And now I just quote for 1 or 2 minutes Jan Ovesen's story. The Eastern Bashai are divided into 2 tribes. The names of these 2 tribes are Sum and Shinganek, and their myth of origin goes like this. An unmarried woman had become pregnant, and in order to hide her shame, she went into the mountains, where she gave birth to a boy. She hid the infant and under some leaves and left him. A goat in search of food scraped away the leaves with its hooves, and thereby discovered the boy. It nursed him and took care of him. He got the name Sum, which means hoof, grew up and became the ancestor of the Sum Bashai. The story is repeated, but this time a goat discovered a boy when scraping away the leaves with its horns. And the second boy got the name Shinganek. From Sheng is horn, and became the ancestor of the Shinganek Bashai. The suffix X is a diminutive, and it reflects the inferior social position of the Shinganek in relation to the Sum. So far the words of Jan Ovesen. And the focus of my lecture here is about a certain type of house I discovered in the Bashai area. It is called Loara, and it is full of splendid carvings. These Loara houses are looking like, in German language we would say Bilderbuch. one plate, and the flanks are in Pashay language are called chetravopitek. That means chet, like jot in Kalasha language, means ornament. Chet as ornamented leaves. And so I just want to show you maybe some pictures and so on. This is here the landscape of the Eastern Pashay area, and what I also want to say, according to these carving motifs of the Pashay, they are very similar to the carvings of the Ashkun and Vama area in Nuristan, and even a neighbor village of Darenu, a very small neighbor valley is even called Vamagal, and the main village I have visited it, and the name village there is called Vamalut, and the other one Shulut. And so you see that also by language there's a connection to Vama. And sometimes they are even talked about Vamastan when they are talking about Nuristan and so on. And what I want to show you now concerning the carvings, the wood carvings of the Pashay people, is that I found there are three main motifs. Motive number one is their love for animal heads, like horse heads, especially horse heads and ram heads, but not goat heads so much, for three-dimensional. And it is like, and in that, I think so they are more connected even to the Kalasha, because the Kalasha are also loving animal heads. And Kalasha have one word for animal head at holy places, which is called chikrok. Yes, is that right? Yes, and chikrok, like carvings I found also, I was very amazed among these Pashay people. But they call it plechek. And this plechek, they have ram's heads. And they have ram's heads, and it's very funny. Ram's head, and as if you are boring, these ram heads putting at their mouth very tiny human heads. It is so. So, and now let's start maybe for the first picture. No. The second main motif of these wood carvings of the Pashay is a female motif. The female motif of highly abstraction, but and they call it trick, similar to Istreja and it's female, and but mostly it is so it's so much disguised behind ornaments that you don't really see it at the first glance that it's a female form. But then I discovered in the faraway village of Aret one of these wood carvings, which was very much, as I told it, yes, here. Highly stylized, that I told you, as well as hidden by ornamentation. That's the right word. These female forms were hidden by ornamentations, and now as I am citing my own article, which you can get at the secretary, but in a few cases, the female features put up their clothes. and in Aret, I saw in Aret or Oiret, I saw such one having its own way. One might believe that carving to be very old, in an originated in a godlike prehistory, but not at all. Its creator, named Jan Mahmat, had only recently died when I asked about him. That means another interesting feature in Pashai culture, they were not traumatic. They had not the trauma of 1896. So one got the impression that they were compared to the Nuristanis unconverted, because they were not. So I shall show you now this female figure, if you like. Yes, yes. So I have 10 minutes, so I just make a slideshow now. Okay. This female carvings, yes? And then Feldmet with a, you read in my article, okay? And you see this of Jan Mahmat's female figure, right side or left side, as you like. Then here again, Jan Mahmat's right side and abstract left side. Village Aret, or Oiret as this. There you see how these loras are looking like. And now you see the wood carving in the detail of these loras. And that is left photo I made in 1976, and it shows a boy with a net called kaimi, used to collect fallen autumn leaves for the goats. And it's of natural material. And right side, the very same place, the very same village, the very same kaimi net, but 2004, after 9/11. Same smile, same style of smile, same body language, and after some 20 years, 25 years. Caps, they have an universal from caps. The man, the Pasha man, they made their caps by crocheting caps. If you have to ask for a cap, you have to go to a man, needlework, to make needlework. This is turbanized people. They're one of the oldest loras I've seen in Waigal. And you see here a kafir horned face of one of these old. And that was the last Luara I discovered in Machgandul, close to the Jalalabad plain. So that I think former Peristan reached quite well to the plains. This village is Starinur, Utran village. Left side, Roman castle-like village of Servat, where I have taken this photo of the Kaiminet boys. Waigal, mother and daughter smoking water pipe. Water pipe is called chelimi. Fireplace is made by women, because much work is worked by women. And now let's see some loras, because I have only 2 minutes.
No, I bet you have.
Oh, no, that is horn chai. Horn chai is called in like shing, chair. Oson means chair, and it's sik oson. And this is sik oson, maybe from Aret, before 9/11 or so, and that is after 9/11, modernized horn chair of Aret, with horns, with heads, animals' heads. 2004, photographed in the same village of Valley of Dar-e Mazar. modernized horn chair. Then here we have Utalpil. This is the tripod table, Nuristani type. They had the same. They had, so you see till in the in many details, they have the same culture like the Wama or Ashkun people or even Waigali people. Inside the Luara is looking like that. That's after 9/11, satellite telephone boy in Waigal village, and lower down, small Luara made for a radio. There you see, I have not to tell you anything about this boy with goat hairs. It's the same with the Kalasha, it's the same with the Nuristani, it's the same with the Indus Kohistani, and it's the same in the valley of Gore or Dangir. Same, that is now just a few words about the language of the carvings. I tried to make an alphabet of the carvings. For example, the lower down is called Kera, shield, warrior shield. And here you see a beehive in the shape of a ram. And here you see such this horse hand, tiny human hands, check-like. Here also. And then this meat hook I brought from Kabul to Vienna is en miniature, such a capital of a column. The Pashay have the same, but they call it Dadesh. Dadesh. Dadesh, Kalasha, Plechek, Shinganek. Flying birds up the sky from a Loara. Very beautiful wood carving. The village of Shemul, right side before the war in Afghanistan, and left side after the war, after 9/11, nearly from the same point of view, or Devagal Lam also called. You see even single trees you can see which having survived the war. That was the guest house of Haji Kaka in Uttran, where I have been 25 years before, I guess, and then again. And there was, it's mentioned to, if you look at the wall, you see there are many photographs. And the photographs for the Pashay people are a mean of death culture for the martyrs. And before, in 1976, they did not have any photographs there, like the Kalasha also. They didn't want have it to honor their houses with photographs. Vastal, that means the meeting places. This is down is one noch 5 Minuten, noch immerhin. This is a meeting place with a so-called gate of memory, memorial gate, like in Nuristan. The only one which I saw, which a wooden carved memorial gate, freestanding memorial gate for Badur, man killer or warrior. And here another vastal with a throne of honor in stone. And here all the name of these man killers are they are not forgotten at all. They all are in the people's mind, even in their Muslim mind. That doesn't matter, because today even they admire these man killers and warriors. And here you see a stone throwing game in such a vastal with very strict rules. And left side, the men looking there, they are making their cauteries for their holotas. Chinaquar, that is a stylized head of a munal pheasant, symbol of killing and of blood offering and so. And here, that is a here you see left side a Chinaquar with in Gandharan style, and even all in detail Greek style, rosette and acroteria, and the left side in native style. But the main point is that the main motive is Shara, Shing, and Bira. Tu Gumbe, Shara, Shing, and Bira, also in Kalasha language, you know? And here you see the alphabet. I tried and what I wanted to tell you is that all these motifs are of local origin, how abstract they are or not. Even left side, the so-called style of Sotan is looking very Kashmir-like, so, but it's too difficult to say in this, explain this in a short time. So, and here again, you see left side, Jan Mahmad's carving of a woman, right, and also right side. Both these women trick. Here, just to show you some of the Chetaropitek bust. This is Plechek, small hands, animal head. And they, sometimes these Plechek, they are looking like carved carpets. This Sassanidian look, the right side, like pearl medallion or so. So, finito, perdito.
Thank you so much for this interesting contribution. Listening to you, I thought the next Nuristan conference has to be not in 10 years, as you suggested, but in two years, and it has to be in Vienna. I'm sure we'll have comments.
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Yeah, please. You are the first.
We'll try hard.
Yeah, who wants to say something to please?
I think the Bashai material is extremely interesting and extremely important also about the history. And I would have too many questions to ask Carl. Unfortunately, we are I'm behind time.
Yes, well, it's very strange situation. I don't like this sitting here like a priest and all these sheep in front of
But
me.
you are a priest, you see, in this position you are. If you like it or don't. Yeah.
No. I'm not a priest. No, don't
Anyway.
call me a priest. Really.
Maybe we will find a time in one of the next sessions to put together all the missing questions.
But the article is in the secretary. You can look
And we can also ask them informally to
Yeah.
Carl, who will be very
and
happy
the books,
to
some books are
answer.
they're outside.
Exactly, yeah.
But
I mean,
I'm afraid we have to press ahead.
yeah, that's a good idea. What about Zoom? Any thing? No. Okay, so then this is perfect. Actually, let me thank you again for this contribution.
Yes.
And any questions are postponed for lunch?
Yes, and informal. No, I don't
Informal.
like this.
Yeah.
No,
For
never.
Informal meetings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gott im Himmel.
Das war toll. Ja, blöd ist im Format. Ja, jetzt sind Sie fertig. Vielen, vielen Dank. Well, yes, so this is very quick. Would you please give your seat to the next
Yes, I wanted to
speaker?
go.
I'm sorry, I'm blocking your path. So this can be helped. Yeah. So our next speaker, we have so many contributions here about, I mean, we'll have linguistics and stuff. It's going to be boring tomorrow. But today we have so many things about, for some of us, today we have so many wonderful contributions about art and architecture and culture, generally speaking. And now I think, well, I'm very curious to listen to you now. So,
Okay.
up to you. I won't say anything more.
So is this how you, there we go. These pictures have nothing to do with my talk. Hadda. I usually include these as a reminder of how much of our cultural heritage has been destroyed.
This is not your talk.
Yes, it is.
Can you?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Now
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
yes.
Sorry, I had some additional. So today's discussion is about Hunza, which is a little bit further away from Chitral, but there are some cultural similarities. And reading over the literature, 19th and early 20th century travelers describe particular kind of practitioners called bitan. And since then, others have also pointed out similarities between the bitan and the dihar and comparable practitioners. Just looking through just a random sampling of recent works, these practitioners are being lumped together in the category of shaman. And that, I think, is problematic. So generic similarities are often lumped together with otherwise distinct practitioners under the label of shaman. And I'll get to this later in the presentation. So this is not to say that everyone agrees. For example, Professor Augusto Capardo, whose work I knew before I met him, has noted that the Kalasha Dihar, who have been labeled as shaman by some, do not comply with some of the best known definitions of shamanism. So the shamanistic frame, I will argue, diverts scholarly attention away from potentially fruitful and comparative analysis of these ethnographic and historical materials as representing something distinct as an indigenous or oracular tradition centered in the Hindu Kush and the Karakoram Mountains. So the Bitans of Hunza are, the example I'm going to talk about, are these specialists who act as prognosticators and healers. And the resemblances between these and some of the practitioners in Gilgit and Chitral suggest that probably there's some major or very fundamental similarities between these groups. So moving forward, so here you see the map of Hunza marked there in the green and the surrounding regions. So what is interesting is that the magical religious practitioners known as Bitan have characteristics that are unique from some of the greater South and Central Asian traditions. Now, given that this talk is not very long, I've sort of want to upload some of the references. So if you have detailed questions, these are some of the works that you could perhaps refer to rather than keeping everybody from lunch and asking them after this presentation. So most of the ideas I'm presenting here come from these works, and also from an article which talks about differentiating practitioners that are sometimes incorrectly labeled because certain labels have become fashionable. So let's talk about the Bitan of Hunza in a little bit more detail. And again, I'm just streamlining this. Their performances are highly detailed and nuanced. But just to give you a general impression of what the Bitan do. So the Bitan deal with supernatural beings called Pari, hence Peristan. And the Pari are believed to inhabit the snowy peaks high above the villages. So the Bitan and the Pari relationship has an interesting and very complex ecological dimension, but that's really outside of the scope of today's presentation, but I've given you a reference if that is of interest. So the Bitan's relationship with the Pari enables him to interact with the supernatural world in a certain way and deal with various types of beings that are known to be malicious and harmful. So the predisposition to becoming a Bitan runs in certain families. Often the first indication is if a person sees a Pari or some animal or butterfly or bird that they interpret as being a Pari. Could I have a sip of water, please? Okay, sorry. Okay, so the predisposition is that the neophyte sees or encounters a supernatural being. But this is very much unlike the sort of extensive, prolonged, terrifying psychological crises that practitioners known as shaman undergo. So their performance is interesting and has very unique characteristics. Music is essential, as it is for many of practitioners that are of this category. So it's essential and is provided by a caste-like group known as the Bariko. And the musical instruments include 2 sets of drums and reed instrument. So this too, part of Bitan's repertoire is distinct from shamanism because for shamans, playing the drum themselves and driving themselves into a supernatural state is the diagnostic feature. So the performances of the Bitan are always done in public. Often in the past it was sponsored by the Mir of Hunza or the Tums of Hunza. Thank you. And in the past, the Mirs of Hunza also provided a sacrificial animal, a goat. Now this pattern of an oracular practitioner subsidized by political authority is closer to an oracle than it is to a shaman. So when the performance begins, here are some distinctions as well. So the shaman has an elaborate ritual regalia, headdress, weapons, beads, bells, and plays the drum. The Bitan's only ritual paraphernalia is a robe. So to begin the ceremony, they use juniper leaves. These are collected from high above the valley where they think that the sacred land of the Pari are. Once the juniper is collected, they're sprinkled over some coals on a tin plate and placed in front of the musicians. And again, this too is a major difference between the Bitan and the shaman because shamans control their own entrance into altered states. So the smoke is inhaled and the attendants hold the Bitan down until enough of this smoke has been gone into his lungs, and then the performance begins. But note that shamans use hallucinogens. Sometimes they inhale it, sometimes they ingest it, but juniper is not a hallucinogenic plant. I tried it several times and nothing. So at this stage then, the musicians begin to play and the Bitan's dance appears. And this photograph you can see him gesturing towards the sky where the spirits are. Now, some of these sources that I've looked at, some recent publications, talk about how the Bitan's dance is sort of similar to the shaman's spirit journey through a multi-tiered cosmos. That's not the case. And also, this is not spirit possession, because in the case of the Bitan, spirits come, but they enter into the musical instruments. And rather than in shamanism, the spirits come into the body of the shaman themselves. So as the dance goes on, the Bitan's performance gets more dramatic. And again, this is has no resemblance to the shamanic soul journey. So the Bitan listen to the instruments because that's where the supernatural beings are. So as the dance intensifies, the Bitan, they claim they see these supernatural beings, as well as harmful supernatural entities known as Dengalatas on foot, and sometimes they may be menacing members of the audience. So when the Bitan goes near a group of spectators, they sometimes are afraid that he might tell them something. So at this point, two attendants slaughter the goat, out of view of anybody, but the Bitan seems to know and goes into the place where the goat's head has been severed. And then, this is sort of an interesting attribute, the Bitan drinks the blood or licks the blood off of the severed goat's head. And after this and more dancing, tosses the bloody head aside and begins to, again, rush towards the musician. Here he is tossing it aside, and then goes back dancing, or is now supposedly entranced, and then relays and makes predictions as he receives them through the musical instruments. And as the preceding climaxes, the Bitan collapses. So in both of these images, the man has kind of been exhausted, and then he's carried off, and his attendants try to revive him by pouring water on his face. Now in the past, the Bitans had a closer relationship with the tombs of Hunza, and they sponsored them. And this pattern is not found among shamans I've already mentioned. In turn, the Bitan would sanctify the activities of the rulers of Hunza. And during agricultural feasts or times of crisis, the rulers of Hunza would ask their Bitan to perform. So while the Bitan validated the policies of the rulers, the Bitan themselves were dependent on the ruler's signature of authenticity before they could practice. So there are some superficial resemblances between Bitan and shaman, but my argument here will be that those are misleading. Bitan never play drums on themselves. They have people playing the drum for them. They don't have elaborate therapeutic rituals. Shamans have these exhaustive rituals geared to particular types of ailments that they're trying to clear. There are no public healing ceremonies common to shamanism, although this is an area that perhaps needs further research. How do they heal? Their healing rituals are not, or the Bitan are not very clear. The Bitan, again, are not spirit-possessed. Shamans tend to be. Bitan like the death, rebirth, initiation role that the shamans have. And the Bitan lack numerous memorized texts that shamans have. Although this too is an area of research, perhaps working more closely with such practitioners, we could learn more about what it is that they're reciting. Often they recite it in another language rather than their own. Are they getting to texts from the supernatural world, or are they teachers like the shamans have individuals that train them? The Bitan does not project his soul into the supernatural realm, but the shamans do. And again, I've mentioned this, Bitan's ritual paraphernalia is fairly simple. They use juniper leaves and goat's blood. This is not very common among shamans. And then validation by state officials is also not a feature of shamanism, but it is of oracle performers who are known as oracles. So Iliad's model is really problematic, and it has pretty much guided research, at least in my field in anthropology, for decades. And the model is problematic because it conflates or mixes up several distinct things. Number one, you're taking an ethnographic complex in Siberia and Central Asia and North America, and these are merged together and then applied elsewhere. The second one is that he talked about an archaic technique of ecstasy, which has morphed into a Paleolithic religion for which there is no evidence as well, although this image frequently props up in books that extol the wisdom of shamanism for the New Agers. And lastly, similarities that are based not on any cultural connections, but due to the fact that the human central nervous system has common functional characteristics during an altered state of consciousness. These are all conflated in Iliadi's model. And then if you look at a map of shamanism, so all the areas that are shaded in gray or dark gray are places where shamans exist, supposedly. But if you look at each region, those practitioners labeled shaman do entirely different things. So the shamans in Amazonia have nothing in common with what they did in Siberia. Yet, because of this overgeneralization, everybody becomes labeled as a shaman. But for Eliade, it was a spirit's journey that was important, and he thought spirit possession was a later corruption of the complex. Although another anthropologist, Lewis, says that spirit possession is the most important. But in either case, these two characteristics don't fit the Bitan of Hunza. So because of this, there's a lot of confusion and disagreement in the literature on shamanism. For example, Ronald Hutton, who's a British historian, talks about this disagreement as follows. He says that scholars cannot agree on the nature of the phenomena. The elucidation of what shamanism is or is not falls into the domain of the expert, but the experts often disagree. Thus, entire continents may appear and be deleted from the ledger of admissible data. Others approach it in terms of maybe both of these are okay. Let's lump people who get possessed plus those who go on soul journeys as shamans. And third is this altered state of consciousness perspective, which extricates traditions from their ethnographic context and discuss them more in a psychological phenomenon. So by accepting this perspective, you really can lump everything. The Dihar, the Bitan, presently clairvoyance in the West, psychokinetics, spirit channel or psychic sturgeons, they'd all be known as shamanism. So I'm going to finish this presentation by highlighting some of the generic similarities and the ones that are not so. I talked about the Bitan's regalia. It's not similar to the shamans. The drum is the shaman's main vehicle, not so for the Bitan. The Bitan does use smoke, but it's not hallucinogen. This picture on the right side is of a Bitan inhaling the juniper brush, but the shaman on the other side is a shaman in Nepal, and he's smoking or inhaling hashish to get into an altered state. And Bitan have helpers, and in the past, rulers of Hunza officiated their performances. And I saw some, to give you an example of what an oracle is, here is the Oracle of Tibet, where he too has helpers who help him get into the state where he needs to be able to operate. And here the Dalai Lama is officiating. So the Bitan are more oracle-like than they are shaman-like. And the Nepali shaman and Bitan both collapse after their performance. But the two states are entirely different. The Nepali shaman is actually on this cosmic journey. He's traveling through the cosmos. The Bitan just collapses because his performance is finished, and he has been overwhelmed by the supernatural powers that he's been interacting. And lastly, similarities in these altered states of consciousness may misleadingly lead us to lump somebody like the Tibetan oracle and the Bitan, but that's a superficial resemblance. And lastly, yeah, the Bitan collapses and so does the oracle, and they're both carried away. But these are distinctly separate ethnographics configurations, and they should not be kind of conflated. So however one looks at it, and especially in the Karakoram Hindu Kush area, there's still much to be learned about these practitioners. And if we treat them as indigenous tradition, elements of which have survived. In Hunza, much of it has been displaced, elsewhere it's eradicated, in other places these traditions have been distorted. But however you look at it, even what's remaining can help us put a picture together of what this seemingly similar but widespread oracular tradition was in the Hindu Kush. And that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much for this very clear and concise presentation, reminding us that we have to really differentiate between concepts which at first glance may appear as similar or even the same. But this is so important. The first time I ever came across, at least at a so-called adult age, I came across the word shaman was in a very different context. It was in Sogdian actually, and there was no danger of being of confusion with any shaman or bitan or something else, because it was the word shramana in Sogdian pronunciation. I think we'll have questions, comments, no? Ha. Yeah, I thought Klaus Peter, yeah? I was sure you won't. Please start, and we have several others after that.
Yes, thanks very much. This was also very informative, and I think I can really agree to more or less all what you said. And that what you have in Hunza, but you have also among the Kalashab, perhaps, has really not so much to do with shamanism or what people think is shamanism. Yeah? But I want to say, make a few linguistic remarks. This word in Kalasha, Dehar, I think is quite widespread. It has parallels also in Nuristani, in Indo-Kohistani, up to West Pahari, up to the valley of the Yamuna, you can say. You find this word everywhere. In West Pahari, it's pronounced as Dewal, and this is etymologically related with all these forms, and I derive this from Sanskrit Devapala, the one who guards the deities. And this is a function which you can see still in the West Pahari areas, where these there is a kind of caste called Deval. Yeah? They are musicians, but they have the power to call down the deities, and they are, so to say, the stage directors in performances. They call down the deities, they take possession of persons, and they send them off after the performance. And quite interestingly, I was once told when I talked with some people there is a saying in this area, this Deval, he is the guru, and the Devta is the chela, the pupil. That means the human oracle or musician or whatever, he dominates the deities and has control of them. So this is one of the functions, but I think this fits to parts in West Pahari areas in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, but Bitan and so is again a little different. So you have functional differences within a fairly small area.
And I think a more intensive linguistic comparison of these terms that are used would be very fruitful.
Taj?
Very interesting. Can I? Very interesting, of course. I agree absolutely on the main point, the difference. I was going to ask about the Nepali to see if you consider them shamans, and I understand you do, correct. So this kind of oracle, so to speak, it seems to me must have been one of the basic traits of Peristani cultures. Not exclusive, we don't know yet, but it seems to be spread all over Peristan and further east, where Professor Zoller thinks Peristan once extended. So the common traits of this complex are important. Now, one point that you made, I believe is not such a common trait, the one of the state sponsorship of the Betan. You see, there is no doubt, looking at this, that the Kalasha Dehar and the Betan are the same thing. In fact, the Kalasha Dehar are called Betan by the Chitrali. I have texts that testify this. They identify the two things, and they are the same thing, there is no doubt. But there is absolutely no trace of state sponsorship there, or in Nuristan, of course, where there was no state. In Chitral, the state was present, the Metter was there, but he never sponsored either the Kalasha Dehar or the Ko-Dehar, who are called the Betan, like in Hunza and like in Shina, I believe, if I don't go wrong. So I think it is important to extract the core characters, and maybe the state's sponsorship is not one of these core characters, though it is extremely interesting from the point of view of the history of Peristan, because I think it is part of the relationship between these rulers, like in Hunza, in Nagar, in Gilgit formerly, and Kafir religions. The Stelrich paper, which we can't hear, Stelrich is in Gilgit now, and she can't connect from Gilgit, unfortunately. So, but it is about another aspect, which is feasts of merit, that once again in Hunza and Nagar were sponsored by the rulers, and this has something to do with a father modeled, a centralized policy in relation to Kafir religion, which is extremely interesting. So my question is only, what do you think about all this? But I want to add one point. In the 900 pages of the Friedrich diary that I mentioned earlier, there are very many pages dedicated to Friedrich's dialogue with Budok, who was the living Dehar of the time. Friedrich was very interested in Budok, and these dialogues are quite strange at times between a German, and a Kalash. Sometimes they seem a dialogue between deaf people, because Friedrich was very scientific, very precise, asking very precise questions. I think that when these will be published, since Budok was very famous and recognized Dehar, considered by everybody in Kalasha Valley as a very powerful Dehar, I think they will add very much to our knowledge of Peristani oracles, so to speak. So what do you think about all this?
Well, you make a great point, and I think we should also keep in mind that the so-called princely state of Hunza came into being rather late historically. So prior to that, there was no Thom or Mir. And so how that developed to where once a powerful ruler is established, he sort of co-opts a tradition and puts it to their own use. So it's very interesting stuff, yeah.
Thank you very much for a very, very great presentation. Yes, I just wanted to add that there are like 3 other elements to the consulting the Dear. In the Kalasha, it's not a, there are no Dears, but there can be a Dear tomorrow because it will be chosen by the Peristan. But it's also, to me, it seems like it's also a definition of ontologies. Some people saying shaman, and comparing it if the Dear is a shaman. So what you have described is really clear that it is, but we don't call them Betan. We call them Dear, but there are 3 other characteristics to them. One is prophecies. So now in the present times, the Kalasha talk about their famous Dears of the past. And they have become more like prophets. Who was the prophet of the Kalasha? Is Naga Dear, because he established... so they are much more than performers, but much more like visionaries. So the other point where you said that there was a state sponsorship, it also doesn't seem like it would work in the Kalash, because the Chitrali Metars were afraid of the power of the Kalasha Dears. So they, one story that was narrated to me was the Metar of Chitral going into Nuristan for invasion, consults the Kalasha Dear, and he says, "You're gonna die." And he said, like, "When I come back winning, I will kill you." But he never returned. So there is this idea that the Kalasha Dear are not performers. They also use the juniper leaf and the smoke, but they are much more going into the trance by the sight of the blood, of the ritual blood. But you can consult there if you have a problem. So they are healing they are also healers, not performers. So they will not dance, or they will not be spectacle for it with the drums, but there would be, they would also use Tom Kuchawao because they read a bow. So they consult the spirits, and they can connect with the spirits without getting into trance. So this is, I just wanted to add that yes, it is not, it's not the same properties are not similar with the shamans, but also I think it's also very varied. It's not sponsored in, also in the Kalasha valleys. They don't have any power. You have to consult them. Because you're afraid and you want to know what they will say to you.
Well, I suspect that before the strong political leaders in Hunza appeared, that they have been more similar to what you're describing. But as these things kind of evolve over time in their own separate trajectories, they acquire other characteristics. So my argument is that if we did a more intensive and systematic comparison of all of these practitioners who are now labeled under different terms, that perhaps we can get to that, what could have been a basic commonality from which all the contemporary forms have evolved.
Okay, thank you very, very much again.
I wanted to also express my appreciation, and it was an honor to be invited to your discussion.
So we are almost at the end of this session, and the end is also another highlight, and also something like coming back to the beginning, because we'll have another Professor Caco Pardo here, and I'll give you this stage. I think I don't have to invite you anymore.
Ma io avevo il mio... Come funziona? Cioè avevo il mio... Ah sì.
Per andare avanti questo qua grande, verde, esatto.
Avanti.
Per andare indietro questo rosso, questo qua.
Questo qui vado indietro e questo?
E questo è per il puntatore.
Ah, vabbè, no, diciamo che non mi serve, insomma.
E poi può vedere quello che si vede sullo schermo.
Mm-hmm. Però è a una distanza per cui con gli occhiali non ci vedo. Sorry. Okay, I had to adjust all the microphones and the screen. It was a bit too far for me to see with glasses, and I couldn't see it without glasses. Maybe now I can see it. Okay, can you hear me? Yes? Well, I'm sure by now you're a bit tired. We have had very dense and extremely interesting presentations and many questions, but I'll have to try your patience for a little while longer. And yes, why this comparison? The title of my contribution is The Kalasha and the Brokpa of Da and Hanu, a cultural comparison. I won't go into the question of the name given to these peoples, but it seems that now Brokpa is what they themselves call themselves. So that's why I'm using it. And why this comparison? Well, as Alberto, my brother, was saying in the beginning, we, since about 20 years, we have been arguing for the notion of Peristan, seen as a homogeneous culture area, though multifarious and differentiated in pre-Islamic times. To some extent, it is still a hypothesis. We have said we don't know so much about the religions of Eastern Peristan, for example. It may turn out that Buddhism had a wider expansion than we believe now. It is a hypothesis certainly we are fond of, and we know it's dangerous to be fond of hypotheses, because then you try to find all elements that can support them. But I thought that it was important to see in concrete ethnographic terms to which extent this can be argued. We have done it to some extent, but especially with Eastern Peristan, there is a lot we don't know. So I thought it was useful to compare the Kalash and the Brokpa, because they are the only two examples, living examples of the Peristani complex. Of course, they've had their own history, and they have adapted also to changing times. But in fact, while in northern Pakistan, all the different peoples have converted to Islam, and also across the border in Kashmir, there's been conversion to Islam and partially to Buddhism. The so-called Dards, as you see them called in the literature, and the Kalasha offer the only examples of the living examples of the Peristani complex. So that's why I thought a cultural comparison would be useful and important. Also because they're said like the two opposite sides of our area. Not quite, because the Kalasha are not in Nuristan, but really the Kalasha are much more closer to their Nuristani neighbors culturally than to the Shina, Eastern Peristan context, of which the Brokpa are actually an offshoot. Of course, the historical contexts are very different. The Kalasha we know are part of a Muslim context, while the Brokpa are in a Buddhist context. And this, no doubt, has brought important consequences. But let's see in details in what they're similar and in what they're different. First, we can look at the social sphere. And we see that in the social sphere, there's actually many differences. The two groups appear to be very different from all points of view. Let's consider the social structure. Kalasha lineages, we know, are exogamous units with a depth of 7 generations minimum, because you can't marry within the lineage if you have an ancestor in common within the 7th generation. If you marry once this limit has been passed, then a new lineage is formed. And there is obligations of solidarity between members of a lineage, mainly for rites of passage and for feasts of merit. The Brokpa have, the basis of Brokpa society actually seems to be the household. But a group of households forms a paspoon. This is a unit that has certainly been influenced by the surrounding context. The word itself is of Ladakhi origin. And they are supposedly exogamous, these groups, but in practice are not, because marriages within the paspoon happen and they're recorded and they're quite common. And so. They also, in Kalasha lineages, the genealogy up to the 7th generation is always well known because it's important from the point of view of marriage. You can't marry anyone that has someone, an ancestor in common within the 7th generation. Even more than the 7th generation in some cases. You know, some elders have in mind genealogies up to the 12th generation. In the case of the Brokpa, this is not the case. The genealogical connection usually cannot be established. So we have a group which is only formally exogamous, not exogamous in practice, and residence has more relevance. New members can enter the paspoon. Finals, for example, because they acquire the residence within the paspoon, they can become members of the paspoon. So these are two very different groupings. One thing, an important point in common from the point of view of the social sphere is the existence of this impure caste of serfs or artisans. We find that among the Kalasha, and we find that among the Brokpa as well. I recall it's a very small case. It's a minority of the population. It was the same in Nuristan, where they had the Bari, but less than 10% of the population. In fact, that's why we can't call this society caste societies, because in caste societies exactly the opposite that happens. The lower caste is large and the upper caste is small. And also the whole society is divided in caste. These are not divided in caste, but this minority, small minority of serfs and artisans do exist among the Kalasha and among the Brokpa as well. The greatest difference may be from the point of view of marriage. Kalasha marriage is, you can have monogamy or polygamy, polygyny. And the marriage is always very local. Women take residence in the home of the husband. Among the Brokpa, everything seems possible. There is fraternal polyandry, and this is typical of Ladakh, and not only of Ladakh, of the Tibetan culture area. But there is also sororal polygyny. That means that when the elder brother of a family marries two sisters. Or you can have plural sororal polygyny, two brothers who marry two sisters. Or you can also have monogamy when, for example, the younger brother, for a question of age, cannot be accommodated polyandrically in the marriage of his elder brother. And also, it is normally very local, but it can also be uxorilocal, because since the extended family is so important, if there is no male descendants, the women may decide to take in her husband so that the household can be continued. So we see great differences from the point of view of the social sphere. Equally different are the from the point of view of the religious sphere. The pantheons are completely different. We know the Kalasha pantheon has a creator god, Disala Desao, who had the characters actually of a Deus Ociosu, the creator god that creates and then retires and does not interfere with human affairs. And then a host of male divinity, not so numerous, 5, 6, or 7 between the 7 values, and two major female goddesses concerned with birth, one, and the other one with the rites of passage, we may say. The Brocca pantheon is completely different. According to Vora, because here actually I must stop a second to say that the research I made on the Brocpa is only based on literature. Of course, on the Kalasha I have my long-term field experience. But what I say about the Brocpa is based only on the literature. And also I must say that the literature on the Brocpa is quite thin as compared to the Kalasha. Well, Tashkan was saying it's enormous, the work that has been done on the Kalasha. Nothing comparable has been done on the Brocpa. And actually, there is only one real ethnography, that by Rohit Vora, who was the disciple of Yetmar. There's other works, other scholars have visited the area, but still nothing that can be compared to the work that has been done among the Kalashans. So according to Vora, who's the major ethnographer, there is actually two pantheons. He says there is the Bonona pantheon. The Bonona is the major festival of the Brocpa. We'll get to it later. And according to Vora, the pantheon connected to Bonona, it's only recalled at the time of Bonona. The rest of the time, those gods are completely forgotten, with one exception, the god Mande. The live pantheon is completely different, with other divinities. And those are the ones that are prayed to in everyday life. And this lower pantheon is divided in 3 layers, which is something quite typical, Vora relates, of Tibetan areas, the upper world, the middle world, and the lower world. Nothing of the sort we find among the Kalasha. And also the names of the god, apart Mande, that in Kalasha has the parallel of Mahandeo, all the other names are completely different. And also the chief deity of the upper world is a female deity. So again, we find great differences here. As for the religious functionaries, the Kalasha have the Har shaman, we just mentioned, Professor Sitki just described it as well. And we have the Kazis, who are custodians of ritual knowledge. The Kazi in reality is a recent term imported from Islam. They used to be called Gada Bashara. They were not priests, they were just people who had the knowledge. And you can really say the custodian of ritual knowledge. They made sure, and the Kazi still do it, that the rituals be put in act in the correct way, because that's the main point of Kalasha religion, as Tashkent was saying, the ritual. The ritual has to be performed according to tradition. The Brokpa have hereditary priests, something the Kalasha don't have, called Labdag. They have a shaman, called Labha. And then they have singers of hymns. These are not hereditary. It's very interesting, because these are like school children, because they're specially trained. They are taught the hymns, the Bonona hymns, that they will recite during Bonona. And it's a very intense schooling that lasts for years, because there's many hymns and they have to learn them by heart. You know. So the Kalasha don't have this division. We find something similar in Nuristan. Everybody will remember Robertson's book with the Blol, with the Utah, and the pure shaman. And so this is similar, but in the case of the Kalasha, we don't find this tripartite division. Then, is there anything in common between these two cultures located at the extreme ends of Peristan? Well, let's go to the symbolic system, the purity-impurity rules. And here we find interesting differences, but also interesting similarities. Among the Kalasha, we mentioned it already today, there's the Bashali, where women give birth and where they retire during the menstrual period. And the Bashali is considered impure, with the cemeteries one of the impure places. Among the Brokpa, we don't find the Bashali. They just don't have it. But we are told that women deliver in a special room of the house. But for 30 days, no one must enter this room except to hand some food to the woman, you know. Or if someone does, if the husband does, then he'll have to stay until the end of the 30 days. So we see that the idea of the impurity of birth is found also among the Brokpas, although the institutions are different. Impurity of death, great difference here too, because the Kalasha inhumation, and in the past they had the coffins exposed above earth, and we've seen that this is just being revived. While the Brokpa have cremation. But again, we find a similarity, because for the Kalasha the cemeteries are impure. And for the Brokpa, the places where you put the ashes are in their turn impure. They're away, far from the villages, and usually avoided. The goat sheds. For the Kalasha, these are pure places, and women are not admitted. And among the Kalasha, the goat sheds are like a separate village above the village of humans. There is the village of humans, the water channels, and then the goat sheds, a separate village. Among the Brokpa, this is not the case. The sheds of the animals, the goat sheds, are attached to the houses, and here the literature is not altogether clear, but it seems that women are admitted. So this is an important difference that we find. Among the Kalasha, women have nothing to do with herding. And that's why the goat sheds are separate. Strangers. For the Kalasha, the strangers are impure, but really it is only during the most sacred days of Chaumos that the strangers are kept out of Kalashadesh, especially in Bumboret, this is true, and in Rumbur, not so much in Birir. And while among the Brokpa, this rule seems to be much stricter. If we read also the early travelers to Brokpa land, they had to go through a purifying ceremony before entering with juniper smoke. Dainelli tells of his arrival at the village and being greeted by a double line of women holding burning juniper branches, to purify the strangers. And even members of the Brokva village, if they go on some errand to Leh, which they do quite often, when they come back, they must go through a purifying ceremony. And if they have brought some food for their journey, they can't bring it back because since it has been abroad, it's impure, so they must get rid of it. And if a foreigner, a stranger, wants to visit a Brokpa village, he can't just enter the village. He must call from the outskirts, the person he knows, until he's greeted, has gone through the purifying ceremony, and then he can enter the village. So in this case, the Brokpa rule seems, in fact, stricter than the Kalasha one. There is many points in common. The purity of high places. They're pure among the Brokpa like among the Kalasha. And also the sacred place in the home is between the hearth and the back wall. This would correspond to the high place in the house, no? Because houses are built against the mountain, and so the back of the house is touching the mountain, and that is the holy place. And the space between the hearth and the back of the house, that must not be trodden upon. And that's true among the Brokpa, and it's true among the Kalasha. And then, of course, we have the sacred character of juniper. Now, if we want to sum up and consider the common traits, what do we find? Well, the shamans, if we want to call them that way, we can see that they are pretty much the same thing, the Kalasha, the Har, and the Brokpa shaman. But in a recent report, I have read that actually Brokpa shamanism has been superseded by Ladakhi shamanism, which has quite different traits. The traditional Brokpa shamanism has been abandoned, according to this report, and they're performing like the Ladakhi shamans. Merit feasts. The literature is not so detailed, but a number of merit feasts are mentioned that are offered to all the village. So no doubt this trait does exist among the Brokpa as well, and the Paspoon member have obligation of solidarity. They must cooperate on these occasions. The production of wine, this is an important trait. We consider it a common trait throughout Peristan. And in fact, we know that all the peoples of Peristan produced wine, and some still do. Recently, when I visited Hunza and the Baltit fort, I was shown the vats where the wine was kept in Islamic times. And Max Klimber spoke about the Indrakund garden in Wama, so we know that this is an important trait of Peristani cultures. And still now they consider it as opposed to hashish. Hashish is something the Muslims do, while da is something the Kalasha do. In fact, many Muslims like wine, and they go to the Kalasha valleys sometimes just to procure a bottle of wine. And there are Kalasha who smoke hashish. But culturally, this is quite a divide. Da belongs to the Kalasha tradition, and hashish belongs to the Muslim to the Muslim tradition. The division of labor, Sacrality of Juniper, we have said it, the division of labor between genders. Yes, on this point the literature is not clear, but at one point it seems quite clear that agriculture among the Brokpa as well is demanded to women. Among the Kalasha, herding, men, and agriculture not wholly, not entirely to women, because men do plow and participate in the harvest. Among the Nuristani, Kata, for example, is not like that. Women do the plowing as well. Among the Brokpa, we go through all the literature, it seems that agriculture is demanded mostly to women. And basically, this is all we have been talking about. In the end, the pastoral ideology with the pure and impure dichotomy. One important point actually to add is the holy places. In Kalasha tradition, women are not admitted to the shrines of the male gods. They are admitted to the temple of the female gods, the Bashali, that is only for women, and the Jasakan, where men and women can enter. Among the Brokpa, for certain, women are not admitted to the holiest shrines. For example, to the shrine of the paramount goddess. And also the position of the shrines. They're uphill from the villages, up valley from the villages, away from the villages, in places women don't usually visit. So, on the whole, in spite of the important differences, we can say that we can recognize the basic imprint of the Peristani model, especially in the rules concerning pure and impure, Angesta and Pragata. My paper ends with a comparison between Bonona and Chaumos. This is a comparison that Vora does. He says that the Chaumos has many elements of Bonona. In my view, this comparison needs revision. Also, it's not an easy comparison because there's many eyewitness accounts of Chaumos, more than one. There's at least 2 books on Chaumos and many articles. On Bonona, there is very, very little. And especially, no one has actually participated fully in Bonona, because Vora was never on the field during Bonona. And there's only one Ladakh intellectual, Jolden, who participated in the first 2 days. But then he left, saying, well, we left because we'd had enough of the festival. He thought, but for the first 2 days at least, we have some data. We have the hymns, and the hymns are very important. But I can't go into the details. But I will show the differences. Bonona is a great harvest festival. In all Inda and Hanu and the other Brokpa villages, every year they have a harvest festival. Bonona is the great harvest festival. Here you've read it, celebrated in turns. I won't go into it. But what are the similarities and the difference? The common traits between Bonona and Chaumos, the erotic element which is connected to fertility. This is a very important part of the Peristani complex. In Kalasha, the Kalasha ritual is especially evident in Chaumos, but in Birir and the Prune also. And it has been described many times. And this element exists in Bonona as well. And it is to enhance fertility. Also, during Bonona, animals of doe are made to stimulate fertility of the animals. This is a trait of Chaumos. and also drawing of animals on walls. The Kalasha do it on the walls of the temple. But there are many differences. The time of celebration, Bonona takes place after the second harvest. So it's a harvest festival, as the name says. Chaumos is not a harvest festival. It takes place at the winter solstice. And also in Bonona, we see in the hymns of Bonona, the pastoral theme has a lot of space. Many hymns are about pastoral life. Not all, not all, but a good number is centered on pastoral life. In Chaumos, the pastoral theme is completely absent because we are at the winter solstice. This is past. Uchao is a festival, is a Kalasha festival that has the pastoral theme. So, in the end, it doesn't seem that there is much in common between Chaumos and Bonona. It seems, this is a suggestion, hypothesis to assess, is that it may be more similar to the Prune Festival of the Berir Valley, which is a harvest festival, and in which the element of the erotic element is prominent. The famous ritual of the Budalak is well known. Chosen and shepherds were allowed during the festival to have sex with any woman they liked, and the erotic element is prominent in that festival. So what I suggest is that in the end Bonona may turn out to be closer to the Berir Prune than to the Kalasha Chaumos. But of course, this is a hypothesis. More research has to be done, especially on Bonona and on the culture of the Drokpa, of Da, and Hanu. Thank you. Birgitte has a question.
No, I have no question. I'll just tell that the way I'm announcing the program this month, I made a video for this conference, which is most of the time, it is a video which is almost 23 minutes, which relates to a lot of what Augusto and also the former speaker said about shamans. Okay, so it's just advertising that you'll see something, okay? How it's explained by the Kalasha.
I think John has a question over there.
A comment, really. Thank you very much. I appreciate this kind of work. It's very, very important. You mentioned the difficulties of doing any primary work in places like Da and Hanu and everything. And the political issue has not been mentioned, but we have to say there's this line of control between these two areas, and it has separated our fields of research for our entire lifetimes. And as we know from everything we're saying behind everyone's paper, this whole area was once much more in contact, much more communication. So this kind of comparative work, no matter what you conclude, I think it's very important, because even with the point of Western Pahari language, we have to make these comparisons across. It's very important. Of course, Drokpa is a Tibetan word, modern Tibetan Drokpa. Brok is the mountain pasture. Drokpa is the man of the mountains. So we see it's a Tibetan culture, but it's layered onto something earlier that you're talking about in these Bonona that Franke, the Moravian missionary, has documented in his songs. So this Tibetan culture that lays on this Da and Hanu, it looks to me like it's a more recent, I mean, maybe you can say 800, 1,000 years if that's recent, but it's more recent than what lays under it. And so I would suggest maybe looking at Peter Snoy's work from around Nanga Parbat, which is kind of the bridge in between of this sort of Gardic Peristan kind of culture across to there. as an intermediate place where there might also be interesting comparisons to be made to fit a tripartite sort of a symbolism that you might be working for there. Wonderful, wonderful presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
Bagrod, yes.
Yes, well, you made two very important remarks. Yeah, the difficulties. That's why so little research has been done on the Brockwell, because they're exactly on the ceasefire line. There has been war there, and the Indian government doesn't easily give permissions. In fact, it's an Indian ethnographer who did the work, Rohit Vora. Yetmar made a short visit, but Ilaria Scerrato went there.
I have been in Baltistan, in a valley where the people called themselves Brokpa, but they are very similar, but they are Muslim now, yes, from a long time, and they don't want probably remember, or they don't remember the pre-Islamic times and traditions, unfortunately.
Sure. Yeah, so the difficulties were great. That's why so little research has been done. And no doubt the work of Peter Snoy is extremely important. And you're right, John, that, I mean, because the Brokpa are Shina speakers in the end. So you can find a lot in Snoy's work, and also in some of Yetmar's publication, and the Stellrecht, no doubt. We know not as much as we would like to know about the cultures of Eastern Peristan, but some very important work has been done by Snoy, Stellrecht, and mainly the German group. Bernard Sergent.
Etymology for Sringmo Lo.
For?
Sringmo Lo,
the goddess. No, I don't have the etymology of this goddess. It could be, though, that going carefully through the literature, some hints are given. There is a German linguist who was recently, Biedermeier, has done some work, and I think he has said something about it, only that I don't have it in mind right now. If anyone else has some idea about that, but I think he will.
The back row here seems to be saying clearly Tibetan, because you find the same name in Tibetan. Also through Sanskrit with the Shri, it's coming in there, but Tibetan borrows a lot from Sanskrit as well. So Shringmo is something you find in Tibetan for sure.
What is it, Mo in Tibetan?
Mo, that's a female part. Pa male, Mo female.
Sri Mo La, and La is goddess. La is goddess, and Mo is female.
There is a Kalash shrine called Shringmo. Shringmo, yes. Shringmo. Yeah. Mer is boom. Shring is horn. Mo is what you say? Mer is boom. You think it's more? Mer. Yeah. Not mer.
Mer is a boom, and it's also bird's nest. And Serena, as far as I remember, means horn in Tibetan, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well, I'm not the chair, so it's not up to me to call the end of the meeting, but I think it's late enough. Thank you.
see us at 2:15, and we have the lunch right here. So no excuse for being late.
Dear participants, good afternoon and thank you for coming back. We are going to start this new session about history with Professor Michele Bernardini, who will present a contribution titled Timur and the Xiao Pushan.
Thank you very much, Anna. And I will start immediately with a first, just wait. How it works? This paper is the result of a long research on Persian sources about the invasion of India by Timur in 1398-1399. Since 2000, 3 major research projects have been developed, as you can see from the 3 books that I published on this subject. The first was a series of conferences for the Conférence d'études iraniennes Irsan and Latife Yarchater held in Paris at the Collège de France in 2005, and later published in 2008 under the title Mémoire et propagande à l'époque Timuride. In this book, I studied the nature of the Ghazawat-e Hindustan, which is the second book that a chronicle of the Indian invasion by Ghiyasuddin Ali Yazdi. The third one is a book on Tamerlane that I just published in Italian. The chronicle by Ghiyasuddin Ali Yazdi is devoted to an extensive jihad campaign against infidels, and for this reason his name is Ghazawat, and the name Ghazawat explicitly states that. Such a source, probably written in 1416, dates back to 11 years after Timur's death. The very detailed text never mentioned the Kafiristan and the so-called Siah Pushan, that is a mystery, the wearers of black. The site of, there is only an allusion to the site of Ketvar, Kator, and an allusion to the Kafirs, which is very generic, is mentioned once. Same lack of information can be observed in the Zafarnameh by Nizamuddin Shami, the ancient source on Timur, completed in 1404, when Timur was still alive, who mentions against the site of Ketvar, Kator. And in the Indian chronicle, Tarikh Mubarak Shahi of Serhindi, dating back to 1434, who gives information only about some Kafirs, but not specifically identified in present-day Afghanistan, who can be identified also with other people of the area in any case. Recently, I completed in my extensive monography on Timur, the 11th chapter is devoted to the crossing of the Afghan countries, that is the name used by the authors, and the encounter with the Siah Pushan. For such parts, I used the Zubdat al-Tawarikh by Hafez Abru and the Zafarnameh of Sharafuddin Ali Yazdi, who introduced a wide description of the Siah Pushan people. These two authors bore certainly some relation to each other, being Hafez Abru in 1427 the first to provide broad and substantial reference to the Siah Pushan and this campaign. The text by Sharafuddin Ali Yazdi makes wide use of data of the former with various encyclopedic additions. These two chronicles are the more extensive one on the subject. The late appearance of information on the Siah Pushan in the Timurid sources raises a first puzzling question about the authenticity of the outlined events. As Sir Edmund Bosworth showed, the Kafirs were already well known in Ghaznavid period. In fact, all the conquests of the land of the Afghans on Hindustan lands are described by the Timurid authors, making wide reference to various expeditions led in the region by Mahmud of Ghazna. The Ghaznavid historian Bayaki, referring in particular to the time of Masud ben Mahmud, first mentioned the name of Kator, Ketvar, which is largely mentioned by all the Timurid chronicles. Various allusions were made during the period of Mahmud, who was the leader of an expedition in 1020 against the lion-worshipping infidels of what Gardisi called Nur and Kirat, probably in southern Kafiristan. No direct reference is made to the Siah Pushan, who are neither mentioned by Marco Polo, who encountered the Pashai idolaters in this area, referring probably to an indirect evidence, the expedition of the Karauna Mongol official Neguder in 1260. In such sense, the first reference to the Siah Pushan is recorded in the Timurid period, and from this moment on, it will indeed be used, yet not systematically, by various historical chroniclers and travelers in the area. Nevertheless, the subjection of the Ketvar in May 1398 and the description of the Siah Pushan show various evidences of a genuine report, even though being full of encyclopedic elements added by the authors. Hafez Abru and Sharafuddin were not direct witness of this specific campaign. They mistook the Mount Ketvar for a town, and they certainly included some fantasy elements. Sharafuddin makes reference to the huge size of people. Giants. They use this strange term, kavi haikal, colossal, like sculpture. They are a colossal person, perhaps confusing even the status with the persons also. And Hafez Abru calls them nas-nas, with specific reference to the traditional Islamic teratology of this time. They used to walk around naked, and their kalantar, this is very interesting, are called Ada and Adashu. This is the first evidence, perhaps, of a language. Ada and Adashu I derive from the writing of the edition of the Zafarnameh made by Abbasi, but this was clearly perhaps an interpretation of something different. It could be. But these two terms are attributed to the Kalantars, the leaders of the Kafirs they met at that time, the Siah Pushan. Okay. They spoke a different language. Zaboni as Gheire Farsi, Vatorki Vahendi, says the text of Hafez Abru. They are, and this is very interesting because they could not speak other language, and only the people in the neighboring country could speak to them. According to Hafez Abru and Sharafuddin, the Timurid army reached a small town where the Siah Pushan used to live by the banks of a river. But when the Timurid army got there, the people of the town fled to the nearby mountains, and the town was empty. someone got to find them, and after 3 days of bitter fighting, the Siah-Pushan surrendered. Timur compelled them to convert to Islam in return to their life. They accepted, but all of a sudden they attacked the Timurid garrison in which they had been held as captives, and they killed all the soldiers. The reaction was terrible. All the people was massacred, and several minarets made of human heads were erected. As Sharafuddin notes, the heads were those of people who had never kissed the earth for a prayer. On this occasion, Timur ordered to engrave a marble inscription to celebrate this conquest, an epigraphic evidence that did not outlast but was typical of Timurid conquest, as the example in Karsakpa in today Kazakhstan shows, or a letter on one in Tire in Anatolia. There is a lot of these inscriptions. The one in this area not survived. Sharafuddin adds that neither Alexander the Great was able to subdue these people. This is very amusing. The expedition against the Siah-Pushan seems in any case not to have been particularly easy. The great deployment of Timurid forces, in particular the military vanguard led by the emirs Rustam and Burhan Olan, was dispersed by the enemies. Burhan Olan is even described as the protagonist of a high treason. He fled before these dangerous enemies, and the Siah-Pushan crushed the Timurid soldiers, who were all massacred. When the main Timurid army found the Siah-Pushan, they had seized the arms of the defeated Timurids and their horses, and the battle against them was very fierce. After their final defeat, Burhan Olan was put to the test by Timur himself, and saved only because he is being member of the influent Mongolian group of the Kiyat. As far as I know, Hafez Abru and Sharafuddin Yazdi first used the word Siah-Pushan. A number of Timurids who later mentioned the Kafirs gave up this word for some time. The Timurid Mahmud Mirza ben Abi Said is said to have campaigned twice in Kafiristan, which is located in the Buluristan. The same term Siah-Pushan and the later Sefid-Pushan disappear also from the Sifat Nameh by Darwish Muhammad Khan Ghazi, which reports a Gaza expedition against the Kafirs of Laghman in 1582. And it was also subject of an excellent monography by Gian Roberto Scarcia in 1965, the author, published by Ismeo. The author considers da lasciarsi da parte l'unico pseudo-scientifico tentativo di differenziazione di fonte afghana compiuto in base al colore delle vesti delle popolazioni interessate. That means that the color interpretation is a forgery, probably. Adding following further names such as Siah-Push, Tor Kafir, Safid Push, Bin Kafir, etc. For better understanding of the Timurid sources, and in particular of Hafez Abru and Sharafuddin Ali Yazdi, we may consider also some further ethnic interpretation made by the chronicles on the journey of the Timurid army across present-day Afghanistan. This is the case of the people who protested against some Afghans with V, and the so-called Varakzai Barakzai plunderers in the area of Iryab. For example, Felix Tower identified them, also agreeing with Nizamuddin Shami, with the Varkuni or Varkui in Hafez Abru. who could be identified with some descendants of the Avar Huns, Eftalids, Varhuna. But it is obvious that this reading of the ethnical name only comes substantially from the hypothetical interpretation of the transliteration of the name in Persian. We can add that Sharafuddin Ali Yazdi considered these people as Kyrgyz, a quite uncertain identification from several points of view. In conclusion, we can observe that only two sources mention the Siah-Pushan in Timurid period. This word is not mentioned in the early Timurid sources and seems to have been created ad hoc for the following event. Certainly, the study of Hafez Abru deserves further analysis, and I want to investigate more deeply the sources such as the Tarikh-e-Ghazani by Rashiduddin. It could be interesting to note that the campaign against the Siah-Pushan was led in the frame of a Gaza extensive, and even though Ghiyasuddin Ali Yazdi does not mention this episode in detail, the war against the Kafir seems one of the aims of the first part of the Indian campaign. We can also remember that before Timur quit the area, crossing the Indus River, on the site of Nagar, he met the Sayyid Muhammad Madani, who was coming directly from Mecca. He asked Timur to visit the Holy Lands with the likely aim to offer the assumption of a role in the Caliph succession, at that time held by the Mamluks. On this occasion, Muhammad Madani was accompanied by Sikandar, the Shah of Kashmir, who was well known as Bot Shekyan, the idol's breaker. A last note needs to be made on some late sources about the conquest of the Siah-Pushan, written around 1492, the Rawzat Safad by Mir Khan introduces the Kuhe covered in snow, like also the other sources, which seems to be apparently the reason for a first defeat of the Timurid army. After various attempts, the army was able to reach the top of the mountain, and Mir Khan enlisted a large number of the participants in the battle with the Kafiran, excluding the traitors mentioned by Sharafuddin. After a 3-day battle, the Kuffar, the infidels, asked for the Aman. They surrendered. Thanks to some mysterious interpreters, the Timurids were able to suggest them to convert and to adopt the Tawhid in return for their life. One of their leaders stated to Timur that they all would embrace Islam, but then they rose up and killed their keepers. The rest of the story is exactly the same as told by Sharafuddin Ali Yazdi. This summary description is interesting because it removes all the embarrassing details of the previous description for a more idealized version. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michele. Before opening the floor for discussion, I would profit from the fact that Professor Bernardini was so generous to spare some time. So I would really kindly ask you to keep within the allotted time because our agenda is really very tight. In addition, if we succeed in sparing a few minutes, maybe we can have also a break at a certain point. So now I would like to open the floor for discussion, if there are questions. Jason Neelis, please.
Thank you very much for that very informative and dense talk on these important sources, which do tie in to some of the opening remarks by Professor Capardo on societies against the state, perhaps. My specific question is about the relationship between Kafiristan and Baluristan. Could you please clarify in these sources whether these are disambiguated or whether Kafiristan is part of Baluristan?
Baluristan is used especially by Babur, is the first one, as I know, that used this term. Kafiristan is more a generic name used from the time of Mahmud of Ghazna. And this is, there is a quite substantial difference between the two terms. One could be really, I don't know if we can say an ethnonym or, but the other is only a generic term, I think, to include all this area, the large area of ancient Kafiristan in Afghanistan, as it was conceived by the geography of this time, of the Ghaznavid time especially, and then continued by Timur. All the Timurid sources make a great reference to Ghaznavid sources. The very interesting question is why they call these people Siyah Pushan more, perhaps. Baluristan, I remember that is in Babur, there is a long digression on Boluristan, and is quite a later source comparing with.
Alberto? Yes, please.
Prego.
So very, very interesting. Thank you. Now, I have some impressions or hypotheses about this whole story. For example, about, I think it is by Hakia, it's Gardesi, who mentioned Nur and Kirat. Nur, I think we can take it almost for granted that it is Daray Nur. If not Daray Nur, there is Nur Lam very close, where I think Kalvut has also been. Yeah. Daray Nur is mentioned by Babur. It's mentioned in one Jahangir Nama, where the Kafirs from Daray Nur are received from Jahangir in Jalalabad.
But these were in the 11th century.
Yeah. Of course, the 11th century. We can, but toponyms are known for lasting millennia, like the place we are at right now. So Gilgit, for example, is a toponym that we know
yes,
from Al-Biruni, from the Sak itinerary. So 1,000 years ago, Gilgit was called Gilgit. So, but these are hypotheses. Kirat, on the other hand, as far as I know, nobody has been able to identify. So I'm mentioning this, that maybe somebody here, like even Kalvut, who knows the Pashai area, who are suspected, of course, of being the ones where Mahmud, not Timur, went. This Kirat remains a mystery, mentioned together with the Daray Nur, and let me say, Kirat had a Shah, while Nur did not have a Shah in Gardesi. Okay. Concerning Balur and Kafiristan, now Siyaposh comes, of course, until Robertson, and it has lasted a long time, but I have always suspected that really, since locally it is known but not used, I think that really the origin is the Timurid chronicle.
Yes.
Of course, we don't know. Maybe it was used locally there, but it is definitely.
The very interesting thing is that they describe them like naked people, and they say after they are Siyah Push, that is, they clothed with black wearers. That is strange.
If this can make you happy, I can tell you that in 1973, in Peshawar, I was told, yes, you go to see the Kalasha, they go around naked. and they dance naked in the snow.
Yeah,
In 1973. Okay, so that happens. About Bolur and Kafiristan. Now, Bolur, of course, is mentioned by Marco Polo. Who mentions also this mysterious place called Bastian or Bashan that Yule identified with the Pashai, Bashai, Pashai. I have serious doubts about that, and I have my own theory that I will write an article about, so I won't say it now. I think that this Bastian has nothing to do with the Pashai. It is another place. But Bolur, Mirza Haidar, whom you surely know, that Holsworth has called to the attention of Kafirologists a long time ago, and that we consider one of the most important sources about the history of Kafiristan. Mirza Haidar gives very precise borders of Balur. And he is probably the first person who actually traveled all around Balur, because of course he became the Prince of Kashmir, and he went to he went actually all around Balur. So he is a significant source. And he says about Balur, all these places are a Kafiristan. Now, Babur mentions Kafiristan. He mentions Kafirs all the time. But there is one point where he mentions Kafiristan to say that Kafiristan starts around Nuristan in Nijrao, actually, in his times, in Nijrao. Then it extends to the east, where its borders are not known to me, he says, are not known to me, which I take to show, I mean, he was the emperor. If he didn't know, it means those areas were not known. And they couldn't have been a thoroughfare of intercontinental traffic. I mean, Babur came from Fergana. I mean, yes, he came from up there. So if he did not know, and he was writing, of course, in India. I mean, he became the emperor of India. So if he did not know the eastern borders of Kafiristan, I think that is quite a proof that...
But there is a question which is very interesting. Why to pass from there by Timur to go to the Hindus? This passage is quite puzzling, in my opinion. And there is a great discussion also on the passage of the Indus. And there was Barthold who discussed this question about the passage in the so-called Chule Jalali, which was the place where before Jalaluddin Manguberni passed escaping from the Mongols. Because this area was an area where during a long period, it was the Sarhad-e Hindustan, the great frontier of Hindustan, but there were some specific roads that were used by all these military leaders, especially not only Mahmud, but also Sebuktegin before him, and other later. In Mongol period, for example, a Chagatai lord, Dua, passed from this area, crossed this area, and also him, perhaps in the Chule Jalali. And this is very interesting to understand why they passed from there and not from other more easy roads on the south.
Have you identified which way?
The way from Kafiristan in general.
But which way exactly?
But the way you pass from this Kator Ketvar mountain and goes to the passage of Indus later. This is a very particular transit. Anyway, we can discuss this.
Yeah, we have a lot to learn from the Persian sources.
No, this is certain. But also, I think from other sources. In my opinion, we need to work a lot on Vassaf, for example, Mongol sources, written in Persian, like Rashiduddin, Vassaf. They spend a lot of words on these areas.
I would say that you can enroll Professor Michele Bernardini to
become a Caphyrologist.
Yes, a Caphyrologist.
Do we
Because
have time to ask Wolfgang Holzwert what he thinks about all this? Do we have time, Anna?
Actually, we have a few minutes, but if we can, because you said that you would like to have a small pause.
Okay.
At a certain point, so maybe we can go ahead with the second speaker. And I think that also, if we can spare some minutes, we can also have a general discussion at the end. And if we have further questions for previous speakers, we can use this time. So I'm glad to introduce Wolfgang Holzwert, who is the second speaker of this session. His presentation is A World Apart, Periods of Isolation and Reintegration in Eastern Hindu Kush and Karakoram History, 1800.
Thank you. I'll begin with some personal remarks as Professor Klimburg, and then go on to the problem of periodization of the history of this area, and we'll mostly dwell on the first period, which I call the period of isolation. And Timor falls within this period of isolation. Now we are coming from a close-up view of a very precise campaign against the Katoren Siapush to a bird's-eye view of 800 centuries. So please forgive me that there are some flaws in it. The conference Roots of Peristan covers the broad field of ethnological and historical studies outlined by Karl Yetmar nearly half a century ago in his monumental Religions of the Hindu Kush. It is with respect and gratitude to him and to the organizers of the conference that I present my contribution. I entered the field of Yetmar studies as a student of ethnology and Iranian studies during short visits to Chitral, including one of the Kalash valleys in 76 and 1979. In 1986 and 87, I spent several months in Chitral, Gilgit, and Hunza, studying local history and culture, especially traditions of the Ismaili community there. At that time, Shah Rais Khan's History of Gilgit, written in Urdu, had just been published. This work aroused my interest as it contained a section on a medieval ruler called Taj Mughal, who allegedly spread Ismailism in the Gilgit area. As Shah Rais Khan quotes him in lengthy, direct speech, I came to doubt the validity of his work. And furthermore, I started to doubt all the modern historiographies of the region. With these doubts and questions in mind, I turned to two of the leading scholars in the field at that time in Germany, Georg Budrus and Karl Yetmar. Both patiently and comprehensively responded to my letters. At one point, Professor Yetmar became outspoken and wrote, "You always say it can't have been like this and it can't have been like that. Why don't you just write what you think, how it has been?" And the result was a paper on Chitral history and historiography published in the proceedings of the Second Hindu Kush Cultural Conference. The source-critical approach developed into research on history and historiography of the Eastern Hindu Kush and Karakoram area, 1500 to 1800, which allowed me to trace a considerable number of contemporary or near-contemporary sources. For a general view, you may refer to an article I published in the proceedings of the concluding conference of the Cultural Area Karakorum Project, led by Professor Stellrecht. Many of my results have been neatly integrated in the fine paper, Fences of Peristan by Alberto Cacopato, which summarizes a large number of sources on the period between 1500 and 1800. We leave the problem of labeling the area to a special section, so I make it very short. This is what Mirza Haidar's Bolon is. So around 1500, he describes these borders of an area which is not yet turned Muslim. And this is Alberto Cacopato's fine map. Yeah? In his article, he brings it almost like an animated film. You can follow the process of Islamization of Peristan in 3 different stages. So, therefore, I will later on dwell much more on the period before 1500, because I think in that article it's put in very nicely and substantially, and he has brought in a lot of additional information and his own observations. Now I turn to the periodization of the regional history, 1000 to 1800. In his wide diachronic perspective on regional history, covering the first and the second millennium, Karl Yetmar discerned a major rupture around the year 1000 as the most important result of his research. In the first millennium, now much has been said before, and the mountain area stood in brisk material and ideal exchange with adjacent centers of pre-Islamic literary cultures in South and Central Asia. It served as a passage for merchants and pilgrims. Abruptly, around the year 1000, the mountain zone lost its importance as a transit region and did not regain it even nearly in the centuries immediately preceding the European conquest and explorations. That was what Professor Yetmar said. So my proposal is to distinguish the 2 periods. First, between 1000 and 1800. First, a period of geographical isolation, 1000 to 1500, and second, a period of reintegration of the mountain areas through a process of Islamization into the outside world, i.e. reconnection with political and cultural centers in the neighboring area. As Alberto Cacopato has neatly outlined the various steps on the way to the Islamization of Peristan between 1500 and 1800, I may be allowed to dwell more on the period of isolation than on the period of reintegration here. Can I have some water, please? The period of isolation. One of the very last messages from the first millennium from Peristan is the so-called Saka itinerary just mentioned, on the route from the Buddhist kingdom of Khotan through Gilgit and Shiraz to Kashmir in about 960 to 970. The text mentions a Buddhist monastery in Gilgit whose ruler promoted Buddhist culture. Around 1,000 Christian area, large tracts of the northern and southern fringe of the mountain zone came under Muslim rule. In the north, the Buddhist kingdom of Khotan fell in 1006 to the Karakhanids in the south, territories formerly held by Hindu rulers stretching from Laghman near Kabul up to Waihind near Kashmir, fell to the Sultanate of Ghazni in 980 to 1026. Thus, the eastern Hindu Kush and Karakorum mountains were surrounded by Muslim states on 3 sides. As the mountain zone did not come under Muslim rule, it lost its function as transit corridor between Central and South Asia. notions of such routes through Peristan do, as far as I can see, not reappear, precise notions. I know about this Mongol source. It's exactly the problem is, where did they go? Yeah? What do they mean? He left through Kafiristan. But we get a very precise notion, for instance, in the 17th century by an Afghan author, Khushal Khan Khattak, who says nowadays there is a trade route from Swat, in his Swatname, up to Badakhshan. And it functions, and the caravans are well protected. During the period of isolation, written sources on the mountain zone become exceedingly scarce. An exceptional Muslim source is Al-Biruni's report of India, written in Arabic, in 1030, based on information the author gathered on a journey to northwest Indian areas which had just come under Ghaznavid control. He had learned of a king of Bolor. Biruni reached the gates of Kashmir, but he could not enter, but he got a lot of information on Kashmir. He learned of a king of Bolor ruling a country between Kashmir and Badakhshan, residing possibly in Gilgit. He also mentions a female idol of the goddess Sharada in Shardi. Sharada is one aspect of the goddess Durga, and Shardi is in the Kishan Ganga valley. And Biruni says it's on the route from the center of Kashmir to Bolor. The pilgrimage site and shrine of the goddess Sharada at Shardi on the banks of Kishan Ganga is well known in Kashmiri Sanskrit chronicles. There the site marks a border between the kingdom of Kashmir and the country of the Daradesha. I shall return to Kashmir chronicles later. Muslim sources of the 12th and 13th centuries seem to faintly reflect Al-Biruni's account, at times enriched by more or less fantastical tales. An anonymous Persian work on the wonders of the world, Ajaib Dunya, relates about a female statue in Bolor that miraculously issues drops of healing milk. It further reports of magical forces of Bolor women, as well as of wild men and fabulous beasts there. Al-Qaswini, a 13th century Muslim cosmographer, also mentions Bolor. He says it's a place near Kashmir where snow falls in winter for 3 months and where a female idol is venerated. So I see a clear relation among these three reports, whereas Biruni says it's in Shardi, you have this female idol. It's on the way from Kashmir to Bolor. The other two Muslim sources put the idol in Bolor. I guess there is some reflection of Al-Biruni's report. Now I turn to two non-Muslim travelers skirting the mountain zone. They provide us with glimpses from the middle of the period of isolation. That is the Venetian merchant Marco Polo, passing the region in the north around 1270 to 75, and of Ulgyanpa, a Tibetan pilgrim visiting Uddiyana, that is Swat, in about 1260 or 65, in search of the local roots of his faith. Marco Polo relates on Bolor, we had this already several times, the people living in high mountains are wild pagans, hunters clad in animal hides. It is a bad people. Besides Bolor, he mentions also the regions of Pashai, 10 days to the south of Badakhshan, where rice is cultivated. Its inhabitants speak their own language, venerate idols, and are skilled in sorcery and devil's arts. Now, Olgyanpa, the Tibetan pilgrim, was especially interested in such magical practices. The Swat Valley, especially its female population, in his view, was an epicenter of tantric knowledge and magical forces. In Swat, which at that time was ruled by a Hindu chief tributary to the Mongols, Olgyanpa saw images and statues of tantric deities, among them one made of sandalwood representing the goddess Mangala Devi. Now, Devi is again the goddess Durga, and Mangala has something to do with a blessing attached to her name. Now, even the Mongol Great Khan obviously appreciated these magical skills. At the court, at the center of the Mongol Empire, were employed magicians from Tibet and Kashmir, who were doing all kinds of Wetterzauber, how do you translate? All kinds of magic, yeah, to influence, for instance, the weather. There should be no clouds on the Khan's palace or tent, yeah. And Marco Polo writes, these people from Kashmir and Tibet, they are the best among all the peoples in the world with this knowledge, magical knowledge. So there is something, both from Marco Polo's side and from the Tibetan pilgrims, which has something to do with a kind of tantric knowledge spread in the area. That's how I summarize that. Between 1000 and 1500, the frontiers of non-Muslim mountain zone, Peristan, did change only insignificantly. In the west, Timur's campaign, as we just heard, from Andarab through the Khavak Pass into the country of Katol and Siapush, Kafirs, did not lead to any lasting changes in territorial control. In the south and southeast, however, the frontiers of Islam expanded in the 14th century. By 1385, the various regions on the southern and eastern margins of Peristan, such as Swat and Gabar, Buner and Pakli, had come under Muslim rule, as is documented in the description of the life and travels of Sayyid Ali Hamadani. Kashmir, the regional power bordering on Pakli, already had come under Muslim rule a few decades earlier and probably had played a role in the Islamization of these areas. Now I come to the Kashmir Chronicles. Kashmir Chronicles written in Sanskrit, which have not yet been adequately integrated into Peristan studies. These chronicles provide considerable more information on relations of parts of Peristan to the outside world during the period of isolation than sources from any other neighboring country. The first, most comprehensive and well-known of these chronicles is Kalhana's Raja Tarangini, which narrates the history of Kashmir from its mythical beginnings to the year 1149. The follow-up chronicles updating the history of Kashmir to 1500 and even up to the Mughal conquest, 1586, owe their creation to a peculiar form of convivencia of Muslim and Hindu communities and traditions favored by some, so not all, of the Muslim sultans of Kashmir. Thus, Sanskrit remained the literary medium of court history writing during the Muslim Sultanate of Kashmir. Karl Yetma has taken the Kashmir Sanskrit chronicles into account, but at his time, the works of Kalhana's successors were only available in misleading and deficient translations of Jogesh Chandra Dutt, which does not conform to modern philological standards. Meanwhile, careful editions of Sanskrit texts have appeared as well as translations of them. Among those who are engaged in these studies is Professor Walter Slye, Indian Studies of Halle University. Slye distinguishes these layers of Sanskrit history writing that are on the PowerPoint. So what do these chronicles report about Peristan? As stated above, Kalhana, who wrote the story of the kings of Kashmir up to 1149, mentions the Darada country, Daradesha, and several Darada rulers carrying non-Muslim names in the years between 1000 and 1149. In contrast to Kalhana Junaraja, who wrote the subsequent chapter of Kashmir history, does not, in 300 years, does not once employ the term Darada. He, however, introduces another ethnonym, namely Shinga, that may be relevant for Peristan studies. Reviewing all these chronicles, it turns out that the term Darada and Shinga is used alternatively by these chroniclers. Chuna Raja, I omit this. This is just, just shows that generally there is a tendency that whenever Darada and Shinga are mentioned, they are not as mighty powers as they had been before. There is no personal name mentioned, and they appear more and more to be employed as mercenaries in Kashmir. According to Chuna Raja, the Sultan first conquered the country on the Indus, whose ruler Govinda Khan resided in Uddabandapura. That is ancient Vaihind, one of the centers of Gandhara empire, culture, modern Hund or Und. And this Sultan, Shahabuddin, then conquered Gandhara there. He subdued the tribe of Shinga, literally. He broke the horn, a symbol of haughtiness of the Shinga, without unsheathing the sword. So here we again come to the horn, Shing. And in the Sanskrit chronicle, it's a symbol, the meaning is pride, haughtiness. And when you turn to Shina songs, reporting, for instance, on these inroads of the three brothers, Sher Shah, Ali Shah, and Murad, conquering Gilgit, yeah? You have the same formula like Sher Shah, Ali Shah, Murad, Kakolo Shingpote, who has broken the horn. And the Shina formulation is exactly the same as the Sanskrit one. So it would be nice to talk about the meaning of horn in these areas. Maybe it's something Peristani and it would include Kashmir and Sanskrit. So there are several Persian translations, or rather abridged versions of the Sanskrit chronicles written between 1580 and 1620. The only one among them which mentions at all the subjugation of a tribe in the given context renders the following, the passage in the following manner. The Sultan set out via Baramulla. At first he captured the province of Pakli and Swatkapar. He also conquered the country of the Gakar. So not Shinga, but here comes the name Gakar. And I cannot accept this because Gakar has, in Sanskrit, it's something like Gakara, Gakata, or Kukura, so but not Shinga. So here the anonymous author of this Kashmir Persian translation of the Sanskrit Raja Tarangini is, in my view, not well informed. I therefore propose to find it more plausible to apply to me it appears more plausible that the medieval Shinga are a minor power in or near Gandhara, i.e. Swat and Gabar, and they are somehow related with the modern Shin, or generally the Shina speakers. So here, just to come to the root, this one. Yeah, the root is Hazara at that time was called Pakli, and there is Uddabandapura. Next step is Gandhara, and there in this country, this Sultan Shihabuddin, subdued the tribe of the Shinga. This we had the Sanskrit terminology. Now this is the same in Mughal Empire's period, and you also, I think there is, you have Attock to the left, and just 50 miles above there is ancient Uddabandapura. Now, my proposal is that we could discuss, I'm not sure, but it's possible that the terms Shinga, Shina, Shin, Shinaki, are somehow related. There are people much better informed about the language than I am. I just know that the Shina language distinguishes between three sibilants, S, sh, and sh. And so whether it's possible that the sh and sh can be exchangeable, I don't know, but I propose to study it. So in the 19th century, Shina was mainly spoken as today in the Gilgit Basin and the upper Indus Valley. At that time, large tracts of the upper Indus Valley were known as Shinaki. The place name Shinkyari in Pakli indicated, according to Bidulf, that Shina speakers once had been also living there. Bidulf even assumes that Pakli was the original home of the Shina speakers, from where they may have been pushed up further north, presumably by Afghans. We lack historical sources to check this conjecture. Linguistic studies suggest that Shina or some closely related languages once were spoken also in the southern and southeastern fringe of Kashmir. Now, what comes is, I have attempted two ways to prove what I imagine of what there should be. There could have been a relation between these Shina-speaking people and Kashmir in the period of isolation. And the one test I did was on, I started off with information given by Professor Yetmar and Ahmad Hassan Dani. And Professor Yetmar says there are traces in these rock inscriptions or rock carvings that that some form of aggressive Hinduism had been prevailing there and represented by Shina speakers. And Dani also found, pretended to have found Sanskrit inscriptions of a very late age, 14th, 15th century. And he also said this is probably the last stage of a certain type of battle axe culture, and it was represented, carried by Shina speakers. Now I turn to experts who have been employed in the process of the research unit rock carvings and rock inscriptions in the Indus Valley, and asked them, are there any inscriptions later than the first millennium? Because they had criticized in their works, 11 volumes appeared, rock by rock, yeah? They had criticized that Dani did not read the inscription correctly. And so the result, the final result was Professor Oskar von Hinüber wrote me, no, there aren't. There are no inscriptions except in the second millennium, except for Urdu ones. So we can forget this one. I was disenchanted. And so the other way I tried to find out relations between Chilas and Kashmir is these symbols, horse riders with battle axes and shields. On the left, it's shown how they are on the rocks in the Indus Valley. And on the right hand, there is a relief from Ushkur in Kashmir. And attached to it is a Sharada inscription, which is dated 1506. And again, I asked experts, can that be possible? Is that how? And the result was one of the member of a research unit on Kucha, now working in Leipzig, Ulf Jäger. He said, as far as he can see from details of the weaponry, this relief dates to 6th to 8th century. And so the Sharada inscription was added much later, so this also does not prove any relation. So two dead-end streets in research. Now, this is just, and take only 2 minutes now, how I visualize for myself the period 1500 to 1800. You have a lot of these arrows, which are mostly Rasavat, these Islamization campaigns. And step by step, Muslim powers got some outposts in Peristan and built up their new allied territories. And only one, there is some dotted line here from Srinagar to Skardu. This is the only one where we have some Muslim influence which is not connected to violence. There is Nur Bakhshia Sheikh, Shamsuddin Iraqi, who went there and who, by the sheer power of his authority, caused the people to convert to Islam. So here I stop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Wolfgang, for being so precise. So now we have, it seems that we have also questions from our online audience. Maybe there is one question for Professor Bernardini, perhaps, because I cannot check from here.
Yeah, the question is really for both. So Wolfgang, wait a minute, and Professor Bernardini also, because it concerns, it is from Sviatoslav Kavierin, who is a scholar of Peristan from Moscow, who was invited here and couldn't come, and he will present a paper online. He says the route how the troops reached Siapushan is curious. He's talking about Timur. That could be Panjshir Valley. Those were Muslim people of Andarab who asked Timur for help, and Andarab Valley is even further at the Baglan side of the mountains. By that time, Panjshir was not entirely Islamized. The inscriptions, and this is the curious point, the inscriptions of Timur and Abdurrahman, because Abdurrahman says that he made an inscription next to Timur's, are there in Ramgal, Pacho village. Now, I know of 3 Westerners who have been there, which are the Deutschen Hindukusch were the first, Tesiger was another one, and Newby also went by. And the inscription of Timur was pointed out to them. It is high up, but nobody could make anything or establish whether it is an inscription or just scratches on the rock. Now, says Kavierin has a lot of contacts in Afghanistan, particularly with Samiullah Taza, who is a Nuristani scholar from, not from Weigel, from, where is Max? Nishagram. Samiullah so, the inscription of Timur and Abdurrahman are in Ramgal, Pacho village. Their photos were published in bad blurry quality by Samiullah Taza in 2017. I did not know about this. In bad blurry quality. I hope to get clear photos or visit the place someday. I guess it would have been even more difficult to reach Ramgal from the south in those days than from the north, Panjshir. Although there could be Kafir settlements destroyed then in Panjshir side, in the Panjshir side valley Dara, which leads to Ramgal.
No. It is very interesting for me to know that. We'd love to see this photograph.
So I would suggest that we forward to the speakers the text of these questions, because this seems not to be a question, but a piece of additional information. So, and now the floor is open for questions to Wolfgang.
I have a question for Wolfgang, if it's possible. It's about Jonah Raja in particular, because this edition of Sly is very, very useful. And but there is a question, the definition of frontiers. They describe between Timur and Sikandar Shah. And it was made by some elephants that there is a strange part of this text where there is the description of these frontiers. But have you any idea of what these frontiers were or not? Because Jonah Raja is a very interesting source, but very eccentric compared with the Persian source.
And this frontier would mark the gates of Kashmir.
Kashmir, yes.
A line of elephants. There is a toponym occurring in this section that I had reported on, and just abridged to the extreme. Gachipura or Gachinapura, elephant city. So it's not a string of elephants, but it's a city. And most of these Persian translators say that is Ghazni in Afghanistan. And so probably Mahmud and all these things come into the term. Maybe, Ghazni and the meaning of elephant, maybe that is alluded to, but I'm of course not sure at all.
Any more questions?
Just a quick comment regarding the transcription of sibilants.
Yeah.
If the person doing the transcribing does not differentiate these phonemically, then it would be easy to just write sha instead of sha, because they don't hear the difference. So I think it's possible, as far as I can see.
Thank you very much. As I learn or read, Sanskrit has it.
Yes.
But Kashmiri does not have it. Shina has it.
Shina does.
The third one. So we should. But how can we imagine a Kashmiri Pandit who is not able to hear it? It makes no sense to me.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you say that it was a Kashmiri Pandit. I would think a Kashmiri Pandit would hear that, but
so and he would write it also in Sanskrit.
Maybe he has something to say.
I think there is another question.
Also regarding this strange Shina-related words. It would be really helpful if we could see it, how it was written in any Indian script, because then it would be quite clear how the pronunciation was. This term Shina for the community of Shina speakers has a clear Sanskrit etymology. It goes back to Sanskrit Shrenya with a palatal sh, meaning a troop or an army, something like that. But the other forms, there must have been a second word or a suffix, something, I would guess. I mean, Shinaki, this could mean the Shina language, Shinaki Bhasha, something like that. But it's speculation. Just a small addition regarding this tantric magic center, Udayana and Kashmir. Until today, in Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, there are still tantric practitioners, and then, they call their knowledge always Kashmiri Vidya, Kashmiri knowledge, until today.
Thank you. What you said about Australia, I read it in Morgenstern's report on linguistic missions, and he said if it's not an old tribal name, it's probably derived from that word meaning troop or army in Sanskrit, which would fit also very nice, as they consider themselves some kind of military elite in their own caste hierarchy. So if I, you are the person, or one of the few persons who can understand all these cultural layers. So, for instance, what is known about the China in the 19th century is so much nourishing the idea that it was a kind of Hindu religion without literacy. That you have cremation, you have caste, you have a cow taboo, and whatnot force. But you don't have the literary language and you don't have any Brahmins. And before in the other session, you talked about the Beals who have this all Mahabharata. So I think we can start also to think of parts of Peristan Kafir religion as Hindu religions, but without literacy. That would make also put a question mark to what you, Alberto Caco, what you wrote. You said in some point, we don't know whether these are Hindu Kafirs or Peristani Kafirs. So if we accept that there can be a Hindu culture without Brahmins and without literacy, many things would become very easy. And when you study the Sairul Bilad, and it's full of, say, springs where the Hindus go for certain festivals. You have Baisakh celebrated in Bajol and whatnot. If you would sort that out, probably we have another channel onto the Peristan culture. And that would mean that probably all these people were grouped in late 18th century with Moghul Beg as white Kafirs, Spin Kuffar, would be those who have some very close relationship to Northwest Indian tradition, and only the Nuristani, the black Kafirs, would be set apart. That is some possible conclusion.
I think we have just time for a very short question and a very short answer.
So thank you very much. I don't have a question to ask, but just in terms of the hypothesis or possibility of Shinga, I think it's probably not so much connected with Shreni or Shrenya, but rather with a popular etymology with Sanskrit Shringa, meaning horn, as well.
Thank you.
And then one more thing. With Shrenya, for Shina, I think it wasn't so much a battle, group or military thing, because Shreni in Sanskrit, Shani, in Prakrit, is more like a merchant guild, or literally means the best people. And then one more thing, with regards to the battle axe hypothesis, or the succeeding culture that we see in the rock drawings, Oscar von Hindenburg is right that the inscriptions don't date, past 1000, but the petroglyphs do. And so I think the point is that you see a different layer of rock drawings coming in after the period of the earlier drawings and inscriptions.
The petroglyphs don't really date. You have heavily patinated, mediocre patinated, and less. But what is heavily, what is mediocre? And they started to, they made a new petroglyph, a camera professor von Hindenburg told me, just to watch in the next upcoming centuries how the process of patination goes. There's no real way to date it abstractly and exactly, as far as I know.
But what I mean is that what you do see, you do see these later drawings of battle axes, horse riders, and so forth, overlapping earlier drawings of earlier inscriptions. So that is a relative chronology that can be established outside of the patination.
Yes, I fully agree, because sometimes we have no specific chronological markers, but we have indications for the reconstruction of a relative chronology. So thank you very much. And so I must inform you that there is a small change in the program, because Professor Hidayatur Rahman and Shakirullah, who were supposed to speak now, are not yet in Rome, I think, or they are just landing. So we replace this presentation with a presentation that was scheduled for Friday, the 7th. The presentation by Luca Olivieri and Matteo Cesana, Medieval and Pre-Modern Baricote, an archaeological tale of two cities. So please, Matteo Cesana will read the paper. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any
The presentation?
PowerPoint?
Yes. Okay. This one. So, good afternoon to everyone. I would like to thank the organizer of this conference, allowing us to present some archaeological and historical notes on the connection between Milto Swat and Amperdir in pre-modern times. I'm presenting this research on the behalf of Professor Luca Maria Olivieri, the director of the Italian Archaeological Mission in Pakistan, who cannot be here with us today. So my contribution to this presentation consists in some toponomastic and medieval historical notes, as you will see in the presentation. And I use this. Uso questo? Giusto. Okay, thank you so much. Perfect. So in 1896, Harold Dean published a celebrated report on the antiquities of the Malakand area and the journal. Okay. You're welcome. In the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society, the article was entitled Note on Udiana and Gandhara. A critical edition of Dean's notes has recently been published, which is based on the manuscripts found in 2008 by Professor Luca Maria Olivieri in Malakand Ford as part of a substantial archival collection published in 2015. Dean was the first political agent of Malakand Agency, whose jurisdiction also covered Dir, Bajaur, Chitral. Established in 1896 during the operation triggered by the casus belli of the siege of the British force at the Chitral fort. The region within the administrative limits of Malakand in late antiquity and Middle Ages was part of a vast cultural area that, following an old but solid thesis, can be named as the Greater Kafiristan or Peristan, before the latter was reduced to the present enclaves in Upper Chitral. This preamble allows us to enter in medias res. The report of Harold Dean, in fact, mentioned a site, Baricote, which, however, is not the famous archaeological site of the same name in Middle Swat, but a nondescriptive tiny hamlet in Upper Dir, more precisely in the Tal Valley. In Dean's note on Udiana and Gandhara, there is no mention of the Baricote in Middle Swat, which Dean knew very well. The Baricote is identified beginning with Orielstein and Giuseppe Tucci, and by the archaeologists of the Italian mission, with Beira, the city besieged by Alexander in late summer of 327 BC, as reported by Arian and Curzio Rufus and others, Alexander Groffer. The identification is corroborated by a study of Oscar von Hinubber of a late 10th century inscription found by Dean's sergeants on the hill of Baricote. Now in Lahore Museum. The inscription mentioned the site Vajrastana, which is in fact Vajra, or in practice Beira. Today, thanks to Stefan Baum's linguistic analysis and the archaeological evidences, the identification of Baricote with Basira, Beira, the city of Vajra, is a sure fact. The place name Vajrastana survived also in the 15th century Tibetan Blue Annals as Vajrastana in Sri Udiana, the place where Tantric Buddhism was best taught. Udiana, or Udiana, the land of the Odi, is Savasendir, the region, the area of Swat. It seems that the place name was still used in Ghaznavid and Ghurid times when Vajrastana, Wajira, it's often cited as an important administrative center. However, the study of the occurrences of the toponym in medieval Persian sources and its identification with the Sanskrit Vajrastana, Vajira, and thus with the site of Baricote deserves a more in-depth analysis that will be proposed in another occasion. Here we shall only report the preliminary results achieved through a recent philological survey. Indeed, it appears that the toponym Wajirastan, Wajira, was still used during the 12th-13th century. In Minaj Siraj Juzjani Tabaqat Nasiri, in English, the Nasirian tables written in the second half of the 13th century, perhaps the most comprehensive chronicle of the Ghurid period, the author, while describing the Indian campaigns of the Ghurid sovereign Qutb ad-Din al-Hassan, who reigned in the 11th century, mentioned multiple times the district of Vajirastan and its principal center, the fortified citadel of Wajira. From the geographical indication given by the text, it can be assumed that the district Wajirastan and its center Vajira lay somewhere east of Kabul, and hence in an area which could grosso modo correspond to the present time Swat. According to our preliminary research, the presence of the toponym Wajirastana, Wajira, is not confined to the Holy Juzjani Tabaqat Nasiri. On the contrary, its occurrence appears to be widespread in coeval medieval Persian chronicles. It is worth mentioning here the case of the Chaur Maghale, in English for discourse, written in the second half of the 12th century, of Nizami Arudi Samarkandi, which mentions the fortress of Ney at Wajiristan. The fortress of Ney, or Ney Laman, it's not unknown to the studies since it is mentioned by another Ghaznavid Persian source, Gardizi Zainul Akhbar. So the ornament of the history is written in the 11th century, as one of the castles plundered by Amir Mahmud of Ghazna during his military campaigns in northern India. Actually, archaeology has documented an important fortress on the top of Barikot Hill, dated precisely to the Ghaznavid and Ghurid period. Not to mention the nearby celebrated Ghaznavid Mosque at Udegram. These data coincide with the philological information collected. Therefore, if the Indusha inscription found by Harold Dean's agent in Barikot attests the usage of the toponym Wajirastan during the 11th century, the presence of the same toponym among medieval Persian sources would testify the continuity of the place name occurred in the following 2 centuries. So this apparent digression on toponymy is actually cogent to our discourse. As we shall see, everything hinges on the continuity of the toponym Beira Bir between the Barikot of Swat and the village of the same name in Dir, which we shall call Barikot too. As we shall see, this continuity goes beyond the name and takes the form of a vivid story that we are now able to tell, albeit in brief. The first informed notion about Barikot II is therefore found in Dean, who collects information received and describes the site as follows. At Barikot, near Patrak district, ruins are said to exist, and a stupa is said to have existed there, which was overthrown by one Ilyas Ahund about 2 generations ago. This one Ilyas Ahund should be one of the Ahund Baba descendants, rulers of Upper Dir, and the event can be placed half a century earlier than when Dean writes. So earlier, in 1840, a short account by General Claude Auguste Kurt, a high-ranking French officer in the service of Ranjit Singh, was published in the Journal of the Asiatic Society, not to be confused with the Royal Asiatic Society. The report of General Kurt was based on a second-hand information collected around the 1837 in Dir, Bajaur, and Swat. Kurt, while reporting on Dir, Tal, and its surroundings, describes a basin situated to the east of Dir, in the district of Tal, where a fire existed under a cupola maintained from time immemorial and kept up to the present time by a Guberian woman. Here the term used are revealing. By the term basin, Kurt means a narrow valley, and by the term cupola, Kurt always means the stupa. More vogue is instead the term Guberian, a late 18th century British jargon indicating Zoroastrian or pagans in general. What we can understand is that here Kurt describes a cultic monument, set at a stupa, in a narrow valley east of Dir, which can be only the valley of Tal. And since no other cupolas are reported outside Tal and surrounding areas, whereas forts, castle, and lead mines are, we may advance the hypothesis that Kurd Dome is the Barikot II stupa, later mentioned by Din, and which between Kurd and Dim was destroyed by Ilyas Ahun before the 1895. So 50 years was the period intercurred between the two visits. And however, neither Kurd nor Din saw the site in person. The first visit in 1908, of whom we have written record, was Colonel Stuart Hill Godfrey, who left us a vivid description in his article, later published in the Geographical Journal in 1912. Thanks to Godfrey, the story thickens and becomes even more interesting. In fact, Godfrey first reports the story of the foundation of Barikot II. This, according to the locals, would have been taking place 8 generations early, which is around the 16th century, when their ancestor, led by their chief Beira Khan, arrived there as exiles from Barikot in Swat, which had just been occupied by the Khans of the Yusufzai Pashtuns. We must remember this date. Godfrey then went to Swat, where he gathered from the Khans of Barikot the other side of the same story. Our research in Barikot II from 2019 to 2021 allowed us to verify that the tradition of the exodus from Swat was still alive, even if many details were lost. For example, we noticed that the pronunciation of the name changed over the years. Godfrey reports as Baira, while it is pronounced Beira, as the hill above Barikot II, or Beira Deri, where the early settlement was located. And our archaeological reconnaissance at Beira Deri, the hill around which the village of Barikot II is gated, also yielded interesting results. Several stone foundations were found there, along with cap marks and pottery sherds, similar to those preserved in Middle Swat and dated between the 12th and the 17th centuries. There is no trace of a stupa on the hill, but assuming that there was one, we already know that it was destroyed a couple of centuries ago. The pottery collected from the surface gave us interesting surprises, and it is completely different from the typical Koistani pottery production. Instead, we found there well-fired and well-standardized ceramic forms, akin to the late antique Swat and medieval forms collected at Barikot I. So, if we return to Barikot in Middle Swat, we will see that many of the information presented so far acquire depth and three-dimensionality. At Barikot in Swat, we began decades ago to study and then to excavate the ruins of a pre-modern village. The Barikot village was abandoned at the time of the Yusufzai arrival, around mid-16th century, as proved by the radiocarbon dates of the final phase of the settlement. And after the conquest of Barikot, the Yusufzai Pashtun preferred to create a checkpost along the lower communication route that also controlled the road to Bonir and to the Indus. A bazaar arose there, giving rise to the modern village. Of the ancient village Barikot, only the name was transferred to the new bazaar, while the hill was left abandoned. Of the ancient only few fakirs frequented its cave, the cave of the ancient Barikot, so the hill. Only few fakirs frequented its caves until a few decades ago. But what remains of the Barikot hill, apart from the ruins being excavated? We know that the Pashto legends speak of 100 castle and the existence of a mysterious tunnel which happens to connect Barikot, so the Barikot in Middle Swat, with the valley of Tal, which the Pashtuns claim Beira Khan and his men used to escape to Upper Dir. So thank you so much. This was my presentation.
So thank you, Matteo, also for delivering such an interesting speech and for keeping to your time, a lot of time. And so we have now time for questions for Matteo, but since we are also a little bit earlier, if you have questions for other speakers. Okay.
There is again from
But I also have a question for Matteo. Meanwhile, maybe I can profit from the moment. It's really very, very interesting, this reference to a woman who keeps alive fire, but it, according to the archaeological evidence, this monument should be a stupa, if I understood well.
Should be, yes. This monument should be a stupa, not from the archaeological evidences, but according to the second-hand information collected by Kurt, the French general Auguste Kurt, and then reported, then collected from the second-hand information of Dean. But unfortunately, during Dean's time, this stupa was already destroyed. So,
but there is any, any study about this legend or whatever?
No.
Speaking about
unfortunately,
this strange presence of something which looks like Zoroastrian in the middle of Swat.
Unfortunately not, but the only information we have are this information that I presented today, and which we collected during 2 surveys from 2019 to 2021, so last year actually. But we have no other information, unfortunately. We have just these reports, which it's actually interesting because the Pashtun sergeants of Kurt reports the existence of this fire temple, which in something about the 1830 was still kept. There was the fire there, but just 2 generations after, and so which means 50 years after Kurt's visit, it's reported that this fire temple was completely destroyed. So we have just this Pastu legend.
Thank you. Any other question? Please, Michele.
The use of term Gabr, the use of term Gabr for exactly for this legend is related to a Zoroastrian cult, or because it is used also for other cults, but I know.
Yes.
In this case, perhaps could be.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't think it's, of course, Zoroastrian. I mean, they use just this term to describe in general the pagans. But actually, also even Kor didn't know what it was actually. Maybe some pagans religiosity, but we don't know actually in detail what it was. We know that there was a stupa there, so maybe it was something related to this religion.
But in any case, to some kind of fire ritual.
Yeah, in any case, collected to fire rituals. But,
sorry, I'm not a philologist, but there might be some connection with tomb.
Gabra.
Gubra.
I have a comment on that. I was also wondering over it, but I think, but this is my guess now, that Gabri is connected with Gauri, which is what the inhabitants even today refer. They refer to themselves that way very often. It's not the only place, or it's not the only group that refers to themselves that way. It's quite common. The Gawar or Gauro, various forms, especially among Koistani people. Koistan or Koistan is Pashto, the Pashtun term. So this is the ethnonym. Probably.
Yes. Yes.
Are we ready for the question from Zoom?
you are referring to me, to Stefan, no? But no.
C'è pure un'altra. Ci sono pure altre tre, anzi, le ho tolte.
Vuoi bere?
Cioè, sì, grazie.
Excuse me, just to feel the
Yeah.
camera. I missed the last sentence. You said someone was able to escape to Aberdeen, and I forgot about. I could not understand the context. That
Yeah.
was one. And on the other hand, in Babur's description, you already have this Sultan Hyder Ali, Bachauri or Gabari. So it's very well established in this region. And yeah, it of course has nothing to, as far as I know, nothing to do with Zoroastrianism.
Yeah, we just collected some Pashto legend which speak about these 100 castles which were actually on the hill of Barikot 1, so Barikot in Mil Swat. And just to answer, they speak also about the existence of a mysterious tunnel which collects the two Barikots from Swat to Dir, passing through the Tal Valley. Yeah, so it's actually interesting because from the other perspective, so collecting legends from the Pashtuns in the Tal Valley. So in they report just the same story. So a tunnel excavated from Barikot in Dir to the Barikot in Swat, used to escape from the Pashto, the Yusufzai incursion, and so into the Dir Valley. And see, just this. Thank you.
Obviously, this is, a tale we often heard about this kind of tunnels connecting one place to another. But which is the distance between the two Barikot?
It's maybe I can show you.
It's a difficult question.
It's a very difficult question. It's something like by car it's 6 hours. So yes, because you have to pass from the end of the Swat Valley and then go to the Dir. There is no connection actually, direct connection between the two valleys.
So this would be a kind of
a short track,
direct connection,
yeah,
which doesn't exist on the. Any more questions?
Sorry, Anna. Yeah, I have just a quick question about the archaeology, really. You said you'd done 2 seasons of survey at the Dir Barikot. How many sites did you find? Because the pottery was really interesting. And do you have any plans to excavate any of those sites?
But unfortunately, I cannot answer to this question because I'm not an archaeologist. We have to ask to Professor Olivieri, but maybe Professor Anna Filigenzi can answer.
No, unfortunately, I have no updates about the future plans. But actually, it would be very interesting. I'm sure that once Luca Olivieri has discovered this kind of twin cities, he will certainly put in his future agenda some more detailed study.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for asking an archaeological question then.
We have 2 people online who would like to speak. One is Richard Strand. So, Richard, if you can hear me, you must just turn on your microphone, and the technicians say that you ought to be able to speak by just turning on your microphone. Are you there?
I keep getting muted.
There you are.
Hello?
Okay, we got you. Go ahead and speak.
Well, it's a little irrelevant now because I wanted to comment on the last paper, and that's past time now. So, as they say in Nuristan, the affair has fallen down. Chuchupago. I'll save that comment for another time. Hello?
So you don't want to comment now? No, go ahead.
I just have a quick thing about the Sheena and Shin.
Yeah, go ahead.
The people in Atzeret call themselves Shin with the palatal F, the sh, rather than the retroflex. And I was always kind of concerned by that because I thought I was expecting to hear a retroflex consonant, sh, and I didn't. So I had assumed that they had perhaps gotten this name through some modern contacts with people in Chilas or somewhere. But now I understand, seeing this, that this, in fact, may be the original name that they went by at the time they left Chilas and migrated to Atzeret.
That's very interesting. We have Henrik Lillegren here. Maybe he can add something to this.
No, I'm just wondering, Richard. Richard, I'm just wondering, are you referring to the clan name Girshing? Or
no,
is it something else?
It's just what he said that what my people told me there were that they called themselves Shin.
Okay.
The people from when they came from Chilas, the people who originally came from Chilas, he referred to them as Shin.
All right. Yeah, I don't have any
That's
comment
on my web.
that.
Yeah. That's on my website in the bit about the Atzerito there.
Unknown to me.
Unknown to Henrik, but we must add this to the interesting points to investigate about Peristan. I believe we also have Sviatoslav Kavierin, who wanted to speak. He has many comments. Sviatoslav, can you turn on your microphone and can we hear you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Well, actually, I've written all of my comments there. Perhaps one of them was skipped, a short message to Karl Wood. Well, if it's necessary, I can read it, or you can read it to him privately. It's up to you. And also, my colleague Artyom Shmelyov is also here online, and perhaps he wants to say something. So let me know if I should address Karl Wood now, or we give the word to Artyom.
I think we have time for some one or two short questions before having the break. Otherwise, if there are long comments, so we can forward to the speakers, and then we can try to reply online. Yeah. But for the time being, if you want, we can have 5 minutes for discussion.
Yeah, I would read the comment to Karl Wood, which is probably doesn't need a long reply. So go ahead with that, Sviatoslav.
I mean, should I say anything else?
Sorry?
Different from the comment to Karl, or should I tell it in short?
No, address Karl Wood now.
Okay. So, dear Karl, great thanks to you for this indeed exciting report. It was really pleasant to revisit your research on Pashai people. And those numerous instances of the matches with the culture of Nuristani Kalasha or the Sultan Kafirs And Pashayi people are especially important together with the three matching village names, which are Vama, Janchigal, and Waigal, Oigal. It is a very exciting topic to discuss, and I think it was not covered in literature much. So I hope that someone of our research community would pick this topic. And I should have, I should mention one important thing, which is also concerned of many researchers. I have made your free books dedicated to Pashayi people and also Kalasha and Afghanistan in general, to Muhammad Zaman Kulmani, also Shinganik of Pashayi people. So since 2020, those people in Kabul may have access to the hard copies of your bibliography there. And there is certain interest to getting your photo and audio materials in digital form to Kabul, to Pashayis. So let's somehow find a solution to share that and to process that in a joint international team from various countries who are involved in this research. People are really asking for that. And on Friday, me and my dear colleague Robert Tegithoff will be speaking about Gran Gali research, also belonging to Kunar province, which profited a lot from sharing the archival materials to the originating community. So I would like to address just to every researcher to share his materials back to the communities, which would be a great treasure for them, because especially after many decades, it's becoming just unique evidence of their culture, which may encourage them to keep their identity alive. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Yes, Sviatoslav has this great ability to keep in touch with the local people via internet, and not only because he has visited them various times. And let's see if Karl wants to answer somehow.
Well, this is Sviatoslav Kaveri. Yeah. Oh.
Thank you. Hello.
So
hello.
You talk something. I want to hear your voice, your Russian voice. Okay?
Да, я могу по-русски немножко говорить. Да, мы здесь с моим коллегой, с Артемом, ведем исследовательскую работу по народу Пашаи, и ваши работы тоже постепенно переводим на русский язык. Будут некоторые сжатые публикации. I said in brief that me with my colleague Artem, who wants to speak next briefly, we are making some research and preparing some publications on Pashayi people in Russian, which would, of course, include your papers, perhaps in abridged form for some descriptive article, but still we are going to put your legacy here in this country as well and in our language. That's what I said.
I have made a short version of my today's lecture, so I could get first of all get this version, and then we shall see later. Okay, but it's very great. It is exciting that you come. Where you're staying in Russia now? Where you are?
Yes. Yeah, I'm in
Moscow.
Russia.
In Moscow.
Yeah, we are alive. We are humans. We are doing our job, our research. Yes.
Why you don't come to Vienna? Come to.
Well, see, in
this current. You could overnight.
Oh, thank you. Well, okay. I'm remembering your words well. I should comment if so. Yeah. See, what's the problem? Since 2020, due to COVID first, and then to the current, and then because of the current military activities in the North Pontic, Russians are not much welcome in Europe. First, we had complications of access to Europe because of COVID restrictions, of those vaccines and everything. So not everyone could easily get visa, although some people could get it. And since the recent events, the waiting time to obtain visa of, for instance, Italy, has become so long, the queue becomes so long. So I could not just come to this conference in time. I could only apply my documents in late October, which would be too late. So that's why I'm online. But, I hope to come to Austria and Italy next year, perhaps, if someone helps me with formal procedures to arranged visa. But that's another topic for later discussions. And first of all, I'm really glad to see you online and hear and see your progress. And that's really exciting, especially in the current situation. That's really reviving and refreshing. Thank you.
Can you remember my skateboard collection?
Of course I remember it. Yeah, and drawings. Yeah, it's awesome.
Desk, you know,
yeah.
desk, skateboard desk. I have a small skateboard museum. Okay.
Yeah, I think it deserves a separate exhibition.
Can you skate? Do you skate? No.
Well,
but have you seen the film Skate the Stone? There was a film.
Yeah. No, there was also.
Let's go to Skate the Stone.
Okay.
Help Afghanistan by skateboards. No, for the children.
So we wish to see you soon in presence, and I think we can now have our break unexpectedly. And
excuse me. Please excuse me. Can you give 1 minute of talk to Artyom Shmelyov because he was waiting so desperately?
1 minute, yes, of course you can.
Artyom?
Good evening, dear colleagues. Because of me having so little time, I asked about which is most important for me now. Dear Mr. Strand, I saw in your website, nuistan.info, that there is a Batera language lexicon has been added. So I have a question. Do you have any accounts about music of Batera people? Because I have rare examples of Indus-Pakistani music, speakers of Abyssinian Pakistani, but Batera people is a minority, and I know nothing about them, just above basic info about language and cultural affiliation. So can you please say something about music to me? Because I'm first of all, I'm a researcher of Peristani music.
Well, I don't have anything to say about music in Batera. I was only there for 1 day, and nobody was singing or dancing while I was there. So I can't. I'm sorry, I can't tell you anything about that. Ask me something about Nuristani music. Maybe I can give you a little bit, but I think you'll have to go back to Batera to find out.
One short comment. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was in touch with people from Grangel and from Sao village, and both told me that there is simply no music in their villages, at least since the times of jihad. So before the 80s, there was some poetry, and as we know, poetry and songs is almost synonymous in the area. So there could be some in the 70s and before, but now it seems to be completely erased, although Pashtun people on their weddings do make some music. But Grangalis and Sauji seem to be not. That's it. So Baterium could have erased it too. Well, we don't know.
So for Indus-Pakistan, yes, music is also prohibited in many settlements, and there is... Mr. Torvali, great to see you. Yes, we speak about Batera people and about is there a kind of any music in Batera community, and do you know something about Bateri music, or can you please provide some examples or some accounts about it? Mr.
Hello. Zubair and Vyadoslav, I'm afraid we have to postpone this most interesting discussion about music to a next occasion. I suppose you're all following
yes,
online.
but in any case, we got this request, and so we can.
Yeah, so we'll keep it in mind, and we'll have other times when we can comment and ask questions. Now it's time for our pause, and we must follow our schedule.
And for a short announcement, because unfortunately the next speaker, Stefano Pellò, couldn't join us in presence, so he will give his presentation online, and we must be here in 10 minutes, I'm afraid. So at 25 past 4. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, thank you very much for coming back. So we have the next speaker already online, Stefano Pellò, who will present a contribution with the title Mapping the Peristan Poetic Territories of Kafiristan.
The Persian poetic territories, not the Peristan.
Sorry? Oh,
Mapping
sorry,
the Persian poetic territories of
the Persian poet. Sorry, but you know, Peristan, we are.
Peristan is everywhere. Peristan is everywhere.
Sorry.
Okay, do you mind if I don't use my earphones because they are not working very well? If you can hear me like this, I will.
Yes, we are hearing very clear.
Thank you so much. So, first of all, let me quickly thank the organizers of this conference, Alberto, Augusto, especially, and let me also apologize in advance for the somehow eccentric nature of my paper if compared to those who have preceded me. As a matter of fact, here I'm going to deal much more, exclusively indeed, about metaphors and literary interpretations than history. However, I hope that these textual observations of mine can nevertheless add to the general discussion. So in a brilliant paper, I don't have any PowerPoint, so it's just a voice presentation. In a brilliant paper published in 1999, entitled How We Lost Kafiristan, literary critic Edward Marx deals at length with the rugged textual territories of Kafiristan in 19th century English world of letters. The main objective of the article is to show, in a sassy and articulated anti-new criticism vein, how much Rudyard Kipling, well-known short novel The Man Would Be King, erroneously read by several ignorant critics as referring to an invented fantastic place called Kafiristan, could indeed be understood also as an interpretation of the available knowledge of our Peristan, Kafiristan, at the moment of its composition. As Marx himself underlines, from his historicist point of view, the story is indeed hypothetical and not purely imaginary or allegorical, as goes the traditional post-colonial reading, and finds its own place, of course, with its distinct nature of historical fiction, in the panorama of the 19th century documents and reports produced by the diffused interest among the British imperial functionaries for the region, and especially its still unconverted pagans. Long story short, Edward Marx very correctly warns about the significance, in both historical and representational terms, of an English literary source about Kafiristan, such as Kipling's novel, especially in view of its interactions, meticulously retraced all along his article, with ethnographical, geographical, historical, and so on reports, themselves, obviously, leaning on a certain imaginary about the region. What Marx's article does not say, however, is that the literary dimension of Kafiristan as an imagined territory interacting, but not at all necessarily coinciding with the contours of the homonymous historical region precede Kipling and the European colonial ethnographic investigations and fantasies by several centuries. And I am not referring here so much to the rich material mastery described by Wolfgang Holzwarth in his invaluable Materialien zur Geschichte der Karakoram und östlichen Hindukusch of 1999, but to the Persian poetic hypertext, as well as, of course, that of the other literatures in dialogue with the Persosphere, such as the Ottoman and the Urdu, which is indeed rich of diverse glimpses of and references to a place or space called Kafiristan, whose metaphorical reality matters often very much as far as the general Persian writings on the region are concerned. Bearing in mind the words of Sanskritist Sheldon Pollock, according to whom every literary fact is a historical fact in a non-trivial sense, then, I will use this presentation of mine to describe the beginning of a research on the Persian poetic territories of Kafiristan, mapping a brief history of the term as a poetic image and showing how much poetical conventions on a place, a general place called Kafiristan, may overlap with historical observations and ethnographic descriptions, as in the case that I won't touch today of Haji al-Haddad's Persian text on the Kafis, which Alberto Cacopardo and I have been studying for a while and that we are going to publish soon, inshallah. So before going to the Persian verse, however, I'd like also to emphasize the cosmopolitan dimensions of the phenomena discussed here by apprising that a quick description of Kafiristan in the form of a dictionary entry can be found even in the Qamus al-A'lam, a historical and geographical encyclopedia of almost 5,000 pages by the Albanian Shamseddin Sami Frasheri, published in 6 volumes in Constantinople between 1889 and 1899 in Ottoman Turkish. Here, the entry Kafiristan is described as such, and I quote, a mountainous region in the northeast of Afghanistan. Its inhabitants are called Kafir and Siapush. They are of Iranian stock, end of quote. The author, Sami Frasheri, was the brother of Naim Frasheri, 1846-900, one of the most representative Sufi authors. He was, just like the rest of his family, connected to the Bektashiya, whose multilingual poetical production, including Persian, is relatively well known. So while the sources for Sami Frasheri's description are still to be reconstructed, as we will see, Persian lexicography might have played a major role in this perspective, but of course, European sources as well, such as the Bibliothèque Orientale by Derbelot, also have a role in that. It seems worthy to passingly mention here that more or less 1.5 centuries before, in the imperial Constantinople of the Lale Devri or Tulip period, the main poet of the century, Ahmed Nedim Effendi, who died in 1730, would write lines such as the following from a lyrical ghazal in Turkish: Hal kafir, zulf kafir, çeşm kafir el aman, ser beser eklimi husnun kafiristan oldühe. And I translate, an unbeliever the mole, an unbeliever a kafir the curl, and the infidel eye. The entire kingdom of your beauty has become a land of idolaters, or has become a Kafiristan. So we cannot, of course, exclude that in the highly refined and learned courtly milieu where circulation is always there, in which Nedim was writing, the metaphorical reality of Kafiristan, here a territorialized description of the dark and cruel traits of beauty of the conventionally impervious beloved, the black mole, the black curl, the black eye, could have been understood as a learned, very learned talmih, technically speaking, allusion to an equally impervious and very much unknown far geographical reality. For instance, through the textual memory of and learned reference to Timur's Siapushan, those were in black color mentioned, as we've seen also by Professor Bernardini, and or Babur Chagatai description of Kafiristan in the Baburnama, and so on. Given the growing, though heavily stylized ethnographic attitude of later authors, such as Nedim, I am indeed convinced that a specific geographical allusion could indeed be there. However, we can safely assume that the line would be absolutely and perfectly understandable even without any previous knowledge of any region called Kafiristan. As a matter of fact, the idea of Kafiristan as a generic place of unbelief is literally as old as Persian literature, as we can indeed trace its use back to the 9th century, to the 10th century, Tariq Nome by the Samanid minister Abu Ali Muhammad Bal'ami, one of the oldest examples of New Persian prose in our possess. Here, Bal'ami refers to Kafiristan as the land of origin of the Turkone Ajami, the still unconverted Central Asian Turks of the times of Abbasid Caliph Al-Mu'tasim. Similar observations about the name place can be made for several other texts of historiographical nature, such as the Ghaznavid Tarikh Bayhaqi, and so on. However, more relevant for our purposes here is to point out how references to an ambivalent place called Kafiristan, dangerous and fascinating, just like the face of the cruel beloved in Nedim's line, are easily traceable in the classical and post-classical Persian poetic canon, maybe more than expected. I will limit myself to just a few examples among the tens of occurrences that I have been able to trace so far, from Ansuri Balkhi, the 11th century, to Muhammad Iqbal and beyond. For Farrokhi Sistani, who died in 1031, for instance, Kafiristan is a place name that can alternate with Hindustan, at his times the place of unbelief par excellence, as in these lines from a qasida in praise of Mahmud of Ghazna. سپاه برده اندر دل کافرستان خطر کرده در روزگار جوانی ز هندوستان اصل کفر و ضلالت بریده به شمشیر هندوستانی. He brought his army in the heart of Kafiristan, the territory of the unbelievers. He risked a lot in the times of his youth. He cut with an Indian sword the root of error and miscredency from India, from Hindustan. End of quote. Later on, actually quite soon, indeed, the direct connection between the poetic idea of Kafiristan and the problematic borderlands of Hindustan is broken, and Kafiristan can assume the features of a metaphorical geography, as in this line from the Sufi divan of very famous Attore Neshapuri. And I quote, Rui dar zire zolf penhan kard and dar Islam Kafiristan kard. He or she hid her face under her curls and made a Kafiristan within Islam. As it can be easily seen, however, one feature characterizing the prototypical Kafiristan of India in Persian poetic imagination, i.e. the black color, is retained in this line, as it will be in innumerable other lyrical images built on the contrastive figure of the cruel and beautiful kafir, or idol-like, both-like, beloved, conventionally sought after by the lover poet. And in Attar's line, notice the contrast between the white luminous face of the beloved representing Islam and the black curls representing kufr. And they do go together. Among the tens of possible other examples of allusive use, from Rumi to Amir Khosrow to Bidar Dehlavi, etc., a particularly interesting case is made by the ghazals of Sohaib Tabrizi, who died in 1676. One of the great masters of the later Safavid Mughal side, and especially important for us, one of the most relevant influence for the Persian poets of Chitral, such as Baba Siar and Tajammul Shah Mahdi. Sohaib refers to Kafiristan with remarkable frequency in order to build an unusually high amount of complex images, such as the following. Sodelohan zud bargardand azayin khish on farangi Kafiristan mikonad oinero. Those with a simple heart quickly abandon their own customs. That European, Farangi, transforms the mirror in a Kafiristan. Again, whiteness, blackness, beauty, and miscredency in an interplay of paradoxical contrasts and geographical allusions, the Farangi and the Kafiristan. As in the case of Nedim's Turkish line seen above, we cannot exclude again here, as in the rest of Sohaib's extremely learned ghazals, a deliberate hint through the techniques of iham, ambiguity, and talmih, learned allusion to the geographical embodiment, our Peristan, of the evanescent Kafiristan of Persian conventions. After all, it is lexicography itself, a discipline which retains in the Persosphere its original ancillary relationship with poetry well into the early modern period, that comes to our help here. The dictionary Bahar-e-Ajam, the spring temple of Persian diction, completed in 1766 by the Hindu Munshi from Delhi, Tekchand Bahar, and devoted to the poetic tongue of the modern diction, Tazegui, of Persian poetry, notably includes Kafiristan as a separate entry, as will do the equally important South Indian Farhange Anandaraj 1 century later, quite generically describing it as the place where Kafirs live. Again, very ambiguous. However, under the entry kafir, Tekchand Bahar shows how the semantic interactions of the two faces of the word kafir, the metaphorical and the geographical, were already recorded and classified as part of the Persian education of a Munshi in late Mughal India, the Persian linguistic education of a Munshi in late Mughal India. And I quote, Kafiristan, in most cases, the word kafir is used in Persian poetry as a substitute for cruel, zalem, ruthless, birahm, and sosi, impudent, shuh, thus modifying the original use of the Arabs and its technical meaning of denier of the religion of Muhammad. And it is used to indicate a certain people inhabiting the region around Kabul, whose language is called Kafiri, end of quote. Immediately after, in the dictionary, a line of poetry including an idol of Kafiri stock, Bote Kafirizadeh, by the poet of Badakhshani origin, Mir Muhammad Afzal Sobet, who lived in the first half of the 18th century, is quoted as an example of such allusive use. Moreover, the dictionary includes as well the entry Katvar, Katur, directly related to Timur's expedition and described, directly related by the lexicographer himself, I mean, and described, and I quote, as the name of a place between Turan and Hindustan, as attested in the Timur Nome, end of quote. Again, the definition of Ketvar is corroborated here by a line of another Badakhshani poet, Abu Nasr Nasira, from the same period, built on the ethnographic image of the Katur Kafir. And the line in Persian sounds like this: Henduye zolfeto ey shuh che guyam ke che kard, anche u kard be man kafir katvar nakard. How can I describe what your Hindu curl has done, O you charming impudent? Not even the Katur Kafir has done what it has done to me, end of quote. And this is not an isolated case at all. A verse of a very similar tone can be found, just to provide another example, in a later Safavid poet from Yazd, Saido Naqshbandi, showing, in this case, the widespread diffusion of such mixed metaphorical and ethnographical notions, formulaic as they may be, of the Katur Kafir in the learned and ubiquitous textual practice of Persian poetry. Sorry. In summary, Kafiristan locates itself at the crossroads of geopoetics, idolography, Sufi metaphorical practices, and more or less imaginary ethnography, in a context where it is essential not to forget poetry is the main medium for acquiring solid literacy, valuable worldviews, and social distinction. In this perspective, it is also essential not to overlook that, especially for the Mughal Safavid period, literary genres such as the Shahrashub or the Sherengiz in the Turkish sphere, imperial taxonomies, spatial reorganizations, and regional boundarizations play a primary role in the textualization of local realities in the transregional language of Persian literature. As, for instance, it is in the case of real, very real Hindu characters, deities, practices, rituals, and beliefs transferred by a plethora of Hindu writers of Persian into the rich conventional set of images and metaphors on the innumerable dimensions of unbelief provided by tradition, about which I have written extensively and I won't dwell any further here. So along such lines of investigation, it seems quite promising to explore and reconstruct the trajectories of Persian poetic literacy across Peristan, across the greater Kafiristan, while making sense of the interactions of observed realities, what would be called in the Islamic intellectual tradition the aqli epistemic dimension, and inherited metaphors, in this case the so-called naqli dimension, what is reported, about the surrounding unconverted environment. This is, to be sure, a research which is, at least as far as the present speaker is concerned, in its infancy at best. And what I am doing here is nothing more than pointing to some scattered data and very tentative interpretations as a sort of announcement for a wider project of deeper philological excavations. So bearing in mind what we have discussed about Kafiristan and Kafir imagination in Persian poetry so far, the question here can then be resumed as follows. What does the Persian poetic hypertext produced in the region tell us about the Kafir dimension? How can we make use of such textual references? How should we decodify them in context? And what is their relationship with the background conventions? So while working on the collection and stabilization of a wider corpus, starting from, again, the very valuable, I would say, invaluable works of Professor Holzwarth, a good starting point for some preliminary observations is represented by the Persian poetic works of the most revered Persian and also Khowar author of the region, the relatively well-known Muhammad Siyar ibn Dost Muhammad, the Divan and the Jangnameh, known as Shahnameh Chitral, respectively date from 1810 and 1812, according to Holzwarth again. It is important to underline in this respect that Baba Siyar's Persian poetical work show a remarkable and declared amount of connection and interplay both with the region and with the Persian cosmopolis, both with the place and with the wider transregional dimension of Persian. Not only, quite obviously, the Shahnameh Chitral locates and superimposes the transregional characters, lexicon, and protocols of almost 1,000 years of Persian Shahnameh Nedisi, writing of Shahnameh, and Shahnameh Khani, reading and reciting of the Shahnameh over the late 18th and early 19th century history of the Katur dynasty, but also his divan, while openly conversing in stylistic terms, declaredly so, with the greatest authors of the Safavid Mughal Koine, from Sohaib Tabrizi to Bedil Dehlavi to Nasser Ali Sirhindi, about whom we may be discussing later. The divan contains a noteworthy amount of direct autobiographical information about the Kohestan, i.e. about Chitral itself and Siyar's place there. For instance, it is Siyar himself who tells us, although with a certain amount of recognizable conventionality, about the non-particularly high consideration of Persian poetry in the Chitral of his times. And I quote, "Be Kohestan sukhan qadri nadarad ey Siyar, varna nagofte hich ja kas in chonin sheri be mazmuntar." In translation, in Kohestan, i.e. in Chitral, poetry has no value, O Siyar. Otherwise, nobody has ever composed such a meaningful poem in any other place. Kohestan is brought, so to say, in the written realm of the later Safavid and Mughal canon of Persian poetry. It is clear that our research, in order to make sense of such texts, can't but aim at reconstructing at the same time the trajectories of Persian poetic literacy and textual and poetic mobility in the region. So against this still very evanescent background, we limit ourselves here to suggest that, to get back to our sentence that we said before, Kohestan is brought to the realm of so-called Indian style, Sabk Hindi of Persian poetry, along with its unconverted Kafirs, as objects of allusion textualized through the usual conventions discussed above. Take, for instance, lines such as the following, chosen again more or less randomly among the tens of Siyar's reference to idolatric realities in his divan. And I quote the line, "Nist asan nafs kaferro musalman sakhtan, in sage divane dar zanjir natvan sakhtan." It is not easy to render Muslim, to convert the soul of the kafir, but also, of course, in intimistic terms, the miscreant soul. And you can't reduce in chain this mad dog. Or another line, Boti daram ke buye kafiri miayad az dinash. Be jose osheq kasi munker nabashad rasme ainash. I have a beloved idol, a Buddha, whose religion smells like unbelief, kafiri. No one, apart the lover, would deny that these are indeed his traditions. So both the lines look, and no doubt indeed are, perfectly readable within the mainstream symbolic, metaphorical Sufi tradition of Persian poetry, as we have seen, without any necessity for a previous knowledge of any Hindu Kush ethnography. However, a contextualized reading, in the specific case, for instance, in the local courtly reception of Siyar's poetry, can't at all exclude a syntagmatic association with the surrounding observed realities, the proud resistance of the Kafirs, for instance, or the locally celebrated beauty of Kafiri women, and so on. After all, in his other Persian masterwork, the Shahnameh Chitral, Siar indeed consistently transfers a whole set of historical realities and events related to the Kafir pre-Islamic space into exactly the same textual protocols, images, and conventions so far described. As a matter of fact, they are consistently transformed into Brahmans, Brahmins, fire worshippers, Otesh Paraston, demons, Ahremanon, Gabron, and so on, without losing nothing of their historical referentiality. And a fitting example with which I will conclude my presentation today is made by for instance, by the reference to the rock carving of the Karga Buddha of Gilgit, which is found in the 20th Dastan story chapter of the Shahnameh Chitral, a passage which is referred to by Holzwart in the Materialien. Here, the poet connects the image to classical references, such as the times of Soleiman, the monk, the Roheb, the Buddha of Bamyan, the Bote Bamyan, that we know, by the way, that from literary sources that the Buddha of Bamyan was the protagonist of a now lost Masnavi by Onsuri Balkhi, the Kheng Boto Surkhbot from the 11th century, and so on, using centuries-old conventions on idolography to convey the reality of an object which is observable even today, the Karga Buddha. This description of the silent demon of Gilgit, which clearly interacts primarily with the demonology of Ferdowsi's Shahnameh and the tradition of Shahnameh Nebisi, may help to clarify, moreover, even certain references to silent images on the rocks, which are found scattered in the Divan of Siar as well. So, another corner of pre-Islamic reality, so to say, is framed once again in the accommodating passepartout of Persian poetical practices. And I have concluded my presentation.
Thank you very much, Stefano. I think you have given us much food for thoughts, and I think it's also that your presentation somehow connected with that of by Michele Bernardini, who also spoke about Islamic teratology. So I think it's a really very stratified and complex question to tackle. So I open the floor for discussion. If there are questions for Stefano, please. Please. You need the microphone, otherwise.
Actually, this Shahnameh I discovered since 10 years ago. Shahnameh Siyar, we call it in Chitral Shahnameh Siyar, and Siyar himself written in his autobiography, Safineh Hayat, and says that I have written a book about the history, Shahnameh Siyar. It is not called Shahnameh Chitral. And the other, the scholar says that Shahnameh Chitral. Shahnameh Chitral is another book which written by Mirza Sher Ahmad Kabuli, an exiled Afghan poet in the court of Mitar Shujaul Mulk. So the one thing is that. Another thing that I would like add in his glorious discussion, what he had done here. I lately joined the discussion. So first thing is, let me elaborate. Siyar and Mirza Muhammad Ghufran, the two renowned poet and writer of the Hindu Kush region, especially in Chitral, and both of them are separated Kafirs and Kalash. Siyar didn't mention the word of Kafir for the Kalash. He says the Kafirs for the Kafir of Kafiristan, and these Kafirs of the Kafiristan also living in some part of Upper and Lower Chitral and Gilgit. And Mirza Ghufran also says that Kalash and Kafirs are separate things, not one thing. This is my research. So this I would like to add, not I would like to question. This is just addition. And third is Tarikh Yamani is also mentioned, Kafiran Katuran, you know, the court poet of Mahmud Ghaznavi, which is, I think, translated the book in later time, in colonial period, Tarikh Yamani, which also says, which is also 11th century book, early 11th century book, Tarikh Yamani. So,
if I can say, may I?
Yeah.
May I say something? Of course, well, as far as the name Shahnameh Chitral is concerned, Wolfgang Holzwarth has clarified it very precisely in the Materialien. There's the discussion about the title. Of course, I always say the so-called Shahnameh Chitral. Indeed, from the point of view of of the literary genre, this is a Jangname. It's would be called the Book of War, which is a long and important, has a long and important story in Persian literature, but not only in the region. So, of course, the Shahnameh Chitral is a conventional term that we apply to this Shahnameh Siar or Nomeye Nome, how he calls it into the text and so on. So, but as far as the rest of your observation is concerned, it is quite important, I think, to distinguish in our analysis the way we deal with literary sources, poetical sources, and so to say historiographical or ethnographical sources. The life and interpretation of a metaphor has a sort of specificity and must be, as far as I know from my studies, that must be analyzed as compared to a long history of textual heritage, comparison, and practices in poetry. So we know, of course, it is very important to be precise in this respect, and I thank you for your observation. At the same time, the way in which Baba Siar and other poets, Tajamul Shah also, Mahavi is a very important, very interesting the way he deals with the image of the kafir in his divan, needs to be understood as a poetical practice, which has a reality of interaction with historical observation. So it is also, I'd say, something that we can discuss at length, but take consideration also the fact that the life of a poetical image like the Kafir Katur, it's clear. Yes, of course it is present in historical sources, but just to imagine that how poetry travels, you know, the knowledge about something called Kafir Ketvar or Katur reaches easily the borders of the Balkans at a certain point in the history of Persian literature. This is something which we should consider as far as the diffusion, the spreading, the capillarity of knowledge about, or of imaginary or fantastic knowledge about certain regions in the Persian, or so to say, how they say now, Persianate world actually works. Okay, so thank you.
Yeah, and recently, sir, there are some kind of manuscripts discovered, 2-3 manuscripts of Tajamul Shah, besides his Kuliyat, Art Divan, and Makhfi. Yeah, in one of manuscripts, which is also undiscovered so far till 2020, in that manuscript he also says that the quality of the kafirs and the pros and cons of, yeah, besides Kuliyat Makhfi. Yes, you're right.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay.
But who was speaking? I'm sorry, I didn't get the name of who was speaking.
My name is Hidayat Rahman.
Hi, Hidayat. Okay, hi Hidayat.
Fine.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Okay.
So, thank you very much. So you are the speaker who was missing this afternoon. So you will speak. Thank you very much. So I think we have 1 minute left. If there is any short question and short answer.
Just little remark. Thank you very much for your very interesting presentation. But I want to underline that certainly the Timur Name that you make reference is the one of Hatefi, because it was also the more known in the Turkish world and in Indian world. It was a sort of paradigm of the there is a great description of Ketvar. There is the whole Kator Ketvar. And this is very interesting that it was a sort of instrument of diffusion of the idea of Kafiristan, of a new idea of Kafiristan, I think, because it's mentioned, for example, by the Turkish Ottoman historian Saadeddin or other ones later.
Yes, in fact, Michele, as you have noticed, the Bahare Ajam mentions the Timurname. I mean, when I quoted the entry that you find in the dictionary, and the dictionary, and this shows the amount of intertextuality which is at work when we talk about when we deal with the Persian and Ottoman, Turkish, and Urdu literary culture, which are very much connected and basically different level of the same discourse. I mean, in this case, of course, the Timurname, and it is interesting that this confirms what we were trying to say, that poetical sources actually work much, maybe sometimes better than other kind of sources in diffusing in the knowledge about some places, like in this case, Ketvar. So yes, the Timurname is in fact, and not by chance, as you say, it was mentioned by the 18th century lexicographer in India to talk about the source from the Ketvar knowledge.
Okay, so thank you very much. I would like also to underline that these are occasions where people can really get in touch with good ideas, and that the exchanges can also be continued afterwards. And I wish that this conference will exactly have this outcome. So now we will move to the next presentation by Niall Green and Nushin Arbabzadeh, Between Afghan Idolography and Kafir Author Ethnography, a report on the pre-conquest Kafiristan from an Afghan newspaper. And these authors are not present, but we have a pre-recorded contribution. However, the authors will be available online for possible questions afterwards.
The so-called Kafir peoples of the Hindu Kush Mountains have been aptly described as among the last pagans of the Indo-European world. Despite the progressive Islamization of the adjoining areas, in highland isolation, their enclave culture survived into the modern era in what is now Afghan Nuristan and Pakistani Chitral. The crucial turning point in their history came with the signing of the Durand Line Agreement of 1893, followed by the collaborative Afghan-British Cartographic Survey from 1894 to 96 that delineated the border between British India and Afghanistan. Consequently, after the valleys occupied by 3 of the 4 main Kafir culture groups were apportioned to the Afghan side of the new border, in the winter of 1895 to 96, Afghan Kafiristan was conquered and its inhabitants forcibly converted to Islam by the armies and state mullahs of Amir Abdurrahman Khan. As non-literate societies, the Kafirs had produced no written documentation of their culture to survive its eradication, meaning that its sole written records comprise what Alberto Cacopado has called periethnopsis, or the view from the surroundings, by way of Kafiristan's neighboring literate societies.
As for the direct accounts by Kafirs themselves that break through the periethnopsic view from the surroundings, scholarship to date has only identified one: the Urdu autobiography of Sheikh Muhammad Abdullah Khan Azar. The dates are 1889 to 1948, a Katavari-speaking Kafir who fled the Afghan conquest of the Bashkar Valley as a young child. Taking refuge in Chitral on the other side of the Durand Line, Azar later joined the British Army, which exposed him to Islam and Urdu, the language in which he penned his memoirs, around 1908, and retrospectively recorded what he could remember of the cultural environment of his childhood and what he had observed on subsequent visits to his home region during period of military leave.
Amid the scarcity of insider documentation, any first-hand account by a kafir assumes, at least potentially, magnified importance, particularly if it originates from the Afghan side of the Duran line and dates from before the conquest and conversion of Afghan Kafiristan. This paper presents one such previously unknown source by way of a purported description of several kafir sacred sites by one, a recent kafir convert to Islam, which appeared in February 1874 in one of the earliest issues of the pioneering Afghan newspaper Shams al-Nahar, i.e. the Morning Sun. This was 2 decades before the conquest and conversion of Afghan Kafiristan, and 34 years before Azad wrote his account in the distant Punjabi city of Jalandhar. Since specialists on Kafir cultures are trained in the Nuristani and Kalasha languages, rather than the Persian in which one's words were recorded and presumably translated in Shams al-Nahar, the text is translated by us here in its entirety, followed by a commentarial analysis, at least in the published version of this paper, that attempts to read through its linguistic and generic layering towards a more solid base stratum of autoethnographic data.
Short as it is, Vaughan's account has 2 levels of scholarly interest. First, it forms what is currently the earliest Kafir autoethnography to have been placed before the scholarly public. Here, we are using the term autoethnography in its broad sense of an emic account of a culture, albeit, in this case, an informant who had recently rejected it in favor of the religion of the community he was addressing. This latter point leads to the text's second level of interest. For insofar as the Persian rendering of one's verbal description of Kafir Quwa or infidel temples appeared in Afghanistan's sole and state newspaper, it lends rare insight into how Afghan officialdom pictured the religious cultures they would subsequently eliminate 20 years later. This is of no small significance because, as we will see, on the Persian linguistic surface, one's account describes a powerful cult of idol worship, Buddh Parasti, flourishing within the boundaries of an emirate in which Sunni Islam was increasingly enforced as a state religion.
In this respect, the text can also be considered a work of Afghan idolography. We use this term to capture the generic form of writing about idols, in Persian But, in Arabic Sanam or Watan, that reaches back to the Kitab al-Asnam, the Book of Idols of Ibn al-Kalbi, who died between 819 and 821, and ultimately reaches back to the use of those terms in the Quran. Insofar as idolography focused on the visible and material appearance of idols, rather than the invisible and intellectual content of beliefs, it was distinct from the more widely recognized genre of Islamic heresiography. This distinction from the latter genre of heresiography, that is, a false belief, afforded a degree of multivalence around the representation of such material images, particularly in Persian poetry, where the idol and idol temple, the Budkhane or Budkader, was sometimes treated more positively. But whether representations of idols were negative or positive, they remained generic and non-specific, as we'll see with the Persian account of the idols worshipped in Kafiristan.
So we now turn to the text and its context. One's testimony appeared under the title Khabar Badakhshan, News from Badakhshan, as a report in the recently established Shams al-Nahar newspaper on Thursday, February 3rd of 1874. As Afghanistan's first newspaper, Shams al-Nahar was published for 4 short years between 1873 and 1877 during the second reign of Amir Sher Ali Khan, who reigned between 1868 and 1879. The Amir had founded the newspaper following a trip to British India in 1869, where he had observed a large number of Persian and particularly Urdu newspapers published there. The printing press was itself imported from India to Kabul, where one Mirza Abdul Ali, who had similarly learned his craft, Across the border in either British India or Qajar Persia oversaw the lithographic printing process. As Ali Karimi has recently noted in his perceptive study of the early Afghan press, the newspaper Shamsul Nahar was published for the direct purpose of shaping public opinion in an effort to extend the authority of the state over a country that was and continues to be divided by tribal enmities and tall mountains. Close quotes. Sorry, I forgot to add the quotes.
As part of this strategy of consolidating and expanding central authority over the provinces, including the recently conquered north, occasionally Shams al-Nahar included reports from regional capitals. After a long struggle with the emirs of Bukhara between around 1840 and 1859, Badakhshan had been brought under the control of the Kabul-based Emirat of Afghanistan during the second reign of Dost Muhammad Khan between 1842 and 63. Subsequently, during the reign of his son, the aforementioned Sher Ali Khan, the Anglo-Russian Agreement of January 1873 saw Badakhshan recognized as fully belonging to the Emir of Kabul, that's to say, the ruler of the state of Afghanistan. 1 year later, an unnamed correspondent, the terms used in the Persian text, correspondent, from Faizabad, the capital of Badakhshan, recorded one's account. Framed as the testament of a recent convert, and now implicitly a subject of the Amir, and dispatched to Kabul, it was printed in Shams al-Nahar.
In dating from around the quarter century before the conquest of Kafiristan, one's account and his conversion and immigration from Kafiristan that prompted it belong to the final phase of Kafir history in Afghanistan. Turning first to the symbolic aspect of Turning first to the symbolic aspects of this interaction, it has been recognized since Robertson made his investigations in the 1890s that the temple at Kushteki to Mara, known elsewhere as Imra or Yamra, the most important Kafir pilgrimage site, was widely referred to by the Kafirs as Mecca from the Arabic Makkah, Mecca, in mimetic rivalry with the more prestigious sacred center of the surrounding Muslim cultures. Moreover, several Kafir communities had even come to regard themselves as descendants of the Prophet Muhammad's kinship group, the Quraysh, whom they believed had migrated to Hindu Kush from the Hijaz in the distant past. As Robertson phrased the matter, the Kafirs of the Bashkai Valley were, quote, apt to mix up their own religious traditions with those of their Muslim neighbors, end quote. Through interactions between these culturally distinct neighbors, a limited oral Kafir Muslim dictionary emerged, in which, when the names for key symbolic figures were not appropriated outright, local equivalents were found for them. We will hear echoes of this process in one's account.
The different Kafir communities borrowed such symbolic terms and concepts from their Muslim neighbors implies that there must have been a level of social contact, indeed of language-based communication, that went beyond violent encounters based on ambush and warfare. One means of such interaction was via non-Muslim intermediaries, such as the Hindu peddlers who operated across Kafiristan. But as one's account attests, there were also some Muslim traders, whether from some of the adjacent Pashtun communities or more commonly from Chitral or Badakhshan. Indeed, various goods ranging from necessities like salt to luxuries like ikat fabrics were regularly carried into Kafiristan via Badakhshan. It also seems likely that different Kafir communities, with their different leaderships and varying degrees of geographical proximity to the Pashtun-ruled regions to the south, had different social relations with their Muslim neighbors, suggesting a more variable Kafir politics than a permanent and universal state of low-level warfare. This is suggested by informal occasional truces between Kafirs and Muslims, by the ritualized gift of a Kafir dagger, a katara, presented to Amir Sher Ali Khan during the 1870s through intermediaries in Jalalabad, and by the British traveller William Watts McNair's observation that, in contrast to other Pashtun groups, the Kafirs treated the Kakakel Pashtuns with, quote, a certain amount of respect and will not knowingly attack them, close quote, thus allowing them to act as traders.
Yet the matter of interaction with the surrounding Muslim societies was larger than one of politics and economics. It also related to the cultures of the various Kafir communities, suggesting that despite being enclaved behind an ethno-geographical fence, in the last century of their existence at least, some Kafir individuals and even communities developed closer relations with the outside world. One trajectory came by way of contacts forged with the British Indian Army and with the missionaries associated with the Peshawar branch of the Church Missionary Society, including Ernest Trump, who gathered linguistic data from several Kafirs who walked down to colonial Peshawar. But the other trajectory came by way of closer contacts with the more proximate Muslim societies, not necessarily Pashtun, but also Chitrali, as well as converted Kafirs who moved between these societies.
We will see, or rather hear, one describing his own conversion as the gradual outcome of his contact over a 6-month period with one such Muslim outsider, a merchant he called Mir Chatrar. This rich nugget of micro-historical data points to the larger transformations underway in Kafiristan before the more famous sudden moment of cultural rupture by the conquest come conversion during the winter of 1895 to 96. The name Mir Chatrar not only shows that this trader was from the neighboring highland region of Chitral, i.e. Chatrar, but when read as a title, Miri Chatrar, rather than as a personal name, it also suggests a person of rank and status. In this way, one's conversion, along with that of the other 10 former Kafir converts he mentions, points to the roles played in the process of conversion by trade, status, and interactions with the larger surrounding cultural system.
Aside from one's testimony, the chief evidence for such increasing conversion-based contact with outsiders comprises, firstly, the mediated composition of the Persian interview with 2 Kafirs from around 1840 that August Court sponsored through the mediation of the Peshawar-based Pashtun Haji Alafdad and the Kafir convert Muhammad Ali. And secondly, the writings of the linguist Gottlieb William Leitner, who in the 1860s and 70s hosted several Kafirs at his house in Lahore, one in Allahabad, while in Al-Adad's Persian text, Muhammad Ali was referred to in a more formal register as Now Muslim or New Muslim. The widespread and often derogatory term for such partly acculturated or quasi-converts was Nimcha, half-half or literally half, which is to say not fully Muslim. As Leitner explained, these convert intermediaries were called Nimcha Kafir, that is, half Muhammadan. These half Muhammadans are people who keep up the intercourse with the outer world between the Kafirs themselves and the Muhammadans. Of course, they must have some communication, and these people are called Nimcha, or half and half, keep up that kind of communication and the little trade there is which passes through their hands. End quote.
As Trump noted with regard to his own intermediary, Muhammad Rasul, who, he said, who spoke Pashto and a little Persian, end quote, such converts, open quote again, are still reproachfully called Nimcha Musulman or half Musulman, because they keep on some intercourse with their former brethren, their language being akin to that of the Kafirs proper, end quotes. From what we know of the history of other cultural and linguistic go-betweens, this seems a more likely state of affairs than a picture of pristine isolation, particularly during this final period of Kafiristan's history. Leitner presented his report while he was on leave in London, where he had brought with him from India one such Nimcha go-between, who bore the Muslim, or rather Persian, name Jamshid. In a notable concurrence, Leitner's account was published in the same year as the report that Wan provided to the representative of the Afghan state newspaper in Faizabad, a newspaper, that's to say Shams al-Nahar, that Leitner ironically mentioned in the same lecture to the Anthropological Institute in London. As we'll see, to a greater or lesser degree, Wan was such a go-between figure himself.
In this regard, his account, to which we will now turn directly, provides rare evidence of the existence of such nimchas as intermediaries and informants. But it does more than that. His testimony provides a unique autoethnography of the religious culture of Afghan Kafiristan that was being abandoned by some of its own followers before the final external blows were delivered by the armies of Abdurrahman. This positionality of one as a convert involvement added to the rhetorical coloring of his depiction of the idol worship he purportedly just renounced. But, as we will argue, a comparative analysis of his dazzling description of religious sites suggests that there was substance beneath the idiomatic surface with its tropes of idolatrous otherness.
We'll turn now to the source itself. We won't tantalize you any longer. So we'll now read out our translation of the article. You see there the original in front of you, the start of it. News from Badakhshan, Khabari Badakhshan. The correspondent from Badakhshan is writing to report that it has snowed a great deal this year in the regions of Wakhan and Shoghnan, as well as in Badakhshan. In comparison to previous years, there's been 2 or 3 times as much snow. 10 Kafir persons who were residents of Peristan have also come to Faizabad and converted to Islam. Among them is an individual by the name of Wan, who owns and oversees 500 households. He's recounted a very strange story that, owing to its strangeness, I'm including here as part of the news. Akhbar.
The man named Wan said, "Our land is about 200 miles from Badakhshan and is called Surah. It is a valley in which 3 kinship groups, the word for that is Qawm, the Surah, Kawa, and Manka, occupy around 3,000, and the word here is Hazar, homes. The valley is part of a mountain range that is very high, around 7,000 or 8,000 feet, and the word here used is foot, above sea level, and is a branch of Himalaya. In the mountains, there is a hole. Our kinship group has been taught that when we marry, we first send the woman to the cave and leave her there for 3 hours, and the word used for that is ganta. Then we take her out and return her home, and it is the custom of our religion that the woman never speaks about what she saw in the cave, nor do her husband or family make inquiries."
The man named Wan also said, the article has direct speech hereafter, 2 years after I was married, I made the acquaintance of a Muslim trader called Mir Chatrad, who came to our land, bringing with him items of clothing to sell. And every time I went to see that Muslim, he secretly taught me Muslim doctrines and teachings. Since I loved my wife, I used to tell her everything he told me, such that 6 months later, Islam entered both my heart and my wife's heart, and we secretly became Muslims. One day I asked my wife, "What is in that cave at the foot of the mountain where new brides are taken and men are never allowed to enter?" My wife told me that if you walk 50 steps into that place, there's a huge idol, but, and a spring with the sweetest water. The woman goes there, drinks water from the spring, and kisses the foot of the big idol. But in a corner to the north of the idol, there's a light. Though I, the wife speaking here, I didn't go there, since women don't venture there.
Since I, and by that's Wan speaking, was keen to find out about that light, and the religion, and he used the word mazhab, of Islam had greatly influenced me in my heart, I realized that my previous religion was the essence of darkness. And so one morning I prepared some food, then set off and entered the cave while it was still dark. When I walked about 50 or 60 steps, I saw a huge idol that looked like a woman and was made of gold or brass, though I couldn't distinguish whether it was gold or brass. The idol was adjacent to a spring that flowed straight from the rock. The water was very cold and refreshing, which is why our women firmly believe that the statue is the wife of Father Adam, Baba Adam, and that the spring is a spring of paradise, so that if men enter the cave, it is a sacrilege to the wife of Baba Adam. That is why men never enter the cave, nor ask their wives about it, because asking about it is also sacrilege.
When I saw the light to the north of the idol, I plucked up my courage and walked further towards it. I saw a rock, which I moved with my own strength, so that it was possible to pass through. When I looked ahead, I saw a large space where there were jars made of iron and full of wine. Inside the jars were statues of very powerfully built men. I reckon about 6 men would make up the size of the head of one of these dead men who were left in the wine. I counted 180 such jars.
I also saw huge columns and buildings that were constructed very well from black and red stone. I put down my ironsmithing and goldsmithing tools. Then I saw 3 large buildings which were locked. But because I was alone and fear had entered into my heart, I lacked the courage to open them. However, when I passed near one of the locked rooms, I heard the continuous sounds of a ringing bell.
In the evening, I returned. I explained what happened to those 9 companions who, as a result of my teaching, had also become Muslims. And together, we all pledged to go and open those locked places, then flee from our country, Kafiristan. Because if someone found out about this secret, that a male has entered that place, they would kill him.
Around that time, my wife died of fever, and my heart turned cold towards Kafiristan. I decided to come to the Afghan province of Turkestan. That Afghan province actually is not in the text. We added for clarification. First, all 10 of us entered the cave. When, with much effort, we opened the first locked chamber from which we could hear the sound of a bell ringing, I saw that the ceiling was about 2,000 feet high. Hanging from it was a large bell weighing 15 men, which, after a minute, moved and made a noise. There was a multitude of heavy idols made of stone and brass. The smell of musk was very strong. To one side, there were many chests. I didn't count them, but I guessed that there were more than 1,000 or even 2,000. When I looked at the bell, I couldn't figure out how it was able to move. Thinking that there may be magic at work, I quickly closed the room.
Then we opened the second chamber. Inside it, we found a stable of horses with around 100 horses beside a trough. At first, I thought they were real horses, but when I looked carefully, I saw they were carved from stone. Praise be to the sons of Mani, the Mani Najad, who had carved the horses in such a manner that even the waves of the hair of their tails was visible.
When I went over to the northern end of the chamber, there was a spring with very fresh and sweet water. The water was disappearing back into the same ground, so it was not clear which way it was flowing. Beside the spring was another hole, which was about 7 feet wide. A light was coming from there, and also beside the spring was an idol, or pot, made of either brass or gold, though I couldn't identify which. It was about 10 feet high and was kneeling, holding a brass sword, and had a royal crown on its head. Its eyes were made of red stones. Astonishingly, they blinked like the eyes of a human being, but I don't know how they managed to do that. Then we closed that chamber too.
Then we opened the third chamber, which was taller and wider than the others, and also had a larger door. Inside, we saw 3 corridors, in each of which were about 10 or 20 horse-riding warriors, carved of stone and bearing arms. Then we passed through the 3 corridors. We found a round chamber of around 2,000 feet. The whole floor was decorated with red and black marble so that it looked like a carpet, around which were some 400 seats made of stone. On each seat was a human-like idol, a butt, with the hilt of a sword in its hand. On the west side of the chamber was an 8-legged throne, which was about 9 feet high. On it sat the image of an idol, a butt, which was about 30 feet tall, made of tin and silver, and wearing a crown with 4 spheres. It looked like it was the image of an emperor, a Padshah. The smell of incense was very strong. Beside the throne were 2 figures of small boys made from tin, as though they were figures of the emperor's sons.
After we saw these wonders, ajaib, in that chamber, we came out. Because of the thick snow that has fallen of late in Shognan, Wakhan, and Zibak, it took us 27 days to reach this place.
So that's the end of the translation of the text from Shams al-Nahar. In the published version of this paper, which will give you the reference at the end, we present our broader interpretation of the text based on a comparison of the existing ethnographic, linguistic, and textual data, such as it is. But now we'll just draw some shorter conclusions. It's worth emphasizing that one's descriptions that we've just heard were not those of the ideal scientific ethnographer, abstract and impartial, while that rather his was an experiential and emotionally charged account of a sensory and indeed frightening trespass into what were apparently forbidden spaces. nor, in contrast to the earlier Persian text that Haji al-Haddad produced for Auguste Comte, was one's account in response to a formal set of questions aimed at gathering the empirical details and linguistic particularities of interest to European Orientalists like Comte. And one's testimony was rendered into Persian through a multi-person transmission process, which in turn shaped his account in various ways, whether to correct it, to dramatize it, or simply to render it intelligible via language, concepts, and categories that were familiar to an Afghan and perhaps Indian, Muslim, Persian readership.
To explore the possibility that the foundational layer of the report was indeed an autoethnography rather than the hackneyed imagining of an early Afghan journalist, the published version of this paper compares one's statements, at least as they were rendered into Persian, with the wider corpus of ethnographic material, documentary data on the religious cultures of Kafiristan. Judging one's report, a similar fantasy to Kipling's The Man Who Would Be King would render it merely a curious Persian contribution to the corpus of European accounts of Kafiristan that describe the region through what Stefano Pello has termed an immaginario etnografico. But the crucial difference between the two texts is that what once was published in Afghanistan's official government newspaper under the explicit label of a newspaper, Khabar, whereas a news report, Khabar, whereas Kipling's appeared in the unequivocally fictional venue of a storybook entitled The Phantom Rickshaw and Other Eerie Tales.
Consequently, even if we consider it a fiction, one's report still provides rare insight into the official Afghan understanding of the Kafir region and religion on their doorstep that the soldiers and clerics of Abdurrahman Khan would eliminate just over 20 years later. Because, according to an announcement in Shams-e-Nahar itself, the newspaper was distributed to Afghanistan's regional governors, its notables, and other state officials. One's description, in Persian at least, of vast temples and huge statues would have suggested to Afghan readers that a powerful cult of idol worship, of Bud-Parasti, was flourishing within the increasingly formalized political borders of an emirate in which Islam was becoming an official religion of state. That these idols were made of gold with jewels for eyes perhaps also fueled rumors of the rich booty to be claimed by conquering the region. In this respect, whether we accept or not the possibility that one's account contained a foundational stratum of autoethnography, the published report still comprised an example of Afghan idolography, attributed to a convert who had recently rejected his infidel ways. Such concerns were echoed in an article about another such conversion that appeared in the same issue of the newspaper, by way of a British official who had similarly embraced Islam. Moreover, the subsequent Kafir convert, Azad, used the same terminology for idol worship of Bud-Parasti to describe his own former Kafir religiosity.
We can, of course, never know what its impact was on its readers, but an air of idolatrous suspicion certainly lingered over Kafiristan long after one's report was published in 1874, and his fellow infidels were forcibly converted 2 decades later. When the Kafir idols confiscated during the conquest were first placed on public display in Kabul's newly founded museum in the 1920s, the supervising archaeologist Joseph Akin noted how their very existence reminded un objet de scandale for the city's mullahs. As ideographic representation paved the way for iconoclastic action, the first generation of Taliban subsequently shared their views when they hacked the idols to pieces at the museum in March 2001. But it remains possible that hidden between the lines of a forgotten news report, there survived intact a testimony from a time when the old gods were secure in their temples.
Thank you for listening. We'd be very interested to hear via the mediation of the Fratelli Cacopado, perhaps, of your own thoughts upon this text, particularly any linguistic suggestions as to the possible derivation of the name one written in the Persian script as Vav Aleph Nun. Our own interpretations of the text, though, with the guidance of several of you who are there in the audience, is about to come out in the Journal of the American Oriental Society. And we give you the reference here then in case you're interested in reading our own interpretations of the text against the ethnographic and other textual data. Otherwise, it remains us to say thanks.
So many thanks to Alberto and Augusto for the invitation. We wished we could have joined you in Rome, very much so.
We're also truly grateful to Alberto again, to Wolfgang Holzwart and to Richard Strand for their detailed comments on previous drafts of this paper. But of course, all errors and overstatements remain our own.
And a posthumous thanks to Juan, of course, for providing an absorbing intellectual puzzle to distract us during the darkest days of COVID, which is absolutely true. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Ciao, everyone.
Hi, Nushin and Nile. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Hello, everyone. Hello, there everyone. In Rome.
So thank you for making yourself available for questions. Unfortunately, since your presentation ran a little bit out of the allotted time, we have to reduce time for questions. Anyhow, please, the floor is open for any comment and question for Nushin and Nile. No questions?
I have a ciao. Hi, Niall. This is Stefano. Hi.
Hello, Stefano. We were hoping you would have a question.
Hello,
We're so keen to listen to your talk on YouTube, hopefully. Please.
Thank you so much for your beautiful presentation. And it just, just one thing which came to my mind when you asked about, this Von idol. It's just something that coming like this, probably it's wrong. But just, do you remember in Haji al-Haddad text, he talks quite extensively, very interestingly. It's something that I've written about in the paper that you quote. It's the mon could this the mistake from the vav to the mim.
Oh yes.
That could be one interpretation. It's money. It could be moni. Since if you check the text or the article by first of all the article by Wolfgang Wolzwart, the German article about Haji al-Haddad.
Yeah.
My piece on the same text, and especially this discussion on money that Haji al-Haddad interprets as money naqash, as one of the poetic image of money and naqash. But as far as the phonetical issues concerned, phonetical and graphical especially issues concerned, I would say that this vav could easily be a meme.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
yes.
It could be
mon is really easy to think about.
Brilliant, thank you. Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, Van is the name of the speaker, the convert. But yeah, I mean, presumably you could be named after.
Something like that.
Yeah, fabulous. Thank you so much, Stefano. Yeah,
thank you.
Pleasure to have a brief conversation with you again.
Yes, sir.
So if there are no more questions, I would like to thank Nushin and Nile, who presented in a quite, how to say, complicated way, but they wanted to stay with us in any case. So thank you very much. And in any case, so there is, we have still another one more comment.
Yeah, it's thanks especially for being with us. We appreciate that a lot. We're looking forward, of course, to the full paper. I won't. We have discussed these things extensively, so I won't get into the content of the paper. Only I'm interested in this possibility that this man's name was not Juan, but was Mon, which would be maybe open some new perspectives, at least about the name of this man that nobody has recognized, as far as I can understand, as a Kafir or Nuristani name. But I also wonder, graphically, this transformation is possible, but this was an oral communication, and this is printed. So how could this graphic transformation have taken place? Maybe in the notes of the journalist or something like that? Nothing. I just want to really thank you. If you have any idea about how this transformation took place, say it. And if Rich, who is probably still listening, if he made it alive, if he, this Mon gives him any idea.
Well, thank you. Is that Wolfgang speaking?
Sorry, no, it was Alberto.
Oh, Alberto, sorry. Yeah, we didn't know who came up. Okay, Alberto.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
No worries.
Not at all. No, I just wanted to check whether I wasn't sure if it was you or Wolfgang who'd read the paper. Well, in the final version, I'm happy to say just half an hour ago, we had the notification that the article is published. So it's now out. So if anybody's interested to read what we made of our interpretations, or indeed the question you were asking, Alberto, it's out there now in public domain. So there was no sort of additional information about, surrounding in the text or otherwise about how it came from being an oral text in which language to being, written in Persian. But we tried to sort of reconstruct a few different, I think we came up with 3 different possibilities of the transmission, which would either be, which is necessarily, how did it get into Persian and from which source language? And one of the questions, to keep it brief, as I've been told too, is the question of the nimcha, the idea of the half-half, the Nuristani, the former Kafir convert figure, who would have been, let's say, a cultural linguistic intermediary. Now, could that have been this Miri Chatrar, this Chitrali merchant who's mentioned in the text? Could it have been another such figure? Or indeed, could one himself, it seems a bit unlikely, but could one himself have known some Persian? So we're trying to reconstruct that transmission process. What's interesting about the actual orthography of the printed Persian text, though, is there's for me, a very interesting sort of, well, indeed for both of us, kind of a really interesting element of, let's say, an attempt to create some kind of diacritics, because there's a use of the retroflex, what you would have in Urdu, but to try to create at least retroflex sounds within Persian, which of course don't exist. So that's an element too of trying to see there is some linguistic work being done there as a sort of a work of, I guess, Persianate ethnography. Luce, did you want to come in on that?
Just briefly, there is definitely, the account reads as this was a conversation. This was storytelling, so conversation, spontaneous, because you can hear, when you read, you can really hear switching from, he speaks and then suddenly it changes, right? So very spontaneous spoken transmission. So much can go,
So thank you so much. I'm afraid I have to close the discussion, because we have to move to the next presentation, because we have a time limit. We cannot stay in this place longer than scheduled.
Sure, absolutely.
Of course. Well,
but
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to have been invited. Thanks again
to
Alberto and Augusto. It's a real honor to be involved with all of you, decades-long experts in this region we're interloping into. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Ciao.
Alberto. Niall will provide another paper for the proceedings. This paper is published now. He will write another paper about the area for the proceedings.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we move to the next speaker, Paul Bucher, who is not present actually. So instead of Paul Bucher, we will listen to Alberto Cacopardo, who will read his presentation. And the title of the presentation is a recently discovered manuscript of a day-to-day journal of Syed Shah's third visit to Bashgal in 1888-1889.
Sorry, I'm asking if Booker check. Okay, so let me. Yes. Okay. Mr. Bucherer, I suppose you can hear me, maybe see me. It's a shame. We are sorry, very sorry that you could not come, but we are happy that you're present online so you can answer possible questions about this very interesting manuscript. So we have to go to slide 0. Slide 0. Ladies and gentlemen, this text has been written by Paul Bucherer that I am reading, and this is for, oh, here we are, slide 0. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and honor for me to present to you today, for the very first time, a further bit of the mosaic of our limited knowledge about the pre-Islamic cultures of the Hindu Kush, of Kafiristan, sorry. Okay, slide 1. Since the middle of the 19th century, Afghan Christian missionaries had been sent from the Christian mission at Peshawar to Kafiristan. One of them was the Munji Syed Shah, a converted Pashtun from the Kunar Valley. His first journey took place in the summer of 1882 and was reported in the Church Missionary Intelligencer on July 1883 by Father T.P. Hughes, as well as in the November issue of Petermann's Geographische Mitteilungen. On his second tour in 1883, he most probably accompanied William Watts McNair to the Kafir valleys near Chitral, most probably. McNair published this photograph, which probably shows Syed Shah. Up to now, not much was known about Syed Shah's third journey. Of course, this is the photograph that might be Syed Shah. Syed Shah's third journey in 1889, but Schuyler Jones mentions in his bibliography of Nuristan the existence of a confidential diary. This is the second volume of Jones' bibliography of Nuristan, that is actually a collection of confidential British documents that was published by Jones in 1969. 3 years ago, I received a call from a London antiquarian bookseller that they had got hold of a manuscript on Kafiristan at an auction which they would like to offer for sale to our foundation at a reasonable price in order to make it accessible for research. Immediately, I took up contact with Max Klimberg and Alberto Cacopardo to get their advice. Both strongly suggested to accept the offer, and so, in autumn 2019, our foundation bought the manuscript. Slide 2. The manuscript consists of 84 numbered pages written in black or brownish ink on 42 thin sheets of plain paper with the format of 34 by 20 centimeters. The text is written down by at least 2 different scribes. Corrections are added in a further, most probably European hand. Slide 3A. In a first step, the 84 delicate pages were carefully scanned and digitally improved for a basic transcription. It became clear that the manuscript consists of two parts: a day-to-day journal of the whole expedition and a description of religious customs, ceremonies, and festivities in Peristan. To our deep regret, we found that the text of the second part ends abruptly in the middle of a sentence on page 84. The further pages of the manuscript got eventually lost. They could neither be traced at the antiquarian bookseller, nor at the auction house, nor with the anonymous original owner. Slide 3B. The transcription of the text was done with the help of Brigadier Bill Woodburn, a former British Army Royal Engineer who traveled extensively in the region and did research on the native forts of the area between Gilgit, Chitral, and Malakand. Thanks to his experience, it became possible to identify most of the places mentioned by Syed Shah and even locate them with the help of Google Earth, on whom we all depend. Over the past century, the names of some places had considerably changed, and in addition, their spelling was influenced by the translation from Urdu, Pashto, or other local languages into English by the Munji and the Indian scribes. As you may see on this map, where is the map? The map is not forthcoming. Maybe I should turn back. No. As you can see on this map, well, we can imagine the map. As you may see on this map, Syed Shah did not take the here it is. Did not take the direct way from Peshawar via Swat and Dir. This is, I should not add comments, but this is an interesting point. Or via Jalalabad and the Kunar Valley to Kafiristan, but a long loop way via Srinagar, Gilgit, and Chitral. The reason was that the short way would have been too dangerous for him, as he and his conversion to Christianity was well known in the whole region. For some years, Wahhabi missionaries had started to spread a Salafist version of Islam in the area, which requested the killing of a Muslim who had abandoned his faith. So, instead of 2 weeks' walk through pleasant valleys, he had to face the hardship of 10 weeks marching through the inhospitable high-altitude region of the Karakoram. Beside the severe cold, the paths were difficult and slippery from ice and melting snow. He had to face the difficulty of getting food for himself and his companion, and fodder for the pack animals, as there he could not buy anything for money, but could get food only in exchange for salt. Just 134 years ago, on October 5th, 1888, Syed Shah wrote in his diary, "We left Gubaz in the morning and came to a village Zanjirat, about 5 kos from Gubaz. The chief difficulty we had to encounter was that we could not understand their language, and therefore we were obliged to get from them what we required by means of signs. I could not get anything here by money, but they willingly gave me in exchange for salt. There was no shop or any other place where we could buy things for our meals, so we were very badly off. The people of this place are neither Shias nor Sunnis. The king of Chatral sells these people, men, women, and children, just like any animal. To get an impression of the area, we may look at photographs taken at about the same time by Algernon Durand, 1889, by the Pamir Boundary Commission, 1895, and by officers of the Chitral campaign. Mixed up with these descriptions of difficulties, there are also interesting facts in the diaries. Let's see if we get the photos. Yes. No. Mixed up with these descriptions of difficulties, there are also interesting facts in the diary. The great quote: "The greater part of the outdoor work is done by women among them, as for instance cutting grass, feeding the cattle, etc. It is considered a shameful thing for a man to cut grass in the fields. I asked a person to get me some grass. In reply, he said that he was not a woman, and so could not get me any grass, the work being that of women. Women carry loads on their backs. In fact, almost all the outdoor work is done by women." Maybe these are still the photos. Surlaspur, Astor Valley. That is one of the forts. It is the fort of Drosh. Oh, this is the fort of Mastuj. Mastuj is one of the principal forts of Chitral, in which Afzalul Mulk resided, a son of Amanul Mulk, the Matar of Chitral. Here, as in many other places, religious discussions started about the differences between Islamic and Christian rules. The main topics were usually a comparison of the Ten Commandments codified in the Quran and in the Bible, and the possibility of an exemption from punishment for sin at the Day of Judgment as an important advantage, in quotes, of Christianity over Islam. The local rulers usually showed great hospitality and even provided guides and coolies for the journey onwards. Finally, Sayyid Shah arrived at Chitral, the residence of the Matar, on October 22nd, 1888. There he had a dangerous meeting with Aman ul Mulk, who accused him to be a kafir, as he had left Mohammedanism and had embraced Christianity. Sayyid Shah asked the Matar to send for a mullah who will settle the question whether a Christian is a kafir or not. But the king made the condition that if I would be repelled, he would kill me. At the margin of this page of the manuscript, there is written in another hand, "He was as near as possible being killed." Let's see. That is Amanul Mulk in the middle. And this is the note. He was as near as possible being killed. In the end, the Munji survived the trial. The next day, he started in the afternoon together with 4 Kafirs from Kamdesh. They had invited him to join them on the march back to their homes. This is Algernon Durand photo, of course, as you can see. Slide 9. First they went south to Kaladrosh, and at Urtsun they turned west. In his diary, Sayyid Shah writes about Urtsun. This is the first village occupied by Kafirs, which he writes Kafars. The tribe inhabiting it is called the tribe of Kalish. This village is situated on the top of a high hill, which is very difficult to ascend. This was a quote, starting from this is the first village, quote, difficult to ascend, end quote. Now, in the area of Peristan, it becomes rather difficult to follow the traces of Sayyid Shah. In addition to the difficulties of transcribing the local names into English, it seems that most places have 2 or even 3 different names. The name given to a village by its inhabitants is often not the same as that which is used by neighboring Kafirs. A further name is used for the same place by Muslims or Kafirs converted to Islam. This multi-nomenclature exists also for valleys, rivers, mountains, etc. On November 10th, Sayyid Shah reached the well-known village of Kamdesh, which is called Kambargam by its inhabitants. On 11th November, he wrote in his diary, quote, "Heavy fall of snow occurred," unquote. Fortunately, he could stay at the houses of 2 influential Kafir headmen, Mehar Jan, by Robertson called Mir Jan, and of Turkmerg, Robertson's Torgmerk. Up to the end of December, the Munji had to remain at Kamdesh, as all the roads were blocked by snow. He used these weeks to improve his knowledge of the local language, and his long presence at Kamdesh produced also false rumors and even the danger of being killed by a mob who would get hold of his money. Slide 10. It seems that during this time, he started also with notes for the second part of the manuscript, the pages 57 to 84, with descriptions of religious customs, ceremonies, and festivities of the Kafirs, as well as some remarks about their daily life. The transcription of this part of the manuscript is not yet ready for a possible publication, as it needs more specific linguistic and Kafirolistic knowledge than I possess. Fortunately, Professor Alberto Cacoperdo has shown preparedness to provide his experience for this task. There is, for example, a list of Kafir gods, which coincides partly with Robertson's list of the principal gods and goddesses, or the following remarks of on washing and cleanliness. Quote, "During the winter, no man, woman, or child bathes, nor uses water at all for washing their faces even. So, during winter, they look very dirty and unclean. They do not wash their cooking utensils before cooking and take their meals with unwashed, dirty hands. I particularly remarked on this custom of theirs and asked them to wash their hands, but they minded me not, saying it is their custom." Unquote. Later, Syed Shah remarks, quote, There were some Kafirs who had embraced Mohammedanism and had again become Kafirs. They said that they felt quite disgusted of the Mohammedan custom of washing early in the morning in cold water for prayers. Other pages of the manuscript, slide 11. On some of the thin pages, the ink seems to have been very wet and struck through. Another problem is the Afghan habit of exchanging vowels or syllables, or the use of words in local language, which were well known in British colonial times. Okay, I think you all know this kind of phenomenon, Lagman, Lamgan, etc. In April, finally, the snow had gone, and Sayed Shah left Kamdesh and went up the Bashgal Valley to Peristan, Bargematal, and Apsay. He preached, by now even in the local language, the Gospel and the Ten Commandments with great success. At Apsay, he met with people who understood Persian, as they often went to Badakhshan. At the end of his preaching, they said to him that they belonged to Satan and really did the works of Satan. On his way back, the Munji had the chance to participate in several festivities in funerals, as well as even the coronation of a new king in Bragamatal on 25th of April. After a few days of rest in Kamdesh, he marched via Kamu, Gawardesh to Ursun, and via Drosh to Chitral, where he arrived on 12th May. Here he recovered from the exertion and left Chitral on the last day of May for his journey back to Peshawar. At the end of June, Munji Syed Shah reached Gilgit, where he met with Sir George Scott Robertson, who was stationed there and who engaged him as interpreter for his well-documented expedition to Kafiristan in the following year. Finally, on 2nd of August 1889, he was back in Peshawar, and this is the map of his itinerary. Slide 14. Now, in the premises of the Church Missionary Society in Peshawar, Syed Shah started to report about his journey, most probably based on short notes he had taken in Persian script in Pashto. As aid memoir, he may have told his story to the Indian scribes of the mission, who wrote it down in the basic English which was usually taught at the missionary schools. Excuse me. This triple transfer from an unknown native language to Pashto, which is written without vowels, from Pashto memory to English narrative, and this taken down in English writing, may be responsible for many misspellings of names and expressions. But the fact remains that this is one of the very few original sources for our knowledge about the situation in Kafiristan, about the customs and traditions of its people prior to the Islamization in 1896. My sincere thanks go to Max Klimberg and to Alberto and Augusto Cacobardo, who convinced me that it would be worth to get hold of this important manuscript. It will be of interest to compare the facts and impressions provided by Syed Shah with those described by Robertson. Shah had grown up in an Afghan Islamic surrounding, converted to Christianity, and studied at the Lahore Divinity College, and had been in Kafiristan at least 3 times before he went there for a 4th time together with Robertson. It is my hope that in the near future, and with the help of experts like you, it will be possible to publish this manuscript and make it available for further research to increase our knowledge about the roots of Peristan. Thank you for your attention.
So I think we have to thank both Paul and Alberto for his availability. I don't know if Paul is online.
Mr. Bucherer, can you speak to assure us that you are present?
Certainly I can.
Unfortunately, it seems that the audio is not good.
There is some problem with the audio. Try again.
I try again. Do you hear me now?
Not
not
clearly.
Better, but not very good.
Here it seems that the line is open. So I do not know why it doesn't work.
Not very good.
I'm
not
sorry,
very
but
good.
in case if there is any question, so we can try. We have a few minutes left. So.
Thank you for sharing nice information about the manuscript of Said Shah. As you know, Said Shah is a very famous missionary. When you denied that he was not a missionary. Now, when you in Chitral in 2006, when I translate the biography of Mirza Muhammad Ghufran, and Mirza Muhammad Ghufran says he was famous Christian missionaries. So I don't have any question, and I'm very happy. But here I have two comments. I have two comments. One comment is in Peshawar archives, there is a complete activity list of Christian missionaries since Alexander Barnes to Said Shah. And most of the things you are elaborated very well. These things are have been supported by the manuscript in Peshawar archives too.
By who, sorry?
In Peshawar archives, there is a manuscript of Christian missionaries, Peshawar-based Christian missionaries. And there are school, running school headmasters like Said Shah, people. So this manuscript is a very much factual, as far as I studied the manuscripts in Peshawar. In Peshawar manuscript, but very little information about Kafiristan, his visit to Kamdesh. But he says there is information about Said Shah visited Kamdesh. And in Peshawar manuscript, he visited Chitral two times. One 1882, another is 1889. Mirza Muhammad Ghufran and Said Shah had some kind of association when Mirza Muhammad Ghufran was a student in religious seminaries in Peshawar. So they had some kind of relations in early 1870s. So Mirza Muhammad Ghufran had two biographies. One biography which you have, the Simal one. Another biography is 200 pages. In 200 pages biographies, he says Said Shah arrived in Chitral and asked Aman Mulk to embrace Christianism, to embrace Christianity. Mirza Muhammad Ghufran says, Mirza Muhammad Ghufran's statement is that Said Shah invited Amani Mulk to convert towards Christianity. So he says that time he ran away within a day, and his life was under threat from the Amani Mulk. This story also mentioned Mirza Muhammad Ghufran in his biographies. Yeah. So this is a very important manuscripts, and Mirza Muhammad Ghufran manuscripts and Christian missionaries manuscripts both have confirmed about the writing, about the authenticity of the manuscript.
About the
authenticity of the manuscript. Yeah, this new recovered manuscript.
Hidayat, please tell the story that Mirza Ghufran says about his debate with Sayed Shah.
Yeah,
You remember that?
Yeah, you remember.
That is very curious. I think it's very interesting for Mr. Bukharer.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, in 1889, and he says, Sayed Shah was, according to Mirza Muhammad Khan, my friend, some kind of association. But later on, in past, he was a good scholar, religious, a Sunni scholar Sayed Shah. But later on, according to Mirza Muhammad Khan, he converted towards the Christianity, and then he arrived in Chitral. Before arriving in Chitral, he visited Peristan, according to Mirza Muhammad Quran. Mirza Muhammad Quran says. So the Mirza Muhammad Quran says they invited Amani Mulk. So Amani Mulk got angered, and gave order to kill Sayed Shah. So Sayed Shah, according to Mirza Muhammad Quran, ran away towards Gilgit. Towards Gilgit.
No, towards
Gilgit. Towards Gilgit.
No, but yeah. I'm sorry, I am a bit deaf, and I have the noise from the street, so I have a hard time getting everything. But the episode I was mentioning was when they have this debate, and Mirza Gufran says that they debated, if I remember well, for 3 days. And on the third day, he convinced Sayed Shah. Of course, Sayed Shah was trying.
Reverted.
Sorry?
In one tradition, he reverted towards Islam.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But that's what he says. Of course, Sayed Shah was trying to convert him to Christianity, and Mirza Gufran to convert Sayed Shah to Islam. And Mirza Gufran says on the third day he was convinced, and he recited the kalima high and loud. Yeah.
It seems that we also have a question from an online attendee, but I would really invite you to be very, very short, because we have 2 minutes left.
Hi, this is Zubair Purwali in Swat, Pakistan. I have just one query. When will this manuscript be published? Either it will be in English or in the original Pashto language.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. And of course...
So, Alberto, my question was just to know, when will this manuscript of Sayed Shah be published? Either it will be in English or in Pashto.
Who is speaking? Sorry. Oh, Zubair.
I'm Zubair Torwali from Swadpa. Yeah.
Well, also Mr. Bukharer should answer, but of course it's written in English. There is no Pashto text. There's only an English text. You see, because Sayed Shah was a Pashto speaker, we can imagine that he had it in his mind in Pashto, and his notes must have been in Pashto. But as far as I can tell, these Pashto notes are not have not been found. They might be in the Peshawar archives. Pashto notes by Sayed Shah. They might be. So also in English. So the publication will surely be in English. Now we know from Hidayat that we need to visit the Peshawar archives for this publication, and we will see what to do after that. But surely, for now, the publication will be in English, and we don't have the Pashto text, any Pashto text for now. Mr. Bukharer, do you want to add further comments?
Do you hear me now? Do you understand me now?
Yes.
I can hear well.
Yes, better.
No, I'm sorry. I hear you very silent. Problem.
Well, at least. Okay. So do you have comments?
No, I don't have any comments. I have only very many thanks for you that you took this duty to present my text. Many thanks to you.
Well, I should thank you, of course. I have one important comment, though. This very quickly. Towards the end of the manuscript, Mr. Bucher said he saw festivals and celebrations, even the celebration for a king, for making a king. Well, this is the ceremony for becoming Mir, what Robertson calls Mir, which was one of the titles in the career of the feast giver. Of course, Mir was the title of the Chitral Matters before the title Matter was later adopted. It was the title in Rais times and in early Katur times also. The title Mir was used. Then it wasn't used anymore. So Mir really means, Robertson says it means king. But it was the title of the Matter of Chitral. Okay. This ceremony was known by as description by Robertson, but Robertson had never seen a Mir ceremony. And Sayed Shah says this thing, that he sees that one person being carried on the back by another person. Now in Europe, this happens in several festivals, also in Eastern Europe. It's called King for a Day. King for a Day. I don't know what they are like, but anyways, the person carried on the back was not attested by any other document except the Haji al-Haddad document that Niall Green has mentioned earlier, and I think Stefano Bellò also mentioned it, because we are working on that document now with Stefano Bellò. In the Haji al-Haddad document, there is a description of this ceremony with the man being carried on the back by someone else, and we didn't know if this was maybe an invention, a fantasy or something, but now we found it in the Sayed Shah manuscript, so it is confirmed as a certain historical fact.
Thank you, Alberto, for this edition. Very, very interesting. And I think you will read again, because now we have another very short presentation by Imtraud Stellrecht, remembering pre-colonial feasts of merit in Hunza, and Imtraud is not present here, so in his place Alberto again will read his short presentation. Thank you.
This is short, so you'll get rid of me soon. Yeah, we have some brief organizational Mitteilungen also afterwards. Okay, Imtraud Stellrecht was also sorry of not being able to come. She is in Gilgit for unavoidable business right now, and connection in Gilgit is not sufficient to for anything useful, unfortunately. We have experimented this with the Chitral conference. It has been impossible to get connected. Okay, she has a paper entitled Remembering Pre-Colonial Feasts of Merit in Hunza, and those of you who have looked at the abstracts have seen that she has also sent an abstract, but she has also sent this longer abstract, but it is still an abstract, so very brief. About Hunza. It is interesting to compare this with what Professor Siggi told us this morning about not shamanism, but oracleism in Hunza. So feasts of merit are a constitutive element of Kafir or Nuristani, and thus non-Islamic culture. They have been intensively researched and are correspondingly well documented. Well, I may add that Professor Stellrecht was one of the most brilliant pupils of Karl Jettmer, and she became the leader of the most important culture area Karakoram project, German-Pakistani project, that lasted for about 10 years in the 1990s. She was a very energetic, scientific inspirer and organizer of that enormous work that produced 8 or 9 volumes by now, at least 8, a very important work of research, and she's now a professor emeritus of the University of Mainz. So, question: does this Kafir complex already define the distribution area of feasts of merit in the Hindu Kush Karakoram, or were there also feasts of merit to the east of the Kafir settlement area in Chitral, Gilgit, and Kohistan, at least in pre-colonial times? A few references in the older literature make this likely. Well, one of these refers to the Hunza Valley, and here to the central village of Baltit, also the residence of the Mir, i.e. Raja. Around 1870, a local traveler reported about Baltit. There are 50 mosques. Quote, there are 50 mosques, but no one reads prayers in them. People build them for the sake of glorification, not worship. They are used for dancing, drinking, etc. Parenthesis. The Raja used to dance himself on the Nowruz and give presents to the zamindars. End quote. It was from this account that I sought to enter the subject of feasts of merit during my field work in Hunza in the 1980s. My interlocutors immediately understood the connection between glorification and the building of mosques. They even were able to list not only mosques, but also other types of buildings. Where is Karl Wood? Other types of buildings that had been erected in the past and were inaugurated with lavish festivities. They were even able to show me some of these buildings, including mosques. Their visible and tangible materiality stimulated the memory. Names of builders were mentioned, as well as the amount of food they had provided for the inauguration feast, the number of lumps of butter, the animals slaughtered, the natural goods distributed, etc. Songs of praise in honor of the feast giver were also remembered, as well as specially composed melodies to which he was then allowed to dance. The Mir also got involved, had buildings erected, and inaugurated them with lavish feasts for the general public. Buildings erected within this context can be differentiated according to their purposes of use. They either serve the well-being of all those who traveled on foot in Hunza, benches to depose heavy loads, water systems with a ladle, small bridges over rivulets, steps on steep paths, etc., or they were meant to be used exclusively by the village community. Water mills, irrigation channels, fortified towers for the protection of the village, and, last but not least, mosques. Some of these mosques were still intact in Baltit, as well as in other villages. on the one hand, large buildings, on the other, small ones with striking architecture, roofed verandas, closed on 3 sides, and decorated with rich carvings. I must recall that these are the loara that Wood saw in the Pashai areas. The minimum amount for the inauguration feast was fixed, depending on the material used and labor spent. Building a cistern was more economical than building a mosque, for which the amount was fixed by Mir Silum Khan in the first quarter of the 19th century. He is the Mir who lives on as the most important innovator in oral tradition, not least through his conversion from Shia to Ismailia, which most of Hunza's population gradually followed. Accumulating wealth for a feast was a lengthy process full of privations. What was the aim of this effort? Glorification, according to the traveler. Parenthesis, realiter, the translator of the report, i.e. fame, honor, prestige, according to my interlocutors. At the same time, however, they all agreed, in truth, excuse me, in truth, it was not about this world, but about the hereafter. The highest and principal goal was the accumulation of merit in order to secure a peaceful life for the soul, Ruh, of the feast giver after his death. Even the grateful users of the building he had erected could increase his merit long afterwards by praying for him and thus contribute to the peace of his soul, an important reason for the descendants to keep the building in good condition. In summary, my discussions resulted in a kind of bricolage of large and small, coherent and contradictory fragments, from which a rough outline of feasts of merit in pre-colonial Hunza can be drawn, which, however, leaves many questions unanswered. By going back to somewhat better documented processes of religious, social, and political change in 19th and 20th century Hunza, at least tentative answers to some questions can be attempted, such as: were the small mosques in veranda architecture in fact traditional gathering places of lineages just renamed and still used for glorification, in quotes, as before? After all, there is evidence for these gathering places of the same veranda architecture, as well as for their inauguration with a feast of merit. So the question is, were these small mosques actually this veranda architecture? We are about to finish. Was the integration of fortified towers into the canon of merit buildings the practical and sober response to the increasing threat of warfare to Hunza in the 19th century, or the need to secure villages as well as the fort of the Mir? Question. Did the conspicuous participation of the Mir in the competitive process of building and feasting begin only in the 19th century? And how did this hereditary and therefore inalterable status fit into the competitive search for glory or merit of the lineages? Other question. Did the feasting in the mosques with wine and dancing continue until the enforced introduction of Ismaili community centers, Jamaat Khanas, replaced the old mosques from the 1920s onwards? Last question. Is the close link between marriage and the well-being of the soul, my interlocutors claimed, the result of a long-term process of adaptation to Ismaili religious concept, or was this a conscious or unconscious traditionalization of the past in the spirit of contemporary Ismaili orthodoxy? In conclusion, there are three questions which are about this. Why the British did not seem, with the exception of Lorimer, that I think we all know, why the British officers were not interested in investigating the traditional cultures of Hunza. By the time of partition in 1947, after 60 years of colonial rule, the documentation of this region from the ethnographical point of view is so scant. And she makes some speculations on this particular question. Do we have half a minute for, no?
We have to close in 5 minutes, but we have to
minutes.
close. Maybe we will be kicked off.
I guess we can discuss this paper informally or maybe in other days. We have to leave. As for the dinner, each of you is free to go wherever they like. You have seen there's very many restaurants in the surroundings. My brother and I will be at dinner with Professor Schuh, is he still here? And with Wolfgang Holzwert. And if anybody wants to join this particular specialized meeting, they are welcome. But we have to arrange it and make a reservation. Okay? So thank you very much for your incredible patience.